a tale of great warriors is coming alive in the assembly shop. Meet a Tier 10 Japanese tank destroyer that gets its primary advantage from warriors of the past: the ability to win through the art of weapon handling over brute force. First things first, the fast-firing gun with 390 HP of damage per shot deals a default 3,500 HP of damage per minute, and that amount easily increases to 4,500. You can put pressure on opponents with the high fire rate, or send shells to weak spots with surgical precision. The TD has the gun cooling mechanic, familiar from Japanese heavy tanks. If you wait a few seconds after a full reload, the aiming circle shrinks to its minimum. In addition to accuracy, the vehicle has great gun depression. The gun dips 10 degrees, letting you use terrain irregularities with confidence and fire at opponents with comfort. Despite the wheeled chassis, don't expect an F1 racer. The performance is nothing to complain about, though, with a top speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Our Ashigaru is an infantryman that keeps the armoring light. Its design doesn't call for heavy protection, yet the turret can repel a direct hit from an HE shell. Thanks to high damage per minute, the vehicle feels most at home on the second line. Phenomenal accuracy with the gun cooling mechanic lets you chip away at rivals from long range. And, when commanded cleverly, this tank destroyer can reverse the tide of battle, ensuring a well-earned victory for its team. Every Ashigaru comes with a 3D style and an individual number. Secure your digit combo before the event ends. Log into the game, choose suitable resources for assembly, and show what this vehicle can do in skilled hands. Let's battle! Lunar New Year is almost upon us, the time when the boundaries between worlds fade away. The celebration is filled with incense and the light of lanterns, heralding the start of the Great Trial. The Jade Emperor lays down the gauntlet to the most worthy commanders. He has captured the mystic spirit of the Firehorse in ancient coins. Whoever seizes them will receive many rewards and acquire incredible might that can change the balance of power in the celestial world. From February 12th through February 23rd, charge into the Jade Emperor's Challenge event. Expect dynamic 7v7 battles in Tier 8 vehicles of any type, apart from SPGs. The Great Confrontation will unfold on 4 maps. Your mission is not just to destroy enemy vehicles, but to seize coins containing the spirit of the Firehorse and deliver them to the drop zone in the enemy base. This will award you lots more points and bring your team closer to victory. If your vehicle is destroyed, you can respawn in the next round, after one of the teams delivers the spirit to the other base or destroys all enemy vehicles. In this mode, each vehicle type has unique passive abilities. Heavy tanks temporarily slow down opponents with shots and cause greater ramming damage. Tank destroyers knock the spirit off enemy vehicles. Medium tanks get an accuracy boost. And light tanks get boosted view range and concealment. Coordinate your actions, use your vehicle's strength, and protect the coin bearers. Complete missions, earn Jades, and get through the 9 event stages. And claim days of World of Tanks premium account, bonds, free XP, unique 2D styles, and an exclusive commander. You'll also get 2 free blazing treasures. These contain guaranteed rewards, themed 3D customization elements, and the chance to get rare premium vehicles, including the brand new Yongbing and Kanonenjagd Panzer II. In addition, completing the whole progression will give you a commemorative medal. The Jade Emperor awaits heroes. Harness the spirit of the Fire Horse and gather all the treasure from this celebration. Good luck on the battlefield. The Year of the Fire Horse is racing to us at full tilt. Get ready to celebrate and make new discoveries. Valuable resources await you in blazing treasures, like credits, personal reserves for credits, a set of 3D attachments, vibrant 2D styles, and unique premium vehicles, including some new ones. Let's start with the existing vehicles. The ISU-122-2 is a lightly armored and dynamic hunter that chooses the rhythm of battle itself. You can chip 390 HP per shot from opponents or unleash the power of 2 guns at once, while good mobility lets you quickly get out of harm's way. The AAT-60 is a master of fire support. It has great gun depression and penetration that often doesn't notice armor. If you're flexible and adapt to the situation, you can turn any fight into a firing range. The T-44-100 is a universal soldier that can do it all. A fast-firing gun and 52 km/h top speed let it engage in combat everywhere and all at once. From aggressive raids behind enemy lines to skillful defense. The UDES 03 Alt 3 is a real Swedish ninja. Its 3-shell autoloader and hydropneumatic suspension make any hill a kitted-out firing position. The VZ-58 Medved is a bona fide predator. Its 4-shell autoloader deals a devastating 1,760 HP of damage in 12 seconds. The German Erich Concept forgives no mistakes. It's stealthy, incredibly fast, and precise. 400 HP of damage per shot, and 270 millimeters of penetration with standard shells are the tools of a real professional. Take the high ground, spot your opponents, and then destroy them one by one while staying elusive. Now onto the newcomers. The first is the Kanonenjagd Panzer II. It's a comfortable vehicle for causing damage. Siege mode, good concealment, high penetration with standard shells for Tier 8, and 370 HP alpha damage make this German tank destroyer an excellent hunter and credit earner. And finally, the real jewel in this year's collection, a Chinese double-barreled heavy tank with jet boosters. The Yongbing. 2 guns, each causing 440 HP of damage per shot, let you flexibly combine cyclic firing and powerful salvos, keeping high firepower in any situation. And the 10 boosters, each of which works for 4 seconds, not only allow you to move around fast, but also provide tactical advantages. These let you perform sudden maneuvers, quickly change position, or catch opponents off guard with an 880 HP salvo. The Yongbing is a heavy tank for active attacks. Celebrate Lunar New Year and enjoy the riches of blazing treasures. You can get 2 of them for free by completing stages of the Jade Emperor's Challenge event. Charge into the Year of the Fire Horse with new vehicles in your collection.
Hey there, tankers. Captain Tydo here, and welcome back to another What Monthly episode. I'm here to bring you important dates, news, and updates coming up this February. Let's start off with a community favourite. Frontline returns between the 2nd and 9th of February. For those unfamiliar with the mode, it is a special game mode where players fight it out on extra large maps, fighting sector by sector, with the ability to respawn, giving you the opportunity to grind out your tier 8s and even play your premiums with same tier matchmaking. I hope you've been enjoying the current Onslaught season with its new detailed session statistics and Erlenberg map. Don't worry if you've fallen behind on any of the weekly missions, you'll still be able to catch up after the mid-season update coming early February. Also, starting this season, once you reach Gold rank, the LTC2 will become available to purchase in the Onslaught Bond shop. The Onslaught Legend series has a new sponsor, Surfshark. Tune in on Twitch throughout the season to earn OLS token store drops, where you can claim prizes such as the
Kanonenjagdpanzer 105 mm.
Thank you. You can also pick up new OLS bundles to show your support for your favorite team. If they win, your star will be automatically upgraded. Mark the 21st and 22nd of February in your calendar for the finals. It's going to be all to play for this time around. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to win, and be sure to check out the article for further dates and details. Halfway through the Onslaught season, you will also have the chance to take on the Mega Platoon with some of your favourite content creators on February 7th. If you're feeling up to the challenge, why don't you try to defeat them? Otherwise, there are always Twitch drops to be earned. Spring has nearly sprung, which means that there will be a new round of Twitch drops for the Spring token store, including the opportunity to pick up the German Tier 7 heavy tank, the VK45.03. Tune into anyone in the World of Tanks category to start earning your drops. Once earned, claim them in your Twitch drops inventory, then find the Spring token store in-game and go spend your tokens. February brings a brand new Lunar New Year event, the Jade Emperor's Challenge, returning from February 12th until the 22nd. This fast-paced, limited-time 7v7 mode has teams fighting to capture and deliver the spirit of the Fire Horse across a specially decorated map. Unique class abilities and quick rounds encourage teamwork and constant action. And of course, there'll be rewards available for the event. We'll be sharing more details closer to launch, so keep your eyes out. A new Boosteroid bundle is arriving on February 1st, perfect for commanders who want to keep playing World of Tanks even when they are away from their usual setup. It comes with a brand new culinary-themed commander, ready to serve perfectly cooked ammo racks alongside guaranteed monthly rewards. Jump into battle wherever you are and check out the World of Tanks portal for all the details. Roses are red, camos in green. This Valentine's Friday, there's streams to be seen. Roll out your tanks, bring friends along too. On February 13th, I'm live just for you. Join me on Twitch for battles and fun. A cozy night stream when the workday is done. Tankers, you're welcome, come hang out and see. This Valentine's stream is where you must be. We have plenty to offer in-game too. Complete special Valentine's missions.
50M is XC-Max going to pick it up. Good shot in towards the cupola. It is the 1v1 we've been waiting for here, and he does it.
The OLS Season 5 is already here. The best teams are ready to head onto the battlefield. Who will you be supporting? Root for your favorites, follow their journey, and stand by them. With you on their side, they'll be unstoppable. You take hits together with them, and that means you go all the way. Behind every vehicle is a personality, whose quick thinking and precise actions can change the outcome of battle. Victory is 100 shots and maneuvers, plus 1,000 emotions on the other side of the screen. Support your favorite OLS team. Be by their side. Together, until victory.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Surfshark Onslaught Legend Series Season 5 Playoffs. Hello, Banter.
How are we doing? You're looking quite nice today.
Every day, right? Every day. I'm doing great. I'm ready to see winners and losers today. But before that, before we go straight into the action, a quick shout out to our sponsor. Surfshark is the official sponsor of the Onslaught Legends series, Season 5. And we're very happy to have them supporting the tournament, bolstering the prize pool, everybody happy. There's something for the viewers as well, but we'll get to that part in just a bit. Surfshark is a VPN that helps keep your connection secure and private, whether it is that you're gaming, traveling, browsing online. It works on unlimited devices, so phone, tablet, computer, 17 tablet, all in one simple subscription. It's fast, it's easy to use, exactly what gamers need. Surfshark has prepared a special offer specifically for the viewers at home. Just go to surfshark.com/OLS, or what you can also do is use the code OLS at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. You can find all the details through the clickable Surfshark banner on the official World of Tanks Twitch channel. Also to mention, the code will be available until Monday, so if you were considering of getting it, now would be the time. So, Panther, first up, Cashback versus W.
Yeah, not a guaranteed fixture until the last play day. W just overtaking Mafia with that 4-win victory over Lotus in surprising fashion. Even we didn't realize that we thought the standings were set, but it wasn't. And now because of this, Mafia, they were bumped down to 4th place instead of 3rd, and that's no small prize money that was lost.
Yeah, so that was some loss for Mafia, especially, W with that 4-0 against Lotus mattering a bit there as well. And then later on we're going to have the OLF as well. We'll get to see some banging action from the North American teams, where they're going to be competing for the prize pool as well. The Oracle bundle is not available anymore, but you can still get the base and advanced bundle, where 100% of the proceedings go towards the prize pool. That is still a possibility. If you did get that Oracle bundle now, it is going to be the interesting one. I mean, my hidden run bundle better pay off.
Oh, we'll see. What is it? We all chose one, right? I think I got the cashback bundle. I think we gave Mafia. Kian gets the Mafia bundle, and Phil gets the W bundle. But we'll need to see. But yeah, today and tomorrow is where you get most of the tokens, and we look at the token score here, token store here. The fantastic tanks. I cannot speak today. The Canonian Jagdpanzer, the KV-22, 122, and the Poodle.
It's really hard having English as your native language, right?
I am Norwegian and Chinese, all right?
Right, in your dreams. But nonetheless, we also have a little bit more juice on top of it with the potential mystery award if you end up getting lucky. That's a possibility as well. So 5 tokens after 2 hours, then after, is that 4 hours? You have the
quick maths. 240
yeah,
is 4 hours.
Yeah, just you can't speak, I can't math. Together we're perfect. And then of course after 300 minutes you get another 5 tokens. And tomorrow, yet again the case. So a lot of rewards for everybody, people at home, the viewers, except for me and Banter. I guess we're not getting anything except for a beating from Kihan later.
What do you mean? I've got it up on my other monitor. I've got the stream up. I've got to get those tokens passively.
Smart. These were the standings after the regular season. Of course, Hit and Run, the champion, but both Hit and Run and Cashback and W and Mafia actually ended the season with the same amount of wins and losses, 9-3. Why is there a point difference then? Well, there is such a thing as tiebreaker, and in phase 1, the points were 3 for a win. So they all had basically the same season, just in different aspects. And then we look at the tournament bracket. Because of Mafia's position, because of that W 4-0 win against Lotus in the last play day, Mafia are going to be starting from the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's such an interesting one. The fact that Mafia actually won more individual rounds than W, but they lost more as well, which they won 1 more than W, but lost 2 extra, which means it equals out that they got the same amount of points, but W has 1 more on point difference. So that's how important that 4-0 was against Lotus yesterday. W had something to play for, and my prediction of a 4-0 worked out, and W in that upper bracket with Cashback. I mean, it's not that easy being W with Cashback so strong in the second phase of the season.
You know, it's actually in an unfortunate position. You believe it or not, it's because hit and run, it's not the greatest position to be in, because you don't get to warm up today. You know, like you have straight into that upper bracket finals where
I'm sure Monster and all of them will be running outside, you know, getting
yeah. But it's like
stretches.
It's always like the trade-off, you know, like sure you get to skip a match, but at the same time your opponent gets to play a match, which is kind of beneficial in a way.
Have you ever been in the lower bracket? It's not that fun to be warmed up, to go from one match to another match to another match. It's draining, you know.
I mean, the last tournament I won it from the lower bracket, I think. No, was it from the lower bracket? No, one from the upper bracket, and the one before when we ended second.
You didn't qualify. If my memory serves,
last one I was leading, you know.
You were leading that
No,
one.
definitely not. That was some silent. Don't even, man. Don't even. Little, the top player for Cashback, top 1 on the regular season as well, average damage wise. So he had a fantastic season as both the FC and in game as well.
Yeah, being, you know, me and you have been FCs before, and it's not that easy to play and lead at the same time. Obviously, in 77, less players, you have to perform. You can't micro as much, but being the leader and top damage, you can't overstate how impressive that is, actually. So Little, really a standout player, playing that E4 and lots of other tanks. But predictions? Do you think that's fair? I'm not sure.
I think it's closer than this, to be honest. I think this also the prediction comes from the way that Cashback kind of slapped the W in that match. If you remember, that was not pretty. That was not pretty, but that lingers in people's mind in terms of predictions. Of course, we are going to be playing in a best of 9, guys. So that means that we're going to be seeing 4 maps and a tiebreaker map if it comes down to it, which means Ensk is the first one.
Yeah, quite a surprise by W. As we said in the last play day, Ensk was taken, but we didn't see, I think Lotus chose Ensk, or W chose Ensk, but it was a 4-0, so we didn't see it. Ensk, we haven't seen much of this season. I think it's the map that we've seen the least, so quite a surprise that it's fallen out of fashion. Cashback choosing Sand River and Cliff, W then with Ghost Town and a final of Runeberg. It's an interesting one. W banning Himmelsdorf, Cashback banning Morrow, which is one of W's traditionally stronger maps. Pilsen being banned by Cashback is quite a surprise as well. I don't think we've seen anything masterful by W on Pilsen. But yeah, these map picks are decently telling.
Yeah. Ensk's very first one is interesting because we haven't really seen it that much this season in general, but between these two, they were very good at Ensk at different points.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it like right at the beginning, but I think since then we've not seen it at all. But predictions, Daki trying to catch Phil, me just trying to catch you. So I'm perfectly happy going safe for today. And if today goes very well, I'll go all in tomorrow. But I see, I respect it. You're going for top 1. As I said before, no one remembers second place. So yeah,
exactly. So I was like, yeah, I mean, last season I was very good with my W predictions. So I think, last season I was very good with playoff predictions in general. So I got a gut feeling, could be wrong as well. You know, at the end of the day, you're not beating Phil, so I'll see somebody sulking.
I am 1 point behind you, sir.
Yeah, but like, who cares about second?
Well, very true. So you've got to go all out, but no one may care about second, but I'll care if you get third.
Nah, second is first loser, third is you never even had a chance, you know, like, so be it. Round number 1, Cashback versus W, Type 5, 140, Fosh B, 268, Triple E4 for Cashback.
W coming into this one, a Mouse, 140, double Fosh B, and again, Triple E4. One of those the 268 being swapped out for a Tessak, actually. Quite a surprise seeing that one on this city map, but bear in mind that Tessak, lots of bullets, so can be good with tracking those E4s and the Foshes when their ability is active. Oh no, not the Foshes, but the E4s with ability. But Tessak, what are we thinking?
It's old meta. I don't know if I'm such a fan of it. Liberty will plane the crossing, so but this is good because he does see all of these things crossing. There might be some decent damage coming out. Are they going to hit anything? No, apparently everybody from W just a little bit too fast. Itok's taking some. This miss is coming out from both teams. Aka taking some, but honestly, Brainbreaker, worse for wear there. 1.9 on that Type 5 heavy.
Yes, not a small amount of damage as well, because that's a holding tank as well. So that's puts him down to a potential 4 shot if the E4s hit it all. I'm not sure I like the using the plane in the beginning. I mean, yes, they wanted to get some damage out. Now the damage is coming out on Itox, but that wasn't because of Liberty. And now that W know that Cashback have this light, it kind of puts you at a little bit of a disadvantage. But Cashback using their more mobile lineup to take that field side while still holding the city. Brainbreaker taking that position, the type being so high, he's able to peek over the rubble pile and give one to Lucan. No ability active on that one. So that's full damage taken by Lucan there.
2 shots, little as well, showing why he has the highest average DPG so far. Spots out Clerf even, now pushing towards the cab. And HP-wise, Cashback is actually up by a decent amount, and Itox in that mouse is in trouble. Aka with a wide peak. Itox now realizing he has to back off. But Cashback doing a number here. Lucan, but mainly Itox. You know, we said Brainbreaker is low. Itox is lower at this point. And if there's one man that I trust to be able to play it at the sack and do well, even in a battle like this, it is Liberty.
Yeah, true. I'm not sure why Itox decided to pressure the cap there. W knowing that Cashback haven't left the city areas, and as well, Lucan wasn't in position to cover him. He was spotted on the left side of those buildings, so Itox just bleeding a lot for free. Mentos takes one. Akka gives another one. He's been giving a lot of shots here, and this is a lot of bleed by W crossing over the map. That's the thing about Ensk. It's a lot of lanes, so Strike going down onto Itox in that mouse. Piotr takes one as well. The crossing pretty cheap, though, overall.
The worst part is Itox now down towards 855, and Little fancies himself a little bit of Itox. Needed to get out of that rails. Itox will heal up. He was in a one-shot anyways. Little swing and pass with that E4 Juggernaut ability. Finds the kill, and Aphrodite is actually the one to find the secondary shot. Nepal in the first B. Nepal, and I'm not sure where he's going. I don't know what... Nepal?
Yeah, it's a strange one. Like, Cashback using this mobile lineup beautifully, running with Squeezy and Liberty from the field, which means W catch nothing. Nepal drives into... God knows what that decision was, but he goes down. Little being sandwiched here, but it's not looking good for W. 2 tanks down, 4K down as well. Little will go down, might get one more shot out. Liberty being very annoying in that to sack. They don't really want to focus him, which means he kind of has a free reign. Even with ability active, it's still a lot of damage for that Tessak to deal to Mentos in the behind.
I mean, he does 1,000 per clip, basically, if he gets to connect. He tracks Lucan now as well towards that corner. Retracks him for Aphrodite, keeping him trapped. Ta-ta-ta-ta. And the Tessak, ratata, finding multiple tracking shots, and Aphrodite says, thank you, Liberty, I've got it from here. Starting to clip out. Pop-on ability as well will heal most of that back, and W falling apart in round number 1. Itox was the domino, and then Nepal decided to bring everything even a little bit better for Cashback. That push across the cap was an interesting one. Well, I guess we'll never find out what that was, but W will start Ensk 1-0 down. Cashback with the lights, having a very good game on Ensk.
Yeah, having that light. The thing is, World of Tanks is a decently complicated game. Sometimes you don't take tanks for a specific reason, you take them for the presence. So a lot of times, we talk about Jagdpanzer or 4005, right? It's not a damage dealer tank, but you don't mind peeking an E4. But you do mind peeking a Jagdpanzer or 4005, so it creates a mental in the enemy's mind. And you can argue that the same with the Tessak. Liberty does the plane in the beginning, and that forces W to make a move, because Cashback have that more mobile lineup, and they feel pressured that, okay, they've got one less fighting tank, let's go make a push. So they went to the city, didn't catch anything, decided to make the rotation, and then Itox took so much bleed in the beginning, in the early stages of the game, they just focused him out, and that kind of forced W to make a move. They had to regain some advantage after he went down, but yeah, Nepal, that was... a little bit too early, I think.
Seems like he repush and then went for it and then looked and was like, well...
As everyone else.
Where is the rest of the team? But yeah, Itox in the mouse, they did great damage to Brainbreaker in the beginning, but he still gets 3.6 out nonetheless. Itox in the mouse, however, you know, blocking the cap. I feel like he thought that maybe the Type 5 didn't cross over, but that's kind of weird because the Type 5 is usually picked for that exact position.
The Type shot Lucan. Like, Itox knew the Type was on the left. So I don't see why he went into the cap. Applying cap pressure was never possible, and Lucan being spotted on the left side meant that Akka could just overpeak. There was nobody on that road to punish Akka for this. So the type rotates over, gives Itox a shot. Akka gives Itox a shot, and Itox is forced to pull back. I don't see what the point of this cap blocking was at that time. There was no pressure, you know? The cap wasn't high. It's just unnecessary bleed, and that put pressure onto W to make a counter move, but also allowed Cashback to remove a piece from the board very cheaply.
And then it doesn't matter if you have a light, if you're managing to kill somebody that early on, altogether. So good stuff there, and that the sack paying off as well. You know, you can see him track Lukin, and then you get clipped out by a Force B. It's a small thing, but it's a result of a kill towards Cashback.
And that's the nice thing about OLS, right? Because of this mechanic that a lot of the tank destroyers get, they get I can't remember what the ability on the E4 is called. Juggernaut. Because that Juggernaut ability, it reduces your track HP to 1. So anything that hits the track while the ability is active, a gust of wind will track it. And as the sack obviously has a lot of bullets, and so it's very easy to perma-track. So it's a little thing, but it's a big advantage against a lot of tank destroyers. So yeah, as you said, Lucan got perma-tracked, and then the Foch comes up with the one-bow combo. But yeah, looking at the phase 1 score, I'm not sure I'm that confident with my prediction, but
the phase 2 was 4-0 for Cashback.
Well, yeah, that also. And Cashback was so much more dominant in phase 2 in regard to everything. 4-0 Mafia, 4-0 W. Yes, losing to Hit and Run on that final play day wasn't good, and Hit and Run were the better team, but in this first round, you can really see that W just getting punished for the smallest mistakes.
We'll see what round 2 of Ends brings. The good thing, of course, it's the best of 9, right? Even losing this 2-0, it's not the end of the world, honestly.
But it is W's map pick, though.
Sure, that is the case. You know, want to start off with confidence. W bringing the 60 TP, the double BZ, the 140, the double Fush B, and the E4.
I think it's the first time we've seen a 60 TP on this map played, but Cashback, IS4, 140, Bliskovica, Foch B, regular 268, and double E4. IS4 getting picked is an interesting one. We don't often see it, but being taken on this map, nice penetration, good side armor, a lot of HP. Regular 268 does get changed out though, so
yeah, Liberty always just readied up in the 268 and then switches out is the trend. So Foch B added to the mix, 7 tanks towards the city for W, 7 tanks towards the city for Cashback.
Yeah, and I feel this northern side has it a little bit easier on the rotation, so W might want to rotate over at some point, but 2 shots from the E4 go into Itox, only 1 connects. Into the BZ, sorry. Lucan doesn't connect that one. Ios taking the strike. Bliska gives a big one to Clerf, but Clerf's trying to return the favor there. Ability active. Little and Aphrodite are pushing here unspotted. This could be a bit painful for Ios. Piotr peeks, does spot 1, doesn't see Aphrodite just yet.
The execute
These
is coming though.
Hungry wolves.
Liberty, Mindbreaker, Little, Aphrodite. I think they're all going for the 140. 1 shot, 2 shots. Liberty wants to go, but he's getting blocked up by Nepal. Akka swinging around the corner, though. Ios pushing forward with his teammate in Piotr. He wants to survive in that 140. He wants to get behind him. He's dodging now into that little courtyard area. Glurf down towards a 1 shot, basically. But Brainbreaker in return also pretty low in the IS4, down towards 1k. Glurf is going to go down. Lucan not penning is a bad thing, but the 140 is alive. That's an important factor for W. Lucan now needs to finish off. Little is dead by Piotr, and they wanted to get to 140, but in return W gets a good repush out. Brainbreaker dead, Little dead as well. Now moving on towards Aphrodite, he's in trouble as well. In the meantime, Squeezy chasing down Nepal, but not Nepal this time around. Actually picks a good fight. He's going to completely clip out the 140 if he opts for it, so that's pretty good for W. Up again, up HP as well. Aphrodite falls to Piotr. Good shot on the BZ. Liberty coming to help his teammate. He says, "Hi Nepal, I'm here. You're gonna go down." Does get a good kill, but Mindbreaker isolated in the meantime. Mentals, Lucan, Itox, they're all hunting. They will find the kill as well. And round number 2, much, much better from W.
Yeah, good decision making, individual decision making on the W side. The 140 opting to leave the cap into the 2E4s. It's painful, it's 2E4 shots, but it's better than a full Foch B clip from behind. The Foches of W making their clips and then retreating back, which wastes a lot of time on the Cashback side. The 140, the Foch, they have to go chase them down. And in the meantime, the BZ and the 60 TP, they pick up, and the E4, they pick up that IS4, Brainbreaker, and then just keep rolling. So, yeah, nice coordination, nice individual decision making by W. Yeah, solid.
So we'll leave Ensk 1-1. Liberty just extending the round a little bit. Spots out Mentals, gets spotted by Piotr. Could do a clip for show here, but that's also going to be it.
It needs to buff those stats, but will not get it. But yeah, solid round by W, forcing Cashback to make a play into them, and you know, Foshers don't like corners because it's a narrow gun arc. You have to turn and things like that. Same with the Bliskavitsa. So when Cashback are forced to push in and go around these corners to try and get shots into the 140 into the BZ of Piotr, it can become a little bit awkward for them and can waste a bit of time, in which time W are clipping out. So small things, but a solid engagement nonetheless by W, and a deserved win.
Part of the problem there is, you know, the force peak to 140, but there's no follow-up after, right? There's no push B to clip out the 40. He gets past him, he disengages, and in the meantime, they're losing their lives. 4, who does little damage, actually, you know, 1.3, only getting 3 shots out. Did block 1 60p shell, so there's that. But, you know, if the 140 from IOS gets to survive, you know, he does 3.6k, does a lot of Inspire as well, because it's Ensk, so all the fighting is basically under Inspire. They needed to really execute that 140 for this, and they couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? It's kind of... in front of you is 2 E4s, behind you is 2 Foshers. Which bad decision do you choose? Well, you choose the E4s, because the E4s can't kill you in their initial clips, right? So the 140 goes forward into the E4s. He takes both the shots, but then you can run behind buildings, waste time, and survive. Whereas then the Foshers don't get to catch anything, so the Foshers are forced to push into the enemy Foshers, which isn't very, because they can just run, they can heal, they waste time, and a Fosh doesn't have enough of a clip to finish them off. So yeah, not the ideal engagement for Cashback there. They were hoping to kind of catch this 140, who was playing a bit cheeky, taking the strike early when both teams were full city. That can definitely, if Cashback get a little bit more luck, they can maybe catch him. But like I said, good individual decisions by W.
Both rounds, respectively, dominant by either team. So W pretty solid on the second ends, Cashback very solid on the first ends. Deservedly going out with a 1-1 scoreline here. Now we're switching to Sand River, where I think Cashback in the previous season were basically the ones to set the meta on it. So they're a very good team on it. But W, of course, is a good team on Sand River as well. There's not really any maps where either of the two teams should be too favored.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Hit and Run beat Mafia on Sand River, then W beat Hit and Run on Sand River, and what was the scores yesterday? Because Cashback played against Hit and Run yesterday. What was the split on Sand River? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
But they played, and I think, I'm trying to remember what the split was, but yeah, the phase 2 there, 4-0. I'm not sure if they played Sand River against W in that initial phase 2, but yeah, this could kind of go either way. I think I'm still feeling I'm feeling another 1-1 scoreline actually on this one.
Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Question is, what kind of Sand River will we see? Because Sand River is usually played in 2 ways, you know, a very slow approach or a cap fight in a way with K-Line.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the two. The nice thing about Sand River is if you're from the left side, i.e. the western side of Sand River, the i.e. favored side, you can initially boost into the cap, hide behind the mosque and apply maximum pressure. Or you can play a slower game, taking the northern side of the map. But yeah, we'll need to see. W with the lineup, BZ, Quad, E50M, a CS/Hurricane, and a 140.
Cashback in return, IS-7, Mivi, triple E50M, 140, and an STRV. So neither team going for the light whatsoever. It's looking like a brawl. The STRV is a very powerful weapon in this, though.
Yeah, especially with W's lineup. This is like a high DPM pushing lineup, and if you're pushing into an STRV, you know, that's 500 damage every 5 seconds. You can't sustain that storm for very long, because that's an E50M gone in less than 30 seconds just by that tank. So Cashback have some nice tools to deal with what W want to do, but Clurf in the beginning going from upper side, quite a bold one there. Going from upper side to take that middle strike, takes 2 shots for his trouble. I'm quite surprised he didn't go from lower side.
He will be on the strike now, though. And will take it. Piotr's on the cap as well. Brainbreaker coming in the
They're going
IS-7.
full red line on one.
Yeah, but they're meeting a force they cannot beat.
Yeah, 4 tanks from Cashback plus
Plus
STRV and
SRV.
support.
They cannot beat it. They will not win it. Like, the way it currently stands, the STRV is going to kill everybody, in my opinion. So now Piotr is arriving with his BZ. Ooh,
Too
Piotr,
early.
Piotr, a little bit early altogether. He did take all of the damage though in the BZ, which is kind of what you want. So in that regard, he did fantastic. And now the E50M is chasing down towards Liberty. I think W now realized the trouble they're in because they have been met by a substantial force of triple E50M and Mivi. But I think the main problem there is that STRV on the back. They have no means to counter him. No lights, no nothing.
But did you see
Piotr
what Liberty
is dead.
Liberty going forward, which forced all of the E50Ms to go left to try and ram him. Then he reversed back over. That was beautiful by Liberty to kind of swiggity swoop W into that low ground. IO's being pushed off by Brainbreaker. And now W forced to make this push, and it's just not a realistic option. You can see there, Little just absolutely slaughtering them from behind. Itox goes down, Ios goes down. Mentos a one-shot. The CS of Clove has pushed in, but he's forced to jump back over. Survives, doesn't actually. Squeezy picks it up from the middle, and now it's just all over for W. And like you said, this STRV is such a powerful tool that W just did not have the tools to deal with.
There's no counter for Little sitting there, and yeah, I think W was expecting way less tanks on the K-line. Piotr a bit premature as well in the BZ. He did take all of the damage, which is, you know, what you want, but little too early. And even then, if they all push together, the problem remains that even if they make a good push and even if they get the Mivi out immediately, you still run into the STRV. And the STRV is going to kill every single person that sits there. When he's hitting you for 500 plus every single shot, you die very quickly. And then you still have the problem that you have the triple E50M behind it as well, right? That you have the triple E50M that is also dishing out the damage. So this was not a push they could ever win.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, for Piotr, you can argue it's HP for info, right? He got all the info that there was the STRV and 4 tanks there, and well, he did 0 damage and got absolutely deleted. The timing just off, but even if the timing was right, this would have been an insanely difficult fight to pull off. It's a 5-on-5 with an STRV being one of those tanks in the behind. Even if they kill those 4 tanks, it's not realistic that they gain anything palpable in that game. And yeah, Liberty not getting out that much damage, but he was the first one focused, and yeah, you can see Little 5k. I think that's where he gets all his damage, you know. Like
It sits in the back in STRV.
yeah, he's like full Jakafi. You know, on the score sheet it says he's playing E4 and other tanks, but here we can see he's the STRV main. That's where he gets the high damage.
This was, you know, W was expecting some north presence from Cashback, and there was none. So this is like a set execute,
Yeah,
and the
then
only thing getting executed is the team.
yeah, exactly. It's, you know, sometimes you can't make a tactic that works for every situation, especially when you're fighting opponents like these on the same or a higher level. You need to make a set strat that's gonna work in a certain situation. Look, there's 1,000 other games of Onslaught where this works out for W. It's just this one had the STRV and 4 tanks K-line, which is quite unusual for this level of OLS. Normally you see a lot bigger of a split. Some more tanks in the north, maybe only 2 going K-line normally. So, yeah, sometimes, you know, sometimes bad timing can be bad, and they have to move on to the next one.
Well,
Best of 7 now.
yeah, I mean, you know, blow for blow could be a possibility, and I wouldn't even be surprised if we go blow for blow. The downside, of course, W was playing from that slightly favored western side. Now they're switching to the east, so it's a little bit harder here.
A little, but I still feel like it's 55-45. It's a disadvantage you can overcome, I think.
Similar style could be seen in another brawl. But this is kind of Sun River, you know, like you either have that hyper brawl or no brawls at all for a while.
I think
Will
W need to play a bit of a slower game here, I feel.
With a light?
Not sure if I don't think they'll bring a light, but Okay, maybe I'm wrong. You take it away.
W coming out. BZ, CS, Triple E 50M. No light, a 140 and a 430U.
I was right. Cashback, IS7, double 50M, double 430U, and an RHM. No Inspire medium on their side. Quite a bold one. That mix between 430s and E50Ms. E50Ms typically a bit better on the K line. 430s better with the dunes in the north. On paper anyway, but yeah. So now we're going to see a bit of a different style. No high DPM sniper tanks for either team, like STRV, K91. But Cashback with that light, Liberty does the plane in the beginning. 3 tanks spotted, all 3 of the 50Ms going towards the K line. Cashback sending 3 themselves with Akka going directly. Need to see. Bios taking that info tower nice and early though, a bit risky. But if he pulls it off, that's really important for...
I don't know about this play though. Brainbreaker facing off against Mentos. Piotr will just peek. This Brainbreaker trying to push him out in that 430U. Piotr with a big ram, saving Mentos even will not get pushed out. So minus 430U. Piotr, is he gonna die in return for this? Probably not either. Now the E50Ms are marching down the middle. Klurf, Itox, and Nepal. Liberty now realizing he's in a little bit of trouble. Takes one from Lucan, is bailing. Mindbreaker needs to get out of there as well. More shots coming out. Piotr down towards 500. Boosts out. Liberty now getting chased down. Mindbreaker getting pushed as well. And right now, Speed is on W's side. They need to run over Mindbreaker. They need to cut this map in half, and they're doing just that as well. There's some damage being taken on Klurf. Some more will be taken before he's safe. Is that worth it though? Down towards 365 in the return. Mindbreaker will die though, so they're finding something for the damage received on Klurf, and it's an important kill as well. It's another 430U down.
Yeah, and it gives them that nice map control. In the meantime, Cashback trying to cross back to the base with Aphrodite to keep that map control, but Squeezy making the peak there as well, down to 1k. Little being pushed by Mentos, not that much they can punish, so Mentos should go down here. See if they can punish Akka for it. Mentos drives into the rock. Bit of a driving mistake there. Could live. Aphrodite goes down in the meantime with the strikes, and they're pushing down. Liberty trying to run away, trying to keep his life alive, but that's Nepal on 2k. That's not a winning engagement. Squeezy doesn't have the HP to peek it, so Liberty will go down here. Mentos still alive in that middle, and this should be done and dusted for Cashbacks. Good play by W. I'm not sure that Piotr needed to boost in there, but eliminating that 430U nice and early and never letting it slip in this game. Really nice by W.
Speed was their ally, and they kept doing that as well. You know, like Klurf took a lot of damage, but in return, Mindbreaker died relatively not free, but for little. In return, some damage being received, but the 430U dies. Already the second 430U was down at that point. Then they're continuing to push on towards Liberty. He has no escape out of the base either. Aphrodite crossing back into the base. Not sure how valuable that was either, because he took a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, both of the breakers got broken in this game. The 430Us, they got pushed on, and that initial advantage just really allowed them to completely carry this game. And really nice by W, making quick, decisive decisions that, you know, there was no pause, there was no hesitation. Piotr went straight to help his friend, and the 430Us, they left the middle and they kept pushing over onto Mindbreaker, or was it Brainbreaker, I'm not sure which, in that northern pocket. So yeah, solid performance by W. Map went 1-1. I wish I was this good at predictions when it actually mattered, but it's a pretty equal contest between these two at the moment. You can't see a clear victor.
I mean, right now, W playing on speed, right? Every game they've played so far has been tried on speed outside of the first Ensk, which kind of was fast as well, because it's just Ensk in general. But the last battle, the speed doesn't work at all. In this battle, it looks fantastic because it does work out. That's the coin flip, right? You know, if it works, it looks great. If it doesn't work, it looks like a disaster. The first time never did look like a disaster because it was a disaster. This one around, though, you know, Brainbreaker kind of opens that round himself, right? By pushing into Mentos. Is that worth it? I don't think so. I really don't think that was worth it for Brainbreaker.
Yeah, I think it was very unnecessary, actually. I feel... just let it go. Sometimes you don't always need to deny that strike, but he still got a decent amount of damage out. Basically the same as Mindbreaker. Mindbreaker got pushed a lot later, so... quite surprising that the damage is equal. Obviously, there's some ram damage onto Piotr, but... yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I feel denying that strike wasn't really worth it. You know, you can let a strike go. It's not the end of the world, especially this early in a round. When you have that light, you know, you don't want to go for the initial fight when you have one less fighting tank. You want the light tank to come into effect, which they just weren't able to do. But yeah, 2-2, solid round by W. You know, you need to, when you play on speed, like on being quick, you need to make sure that you can keep the ball rolling without losing speed. Otherwise, you know, the speed works against you. And W did just that.
They did that, but now we're going from what was a best of 9 into best of 5.
Yep. For my prediction, I do need Cashback to win the rest, so...
That's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Oh well. Well, either way, like, if Cashback win the match, I get 1 point. I'm equal with you, right? So... It's all good.
I'm really not disinvested into this like personal battle as much.
You
as
are. I know you well.
I definitely.
You're competitive in every regard.
Yeah, exactly. I compete for first. You know, like I remember that you didn't really get to do that often, but second, third, honestly, I mean, I think we should just shake on it. At least we beat Kihan, and we didn't just beat him.
But that's barely an achievement.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, it still feels good, no? I mean,
yeah, it does feel a little.
He might be old, but you know, he's not in the retirement home just yet. Although I hope his back is doing all right today, or his head, or any other part of his body that's been hurting recently.
Well, he might be still hungover from his birthday.
But... I mean, at his age, that's at least 5 days recovery.
Exactly. So he's not recovered just yet, but. Everyone in the chat needs to wish Key a happy birthday. It's been like 2 days, but still got to be nice to the man. He's not got that many left, as you said, so... But anyway, Cliff, one of my favorites. A dynamic map, a lot of height advantage, a lot of quick gameplay. What do we think? Who's favored?
I think W's favored on Cliff.
I am actually going to agree with you on that. I was about to say it. I think I don't know what it is, but I just feel W are a bit favored.
They're more prone for this aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, but I also think they... How to explain it? They coordinate a bit better on an individual level. I feel like the peaks and the micro decisions on W side are a little bit better. I just feel that Cashback are better with the overall player skill, with just a brute force. But yeah, we'll need to see. Cliff is one of those maps that it can go 2-0 in either direction, or it can go 1-1. It's very difficult to predict just because of the way the map is about the opening. But W, with the initial lineup, Triple BZ, IS7, Mivi actually coming out. IS7 gets swapped for a BZ, Hurricane, and a 140.
In return, Cashback, Quad BZ, W50M, and the M60 coming out. Honestly, not a bad tank.
All that view range. Yeah, I don't mind it. I was, you know, when I first got it, I was so shocked how good the gun is. Feels like a leopard, but the tank is as big as a house. Has very nice view range, but it's a nice tank. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing that's special about it. I don't hate it. It's at least decently quick. It's got the gun depression, high heat pen, the gun is very accurate, so not a bad one. But in the beginning, Piotr boosting the pole in that M5Y to the middle. Not a fan of M5Y on this map, to be honest. I feel if you're peeking on turret on Cliff, you need to have turret armor in multiple directions, not just straight on. Cliff gets tracked.
Some good damage as well. The track maybe taking one more, probably not, but now W arrives in the middle. With the remaining force, Squeezy going to the top ramp though. Mental Cycle, Itox, Luke, and Piotr all peeking. They're trying to bully back the Cashback lineup. They're doing that as well, and they might just go for the push pretty soon. You can see how they're just prone and forward and edging. Liberty getting double checked as well. Can they find it? Piotr boosting in yet again. This is a familiar sight, but his BZ always leading the charge, has no problems receiving the damage. They're going for Liberty in the BZ75. He's boosting forward to try and survive a little bit longer, but he will not. Itox picks him up, and now Cashback, you can see them evacuate back in towards the middle of the map, but not before another Strangler gets left behind. This time it's Aka left to the wolves in his own BZ75. Itox needs to be careful as well, but they need to get Klurf out of that. He's facing off just against an E50M, 1-for-1, looking at it in that regard. The M60 now coming back in, and Cashback did do a very good job disengaging. Yeah, they lost some tanks in return for it, but they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to get back into this game. The W50M from the sides, trying to put in the damage, the M60 as well, but W is unrelentless in this aggression. Now they're going for Little. Liberty's already dead, so the double L might see each other in the grave rather soon. Looking now, peeking out, will not be enough to kill Little. The strike coming out, is it enough? It is, it's a big strike as well. Enough damage on that one. W now with 6, Cashback with 4. They need to get Aphrodite out, and all this time the crossfire has been hammering down on towards these tanks from W. And Mentos and Clurf, they've had enough. They want to retake 1-2 line.
Yeah, I'm not sure this was the play actually by W to leave that middle area, but IO's lording over. They do peek, they finish up Mindbreaker, Brainbreaker, pushing onto Clurf. Nice ram there, makes him a one-shot. Should pick that one up, but the HP not that good for W on that donut area. In the meantime, Squeezy comes in with that M60, picks up Lucan. Aphrodite falls to Ios. In the meantime, Squeezy doesn't connect that one. That's really important because it's going to take more shots now to kill Nepal. Ios coming in from behind. Brainbreaker.
He could win this. He could win this.
To pick up one of these tanks, but I'm not sure he'll pick up both. Mentos.
He's about to be reloaded. Brainbreaker, can he get it in the 50? Mentos looking. Mentos aiming. Mentos gets it. Brainbreaker did get the shot earlier. In the meantime, Ios and Nepal pick up Squeezy as well. And it's W to win this round of Cliff. That honestly could have gone either way there at the end. I mean, Brainbreaker, if he hit that shot against Mentos, will he be able to win? Maybe. Very doubtful, actually. Good round for either team.
Yeah, I mean, that M60 of Squeezy came in. He bounced a shot onto Clurf and that M5Y, and then gave 2 more shots, but left Clurf on 1 HP. If he connects that one, there's a possibility that Squeezy wins the middle there. But you can see the damage. I'm quite surprised. I feel like Ios should have gotten more out. He was above them, just farming the whole game, but it's actually Nepal with the highest damage with that Mivi. Again, I'm not that much of a fan of it, but it's really good. Look at Mentos as well. That 1400 assist. Itox also 1400. That's the tracking shots onto, I believe, Liberty, who got permatracked when they pushed into him. So really, really nice, actually. Cashback.
I mean, look at Brainbreaker.
5k, 7k on Brainbreaker.
5k on Squeezy as well. Yeah. The downside is there that Little and Aka Liberty not getting that much out. I mean, Little and Aka were alive quite a bit longer than Liberty was, but they don't end up doing that much more. Just one shot, so they did disengage, but the BZs from W just played better, hit the shots, and were able to put their team ahead. And Squeezy, Aphrodite, and Brainbreaker, they tried, but it wasn't enough. I mean, Mindbreaker also 4.7, so like those guys, they did a really good job, but they needed more from the bottom 3.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's kind of what you want, right? The high DPM tanks focusing on those low DPM BZs, but bear in mind, while this is all happening, they're all healing each other, and this was a very close one. I mean, as you said, this could have gone either way, and you said in the beginning, you W kind of favored for that aggression, but Piotr going in, taking the damage, it was kind of a 1-for-1 trade, but they could focus out the tanks a little bit better. The E50M pushed off the CS at the donut area, and I don't know, very, very small margins here. Like this really could have gone either way, and I don't know. I'm reliving it in my head. I feel Cashback should have probably taken this round, especially with the donut control, the E50Ms giving what should have been permanent crossfire, which wasn't. The E50Ms were quite slow to get in position to punish those BZs, so yeah, a good old-fashioned brawl. Wasn't that clean, but still well played by both sides.
For sure. And either team could have taken it, but W just slightly ahead in this kind of chaos, right? When a team is more prone to play the aggressive style, they're also usually just a bit better at it, you know?
Yeah, true. Definitely. So, 3-2 to W. And we'll need to see if they want to keep this coveted aggressive style. I mean, we've seen it before. It's kind of the weekend gameplay, right? Where you bring out the full aggression and you make it work in every game. But there's a point in which your opponent realizes, okay, if they're being aggressive every game, let's just set up crossfire and punish them for it. So we'll need to see if Cashback can adapt to this aggressive style, which is paying dividends for W right now.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. However, if W manages to snatch the next round, putting themselves a match point, that would be something. They're going to try and do it. Quad BZ, double ban, and a 140.
Yeah, interesting lineup taking those bats, but Cashback, what's that? Penta BZ, CS63 and an RHM.
No Inspire though. A lot of Alpha, sure, but no Inspire and extra info.
Yeah, exactly. No real DPM tanks on that lineup. Cashback need a slow game to make this work, and the bat chats, traditionally, they're not used for a slow game. They're used for that burst potential with a big push, so W's lineup probably favored against Cashbacks here. But they need to be able to make this work, so we'll need to see the decisions. Playing in the beginning, spots 5, so Liberty does get a replay, and double bat chat from Nepal and Mentos going lower side. Brainbreaker opts to cross. He will take that little perch in G2. See if Liberty takes the hill here, but this is going to be a difficult game for Cashback. Those bats are going to be in position. They should give shots to Brainbreaker. Brainbreaker not opting to go for that cubby in the left. He's just meeting 2 bat chats and he's screwed here, but Mindbreaker and Akka are crossing, and that forces the bats to run.
Mentos and Nepal disengaging. They're actually going in towards the base of Cashback, but now these bat shots need to come back in. Lucan's actually getting tracked. Now the BZs from Cashback are just able to turn around and get shots in towards the middle. The Inspire is on, so W does have better tanks at this moment in time, purely combat-wise, but they're already down 1 as Lucan goes down. Mentos and Nepal come back in, though, and they find Brainbreaker, who was unaware that the bat shots could come in this quickly, and that's good for the bat shots because it's going to buff their ability as well to a higher level. Itox in return getting shielded by Klorf. The RHM from the hill trying to put some shots in as well, but in return, W is now down 2 guns. They bring it even though. Cashback with the HP lead. The 140 needs to disengage here and stay alive. He's the next focus from the side of Cashback, and I also can see him disengaging, trying to stay alive, but he's getting pushed down, and Little will find a shot as well. It gives Liberty the opportunity to finish him. Liberty finds the kill as well, and that's the Inspire down. And this match, it would not be any other way. In every round, another team seems to be ahead. This time, Cashback is not going to let this one slip and slide out of control. They have 3 tanks left to kill, and it's going to be 3-3 moving into the next one.
Yeah. And deserved by Cashback, this double bat getting pushed away by the BZs. The punishment on the crossing wasn't enough, so these bats couldn't win the engagement, which meant they were out of the game for such a long time that Cashback had the advantage in terms of crossfire in the middle, which meant W got punished for every single peak they made. So really nice by Cashback, not overloading the donut, sending 2 over to push away those bats, and then making that crossfire in the middle, which didn't allow W really to have many moves in this game. Solid performance by Cashback. This is a really competitive matchup right now, and you really can't tell who's going to take it in the end.
Well. 3-3. Moving on. How is that for the predictions, Banter? How's that for your prediction?
I've still got the potential to take a point.
So that's how it's going for your prediction. Good to hear that.
It is.
I have 5-3 on my prediction, so you know, I'm alright right now. I'm alright.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm not upset. You're upset. But anyway.
Light doing fantastic damage. 5.8 from Liberty. That's amazing. There's 0 strike damage as well. I think he hit everything in the shot probably. Yeah,
we'll need to get the pen rates in our ear, but 6k in a light in this type of a round, which is pretty quick. Yeah, we just heard it in our ear. 19, 19, 19 by Liberty. I mean, that's why we call him one of the best light players on the server, right? The praise is justified. Solid, connecting every shot in a light tank with a decent gun, but still, it's still a light at the end of the day. So solid, loading over that hill and punishing W for every peak they made. On the W side, Piotr got a lot of damage out, but that was about it. The bats, they made over a clip each, but it was in vain. And that 140, you want to see a bit more damage coming out from that Inspire tank.
The problem, I think, for W is, right, you see that double BZ crossover, yeah?
Yep.
And the problem is that they also went to the corner then. You saw Lucan get focused out, basically, on that corner, but that's also because Cashback could just turn around with the double BZ. They cross and give shots in towards the middle, so I think W positioned themselves not really fantastic for the second fight, right? The bats have to run away, but in return, Cashback is still shooting with all 7 guns towards W. And sure, they catch the CS63 when they come back in with the bats, but that doesn't really match up against the BZs getting like 2-3 salvos out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it was just better crossfire by Cashback, and pushing away those bats. It meant they were out of game for a decent amount of time, which allows Liberty to lord over them on the hill. And this hill position, it's so strong, especially. You know, if it's a CS, you kind of want to peek and shoot him because it's a combat tank. But when it's a light tank, you don't really want to focus out the light on a decently small map like Cliff. So, yeah, solid by Cashback. Another deserved win. You know, there wasn't any where it's kind of you throw it away. This was kind of good. Like, Cliff is one of those maps where it's decided kind of in the first 30 seconds because that's when you take your initial positions. And decision making was solid by Cashback, and yeah, this is probably one of the best maps, one of the best matches that we've seen so far for the entire OLS, because it's so equal. It's really impossible to tell who's gonna take this home.
Either team so far proving that they could be the one to move on from here. So far, I wouldn't say there's a clear favorite to win this out, but this Ghost Town could change everything.
Yeah, Ghost Town, one of those maps. A lot of open ground, light tank playground. A lot of different things you can do. We've seen BZ pushes, cap races, long, slow, drawn-out fights, and close games on this one. So, looking at the lineups, W, double IS7, Type 5 Heavy, CS 140, E4, and a T100 coming out.
Cashback in return. BZ, double bat, W50M, K91, and an EBR. So it's the T100 versus the EBR. Who will reign supreme?
Who will reign supreme? I do like I've always loved the EBR, but obviously not having that plane does make it a little bit of a different tank. T100 getting taken over RHM. That's always an interesting pick, because obviously RHM is kind of much more of a combat tank, while T100 is lower to the ground, a little bit more like a traditional light tank. But opening wise, Brainbreaker going to the middle in that K91, that's a bit unusual. Ooh, Cluff, that's bold.
He does manage to steal it away though, so Little getting spotted out, but he does make it behind the ship. In return, the strike being taken, a Mindbreaker now getting pushed on by Piotr, but is this worth it? That's double bad shot looking at this IS-7, Mentos, IOS, Klurf, they're meantime converging towards Little. Little actually keeping his shots right now, getting planed out by Klurf, who's moving towards the end of the bushline, and W realize they have some advantage here. They gotta overrun IOS, Mentos, they're gonna go for Little. Squeeze is gonna be forced away, and Mindbreaker will not live much longer. Neither will Little. First one down in just a second. The damage to on Mentos significant, minus 1.3, but it's 2 tanks down for Cashback. IOS on the 0 line, but continuing through towards K0 together with Klurf, who has taken map control over there. Aka now getting pushed back in the Z50M. Aphrodite coming in, and then all this time Liberty hasn't really had anything to do in this game. Squeezy on the run, taking damage as well. Klurf will not just let them escape, will put a plane back on them in just a second, and now that Batshot 25T just running away, trying to make it back, but Brainbreaker in the K91, he's left to the Wolves.
Yeah, Brainbreaker realizing he can't really run there because of the plane by Klurf, so decides to stand his ground, but this aggressive style of play by W, as I said before, it's almost weekend-esque. Going to carry them all the way to the final, potentially. But again, this coveted aggression. 4 tanks being pushed onto Mindbreaker. And there's a point for Cashback where you need to realize, okay, if the enemy is being aggressive in 1 point every round, you kind of need to counter that. And they just haven't been able to so far. And again, it's not over just yet. 7v4. Really difficult for Cashback to get anything else from this game. But they are still going to try. Yeah, Cashback need to click what W is doing. It's pretty predictable if they do it every single round.
Well, they weren't. They were very split. W takes the info towers, sees everything, and they're like, well, I mean, what happens if we just push? And what happens is they just end up winning the round.
Well, the thing is, Piotr goes to face hug Mindbreaker, and he's not taking any shots from the side. The Bats opted to hold their shot. So because Piotr's not getting shot, he's going to be telling his team, alright, they don't have that much on 0 line, let's go push. So the bats not opening fire onto Piotr might have actually doomed Cashback in this game, because it allowed, you know, you wanna bait that you have a lot of tanks there, because if you make the enemy think you have a lot of tanks there, they don't want to make the full commitment. But nobody shot Piotr, so the decision was go go go, and it paid dividends for W. Just 5k advantage, 3 tanks up. Liberty's tracks are red hot, wheels are red hot right now, 3 in them. He's a lucky boy, but I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference in this round. Plane goes out, Squeezy gets planed by accident. He wasn't even the main target, and now he's getting shot. So if I was Squeezy, I might curse Liberty a bit here, but yeah, it's such a hard round for Cashback.
It's going to be match point for W though, 4-3 over Cashback. The strike comes out, will reset on 2, but it's a little too late. I mean, 4 versus 7, this is unwinnable.
Yeah, realistically, it's unwinnable, and Cluff sticking the info tower in the beginning. It's such a bold play, right? Because maybe Cashback have a light and they just saved the plane, so they opted not to use it. But Cluff takes that risk. He takes the info point and gets information on the whole map, which also allows W to just make that aggressive decision. So yeah, top play by Cluff to stick it out and get that crucial information for his team. But Cashback were very lethargic in this game. They were very slow. They opted to take that one-line strike instead of reinforce the zero line and to reinforce the field. And yeah, W really did deserve to win this round. Like, Cashback really were slow with it, and you can't be this slow in a game against a team like W who like to play aggressive.
Squeezy might find IOS, he will, but it's all just for show, as W will pick up match point against Cashback, and they can convert it on the second round of Ghost Town, which would be a very, very nice thing for my prediction. But the Cashback has something to say about that. This was just a really good round for W, realizing they can press the advantage, and they do just that.
Yeah, solid performance. I mean, there's a point where Cashback needs to realize the style of play, right? Like, when there was that season where Weekend just played aggressive until the end, I thought to myself, you know, if the enemy jumps 4 times, you can kind of predict they're going to jump a 5th. And if W are playing aggressive in every single round, Cashback needs to realize that and kind of counter it. But yeah, looking at the stats here, I mean, there's not that much to see. The bats got absolutely, well, the bats of Little got pushed away. I feel like Brainbreaker could have ran, though. He would have taken damage, but it would have given his team more of a chance to get back in this round than just staying there. I think that was a bit of a mistake and maybe even a bit of tilt, but yeah, solid by W.
It's a really good round, and deservedly so. They will put themselves on match point as well after this battle of Ghost Town. I mean, very, very good by them. Well played, good aggression, finding solid stuff. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's a deserved victory. Like, W were the better team here, but it wasn't so this one was the most one-sided round, but that was kind of on a tactical level. I feel like that was less about the players, but yeah, solid performance. I mean, even then though, like Aphrodite Akka, I feel like they should get out more damage in these E50Ms.
For sure. For sure. W 4-3. I mean, if we look at the community predictions, what was it? 25 versus 75.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. I feel like this has been a bit of an unusual season. I feel like teams in the group stages have been beating other. You know, there's the what is it? The big 4, right? W, Cashback, Hit and Run, Mafia. I feel these teams, when they've played each other in the groups, it's been kind of like 4-0s, 4-0s, maybe a 4-2 here and there. It's no team has really stood out. Cashback did stand out a little bit in the second stage, but and W have been a bit. Yes, they've won OLS before, but they've been inconsistent in the past, right? So it's quite a difficult one to predict, in my opinion. Even I was debating going with your score. Like, it's like if there's a team that can pull out an unlikely victory, it would probably be W.
And so far, so good. So I mean, Can they convert it though?
Very true. But I mean, we've seen every single round so far has been 1-1. I'm hoping it will remain that way. But yeah, I mean, the first round was cashback, then W, and then it was.
It's basically been blow for blow, like. You know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if any team has won 2 in a row, like 2 straight matches, and I think it's been W, because in the beginning it was cashback won the first round, and now here it's W winning the first round. So yeah, we'll need to see. But lineups again going W, IS7, Type 5 Heavy, Batchat, CS 140, E4, and that T100 yet again. We'll need to see if Klurf wants to make that aggressive play, but.
Cashback in return, Triple BZ, an IS7, a Bat, a K91, and an RHM. So T100 versus RHM, you know, I favor the RHM, but can Klurf make the T100 work? Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, they're different tanks, right? The RHM is closer to a CS than a T100 is. It's a bit bigger, it has more DPM, it has nice heat pen, and, you know, T100 has that shell velocity issue. I think RHM probably has a bit more HP, but Cashback changing to K91 players as well. I think it was Mindbreaker who played that in the previous game, and now it's Squeezy, so don't know if maybe there was some, you know, I don't want to play this tank anymore, let me change. But again, Klurf going for this one. It's so bold, but he does do the plane onto Klurf. Klurf gets spotted. We'll need to see if there's any damage coming out. There is 500.
But that's
pretty minimal. He's not moving.
It's very little damage though, in a way.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the IS7 that could give a shot.
Squeezy takes more. Squeezy takes even more. Minus 1.6 on Squeezy from that salvo, and I took a little bit before, so he's down to 934. So in return for Klurf taking some damage, Squeezy is 1 foot in the grave already.
Yeah, it's such a strange one. Klurf taking that info tower, gets the info, and then puts the plane onto Squeezy. Now Little and Akka forced to back away unspotted. It feels like Cashback want to pull the trigger with these BZs, but there's just no option to do that. And W have the much more mobile lineup. Cashback need to catch something with these BZs or apply cap pressure, because over time they're going to start losing this map control to W's more mobile lineup.
So W now on the full rotate back across the K line. It's, again, the speed is important, and they need to exploit this Cashback lineup, especially the fact that Squeezy is going to be locked in the back with that K91 being this low HP.
Yeah, but it's not the worst tank to lose HP. I mean, K91 kind of does need to be a mobile sniper anyway. So triple cap being applied. It's what Cashback need to do here, I feel. W do have that strike on Nepal, but no small strike, so they only have one chance to decap. Akka opts to split from his teammates, and W don't have that full south control. The RHM is spotting right now, and Cashback do have double strikes, so it's not the end of the world.
Brainbreaker getting spotted out. The strike comes out though, hits home on Mindbreaker and Aphrodite, so solid stuff in that regard. Now Isle sneaking back across the K line. W up 3000 HP, Lucan arriving in the Type 5, gonna go blow for blow against these guys. Got a good shot, actually takes 0 in return because Aphrodite misses and Mindbreaker wasn't able to get the shot. Mentals now converging back towards the east where they're taking over that side yet again with the CS63, and so far so good for W. The strike coming out, the mini strike on towards Akka, he's gonna boost out of it. Beautiful boost forward, but he does get reset though nonetheless. The boost forward to dodge it, great, but now the damage received, not that fantastic.
No, it's not, and his heal is not healing any of the teammates, and he's getting hit from behind by the CS. This is not working for Cashback. They're going to need to boost off this one, or they're going to lose. Big strike comes out onto both of them. That's 900 damage taken. Mindbreaker, Amoract. This is going from bad to worse, and Itox peeking, gives one to Akka. Lucan opts not to finish him. Might decide, but Piotr picks up Akka from behind. Mindbreaker goes down. Aphrodite left on his lonesome. He'll go down as well, and Cashback seem to have no answers for this play that W did. It's such a strange one by Cashback, such a solid game, but these last 2 rounds have been so meek by Cashback. Really surprising, actually, how dominant they're allowing W to be.
Unrelentless aggression from W was the name of the game, and it's the unrelentless aggression that will finally carry them across the finish line as well. We went even in the first 6 rounds, but then W make the difference on the ghost down. Cashback trying to cap out here. W having no problems with it, to be honest. The cap never really a concern. They will finish it off even 7-0, 5-3 scoreline for W, who will put themselves in an upper bracket finals against Hit and Run. They were 4th in the regular season until the very last play day, which they snuck into that 3rd position, and that 3rd position is the one they will use to beat Cashback with 5-3. Unbelievably, Banter. I wonder how that looks for your predictions. I mean, you know, it's very sad, right? It's
Are you above Phil?
Huh?
above
So
Phil?
now we're switching the narrative again. We went from, oh, I'm gonna be...
Isn't that what you do, right? If I'm second, I'm the glorious winner. If I'm third, I don't care. You haven't beaten Phil.
Right.
Listen, I play all sides, so I always come out on top. But anyway, moving on. This last round, Cashback never really having a horse in this race. I mean, the triple BZ on this map, such an open map, you know, you've got this little city in the middle, and then it's surrounded by kind of open terrain. That's perfect for medium tanks. With these BZs, you either need to make an initial push or apply triple cap pressure. And yes, they went for the cap pressure option, but they did it far too late, and they allowed W to exploit this more mobile lineup. And such a tight game between both these teams until Ghost Town. It's really surprising how Cashback kind of collapsed in these last 2 rounds and just had no answer to what W were doing.
Initial damage on the K91 was massive as well, though.
I don't think that makes a difference overall. I mean, the K91 was kind of alive until the end. They were just able to freely peek the BZs, and the BZs had no answer. I mean, sure, the damage forces Squeezy away, which means W can rotate. They rotate south, and they also rotated north. You know, they took the CS into the crossfire angle so he could shoot the cap. I don't think this damage was decisive. I just feel like Cashback didn't know what they wanted to do, and they kind of half-heartedly tried to triple cap, which just never worked out just because of
Aka's position,
the position.
right? At the same time, it kind of gets striked, but then you see when it gets surrounded,
It gets punished from multiple angles.
you cannot get out of it anymore. Like, where is he supposed to go? Like, all of a sudden there's a CS behind him, and then an E4 in front of him, and he's just pincered between. And while you're dodging the strikes, right, the big strikes from the other position, you're also locking yourself into, once they do get a reset, all of a sudden you're dying in that regard. So congratulations to W. It just shows, you know, these playoffs, it's always this kind of unpredictability. W didn't look like they were having the greatest season. They were going to be 4th until this miraculous last 2 play days, right? Mafia throwing a little bit against Hit and Run, allowing themselves to then get overtaken by W. W then comes into 3rd, faces Cashback, beats Cashback. They're now in the upper bracket finals. That's how it goes.
Yeah, exactly, and deservedly so. They played an aggressive style of play, which just completely countered what Cashback wanted to do. So actually, W, they're 1 step closer into that upper bracket final. Cashback being demoted down, they're going to face Mafia later on in that lower bracket semi. But yeah, what more to say about this game? Up until that Ghost Town, it was probably one of the most competitive matches and close matches we've seen between 2 teams in the entire OLS Season 5. Really enjoyable to watch, and I'll definitely be giving this one a rewatch later on. But yeah, these Ghost Towns, they just weren't it, and Hit and Run are going to need to be watching these matches and think over how they can counter W's aggressive playstyle.
I do believe that Hit and Run might be happy that they're facing W and not Cashback, though, in a way.
Oh, I would agree. I mean, the thing about it is, obviously, Hit and Run played Cashback in the last play day. They beat them. But and W did beat Hit and Run in the last play day they played each other. But I still feel like they would prefer W to Cashback. I think W are a little bit more inconsistent as a team compared to Cashback. So yeah, I think with solid performances, and I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match by W, but we'll be seeing Cashback later on again as well when they face off against Mafia. But for now, we're going to head into some replays. When we come back, however, we're going to have some more great action, so don't go anywhere.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the second match of the day. And once again, through the power of the interwebs, we have flown in a few seconds across the pond. We are now going to be showing a match from the NA server, from the Onslaught Legends Finals, and there's actually a good reason for me to be here. We cannot let Banter handle all of those new nicknames, Darky.
I mean, English is not his first language, right? Or something along those lines. This is the tournament bracket, though. We are arriving after some stuff has already happened. So, Stacked and Dopamine respectively beating their opponents 5-0, both Burbology and Bench. You could say that Bench had the harder... that Dopa had the easier opponent for its Bench. But now we're going to be seeing Dopamine versus Stacked, which is a rematch, I think, from last OLS upper bracket finals, and then in the finals altogether. No, was it Stacked Dopamine in the upper bracket finals? No, it was Burbology. It was Burbology versus Dopa, no? I think in the upper bracket finals, then Stacked losing versus Jesus.
No, was it even Bench, I think?
No, I don't think so. This picture of External is so old, he has as much hair as you do. Like, you both have the receding hairline on those photos.
What? Like, I actually am very fortunate when it comes to my hairline. Like, there's a few things in my life I'm concerned about. I can tell you my hairline is not one of them. Anyway, Dopamine lineup here in front of us as well. Most of them, actually, at this point, with WCI jerseys. To be fair, I think throughout the basically all of the bracket, what we are seeing right now, definitely in the upper bracket finals, is the two best NA teams in Onslaught at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see how it comes out to be today. Who's the better team? Highlight player, Sebastian for Stacked. That's a tremendous DPG, to be honest.
That's also a tremendous KD ratio, 7.0. But then again, like, if you win by a margin and you don't lose a lot, then those are the kind of stats you end up with. And those are actually only taken from the playoffs bracket now. For NA, I believe. So, some of those DPGs and also KDs are going to be up there. That being said, community prediction is kind of a 50-50. Dopamine slightly favored, but I think it's fair to say once again that in between both of those teams today, anyone could take the victory.
Yeah, I think that goes for every playoffs team that, they could beat each other on any given day. So, community prediction in favor of Dopamine, I would go that way as well. Let's see if they can convert it. They've had a lot of trainings. They had back-to-back trainings against the EU yesterday, so hopefully that helped.
We'll see. I mean, NA, normally the server known to sometimes come up with a bit of a curveball. So I am expecting, or at least hoping, to see some unusual strats, like if we think back to last season, maybe Jagdpanzers, anyone? But yeah, Ruinberg and Sand River getting banned out, so we start on Cliff, very brawly map, we just saw that one. We move to Ensk, very brawly map, we just saw that one. That tends to be kind of the case in a best of 9, where, more maps are being picked than banned. Muro and Ghost Town removed, so we go to Tundra, the kind of still newish map in the pool. Himmelsdorf then, and if we get to it, Pilsen as the tiebreaker.
If we get to it. Cliff is going to be an exciting one to start off with. Ensk as well. A little bit reminiscent to the previous matchup then, right? But Tundra and Himmels is completely different, especially Tundra on NA. I'd love to see how the NA teams decide to play it, right?
On top of that, who do you think between both of those teams, Stacked and Dopa, which one is better at brawling? Because the first two maps, so the first 4 rounds, are probably going to be brawls.
I would say honestly that I think Dopa is favored in the brawl over Stacked. They have better ping as well. There's no South Americans, but
I mean, now Sebastian doesn't have the excuse anymore, like at WCI, where he's like, no, ping's too good. I cannot play. This is no, I cannot. He's going to be comfortable at home.
Yeah, he should be. I think Dopa has the better brawling potential, but maybe I'm a bit biased as well. It could be. However, if I get this prediction right, Kihan, then all of a sudden Phil starts to sweat again, putting back the pressure, because the pressure is definitely not coming from you, because, right now you're not looking like a prediction winner, but more like a prediction loser.
Well, let's just see the positive takeaway for me is that at least here in the finals, I'm not going to be sweating anymore about my predictions
true.
because I'm not winning anyway.
You're really turning into the average manager. You know, you have no clue anymore how it goes on the actual work floor. You know, like in your ivory tower, looking down on the plebs and like trying to make some predictions. At least Phil is still a man of the people, apparently. You know,
apparently you sound as surprised as I feel when you say that. But yeah, talking about this stacked against Dopa, this is kind of an important match already because the NA prize pool, it is $15,000 total, and you know the winner of this match is going to be in the grand finals already, where you know the lion's share of the money gets distributed. So none of those teams actually want to drop down. I would say, considering how the playoffs bracket has been going, that you know any of those two would be favored against Babology right now, but still, you don't want to take the detour, you don't want to show more strategies, so I think both teams are going to be playing at their fullest.
For sure, you know, you want the lion's share of that prize money. Winning this match is the most important one. It guarantees you most of it, makes you chill out as well, look how your opponent does. So let's see who is it going to be. Stacked, Dopa, started off on Cliff. High pressure moment. Predictions, yeah, you guys all went with stacked. Explain me that one.
So to be honest, like I was watching the matches last weekend that took place between both of the teams live as they were happening, and stacked just looked a little bit fitter, maybe, if that makes sense. But then again, as you said, both of the teams probably have been training throughout the past week, so any of the impressions that I might have taken away from last week might not be so relevant anymore. Anyway, that's enough of the theory crafting. Let's get down to some good old North American gameplay. It's Dopamine against Stacked in the finals. The upper bracket finals of the OLF Season 5, sponsored by Surfshark, and Dopamine is bringing quadruple BZ75, an MBY, a Batchat, and a 140.
Stacked coming out with the Gorilla though. The 140, double CS63, double BZ, and a Type 5 Heavy, so they're going for the slower approach. Will this Gorilla pay off, Kihan?
I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest. Like, we've seen teams try it before. Doesn't matter if Gorilla or the 114 SP2. And more often than not, the opposing team was actually able to deal with it. That being said, though, Dopa, they do not have a light tank with which to spot that Gorilla currently. So at least there's that. Of course, there are the info towers, but first of all, Hockey and Ferret are gonna go and boost in towards that 1-2 line, whereas for Stacked, mostly, they're sending people towards the middle of the map, external splitting off already. Kenway, that's not a lot of damage, actually, for going up the hill.
No, it's not. Takes only very little damage. Dopa takes over 1-2 line in the meantime, though. Ferret moving towards the information tower, and Choppa and the other BZ are going to be playing on towards the ramp. Ferret takes the info tower, so they will know that there's a Gorilla as well, which is good info to have, right?
Yeah, I think it makes everyone play that a little bit more careful. You can already see Choppa is like respecting the fact that he could be tapped for 1k. Interesting choice to let Sebastian on the high ping play with the Gorilla, but then again, I mean, he probably hit the most shots in the training, so he's getting to play it. You can see also good blind shots towards external. They're not going to connect, but you can see both of those teams are playing, very, very passive at this point, like initial positions, actually external, taking a good blind shot, and Dopamine, they will know that they hit him.
So, solid stuff, actually. Solid start from Dopa. I mean, Def takes the strike around the hill. Nobody's going to stop that one anytime soon. And you know, the good,
big hits.
Really good shooting there. Really good damage as well. External getting punished again. Down towards 1k. That's not what you want, especially for Stack. You know, that's a crossfire there. And he will have to spend the rest of this game hidden behind that corner. The Batshot now coming as well. The 140 getting spotted out from Deft. So he needs to be careful in that, and he cannot really do much around the hill. When Vova joins Melee, they could very much pressure this eastern side. Why not?
And at this point in time, actually, look at the HP. Dopamine is up by, like, let's say 4,000 right now, and Stacked have the Gorilla that realistically doesn't really contribute. So Dopamine leading by a margin at the moment.
Ferret taking the info tower again, so they'll just quickly check up on the positions. And Dopa right now is okay with this, you know, with...
Strike, and, I mean, Ferret. he has 650 alpha, so External doesn't really have a lot of wiggle room anymore. If Ferret drives a bit
You're gonna
more
strike
forward,
External out.
or that's a possibility as well, yeah, over time. Ethan moving up now with the Type 5.
Crossing.
I mean, you can see he needs to do it and also cross in towards the donut area by OP, by Olympi, and even Chopper peeking now. He doesn't hit the shot, but there is no retaliation coming out from the Gorilla.
Hockey is going to stand his ground with the BZ75, will not take the strike either, is boosting away now, taking a little bit more. Ethan pushing on towards Ferret in the meantime. Olympi and OP Hacker finding the shots, minus 2.5k on Hockey. Now there needs to be retaliation here from Dopa, because Ferret is about to get pushed out by Ethan. And Olympi and OP will get another shot on towards the back of that BZ75. The bad shot now starting to look for cover on towards this Type 5, and Ferret realizing he cannot do much, and he's even kind of blocking Vova's shot as well, who's not really getting the pens he would want. And now the cross back over comes in, but there's a strike already coming on towards this. Does it hit on 4? No, it hits on just 3. And that HP lead for Dopa you were talking about, it's disintegrated altogether.
Absolutely, it's dead and gone here as the re-engage by Dopamine rolling in towards that donut, and Yolompi the one to take the initial damage down towards the 200 HP. Blur coming in, but he gets picked up in the process. That is also the Inspire medium gone for the team of Dopamine that started off strong, but then ended up losing a lot of HP and also 2 guns in this repush.
Can Vova find the last shot on Ethan though? Can he get the kill? He does! So perfect pen ratio there for the player in the bad shot. That's exactly what they needed. Melly now in this Mivi doing some damage on towards OP, is crossing back over, but they need to get Def down now, and I think Vova is going to be the name. Ooh, Kenway's flipped! He's on his roof, he's dead in a second or two. Melly with the peak, with the bad peak actually, taking over 1k, will die to the strike even? Potentially no, but will die to OP Hacker. That was not worth it, that peak, but in return they do completely annihilate the 140, and now the question is, can Dopa kill External?
Can they kill External? That is a good question, because the Gorilla is still looming in the background, and yeah, Chopa still looking pretty healthy, but a Gorilla shot or even 2 would strip him of basically the entirety of his HP as OP Hacker starting to close in now. But there is actually Vova, the Ukrainian, coming from the sidelines here to kill off or maybe just damage the team captain off stacked. He puts in shot after shot, really not missing a beat, but he has 1 more shot remaining, but OP, he also is reloaded.
Vova pops the ability, he's going to be reloading in 10 seconds. The Gorilla might just peek him though. The Gorilla is doing exactly that. Will find the shot. That's a good peek from Sebastian. 652 left on that batch of 25T. He's going to be hightailing it out of there. Now the strike being taken by Chopa gets reset once by External, but External will not be able to do that again. So his life is very, very much in danger. And Sebastian is now hunting with the Gorilla. Vova trying to dodge that. They spot each other out, so that's going to be Sebastian finding the kill there rather soon, and External's actually snuck past altogether, so Sebastian finds the kill, and now it's a 3 on 2. 2 one-shots and a Gorilla. A very healthy Gorilla.
Well, the thing is, though, Jopa, he has the artillery strike picked up, so that means that neither External nor OP can actually really peek. Jopa, he is still spotted here, though, in that BZ75. OP waiting for him. He wants to do another shot of damage before he dies. Spots him out. Does not get spotted in the process, so that is more damage dealt as the Gorilla comes in as well. And you can see the boosted Alpha coming in clutch. Jopa down towards 600.
This was not worth it from Jopa. This was...
Oh no.
Ooh, that was really not worth it, and it's not going to be dopamine to pick up the first round. It's actually going to be stacked. This push across, Dopa not really ready to receive this altogether. Ferret on the communications tower dies. Hockey slow to run away, it takes 2.5k damage, and then afterwards even a little bit of misplays there in the final moments, right?
Yeah, I mean, the chance was still there, but I think timing and also positioning by the team of Stack just superior at the end. I mean, I'm not entirely sure the one-shot BZ that ended up doing another shot on towards Chopa at the end actually meant to, like, stay behind a tree exactly so that he wouldn't get spotted. But like this, they obviously end up completely doing a number on Chopa. And yeah, we can see here the Gorilla perfectly working out. Sebastian, top damage coming in.
5.3 actually in this kind of game, which is impressive, seeing as how little shots he had throughout it, you know?
Yep. But, I mean, at the end, just coming in, cleaning house, and it is a very entertaining first round to start it off in between Stacked and Dopa, and you cannot help but feel like Dopa were throwing a little bit.
No, this was their run to win, to be honest. Also, Blur's positioning in the 140 was not ideal there. You know, ended up getting focused out. That's the Inspire gone. And then Melee Speak.
No, that one wasn't it either. Like, the CS63 was dead anyway. Like,
he was flipped, so he was dead anyway. So if Melee doesn't make that peak, then they end up having a Mivy on 1000 plus HP, unpushable. But now, you know, kind of donating that one as well. But then again, you know, the flip from Kenway, if he's not flipped, it's a bit of a different game as well. So a lot of stuff there in this game happening for either team.
A lot of things to unwrap, but a promising start to the series here in the OLF. So I hope that it continues this way. I mean, maybe not, you know, straight up rounds back to back to back for Stacked, but at least the entertaining factor definitely in favor of NA currently.
So far, so good. Second round of Cliff coming in. You know, we could be going blow for blow. You know, playoffs is always... You don't really see pure blowouts in the playoffs, I find, to be honest.
Mostly not, yeah. I mean, then again, in the playoffs, you tend to have higher best-offs. So it's kind of natural that the amount of clean victories is reduced because there's just more opportunities for the losing team to get a couple rounds in. But... yeah, I feel like between both of those teams, there was potential in this first round, so I hope at least that continues. And then we can see where we'll go from there.
Sure. Will we see a brawl this time, though? Or is Stacked gonna go back towards this kind of guerrilla gameplay?
I mean, it worked out, and at the same time, it kind of didn't, right? Because the Gorilla, very early on in the game, it didn't really feel like it had a lot of impact. So let's see if they reconsider. But first of all, I think it's time for the opposing team to, you know, adjust a little bit how it had been going, because it felt like they were doing a number on Stacked until, well, there is simply a Type 5 rolling in against the BZ on the 1-2 line, and they had no contingency plan, whatever. Whatever they tried doing after that felt really, really rushed.
I mean, they saw the crossing. They were a bit slow to push behind as well. I think the main part is there that, you know, Hockey takes so much damage for running away. That's not really what you want to see. Round number 2, though. Dopamine, 4 BZs, double CS, and a 140.
And for Stacked, we have triple BZ so far, together with a CS, 140, STRV, and RHM. So once again, Stacked are going to bring a Sniper TD.
Yeah, this time it's an STRV, though, instead of the Gorilla. Kihan, why would that be?
I mean, you obviously have, like, a little bit more accuracy, not that it matters with the Sniper TD. You have less alpha, but a lot more DPM, and if really required, but you never really want to do this in a Sniper TD, the STRV also has a bit more brawling potential, but I feel like as soon as you actually need the STRV to come brawling, you are already on a very good way to lose the round.
So the light spots out 5, double CS is going to take 1-2 line, the STRV will be covering. So far, so good for either team. I mean, the 140 might get a shot here on the crossing. Will he hit it? No, he doesn't end up hitting it. So the double CS will be able to take the upper side. Deft gets spotted out going towards the Cubby. And Kenway takes a big BZ75 shot to the face. Fair there, 800 on towards Kenway. That's a nice hit, of course.
Okay, Chopper is going to go to the safe position on the ramp, actually. This is where you want to play also in your Onslaught randoms, if there is an enemy light tank in place, because you see, the plane was now used and there was none generated, but obviously Kenway on the hill has quite a few options in that RHM, as he now is able to regenerate the plane by getting just more spots out. Also, good shot coming in from the STRV on towards Hockey, who was crossing up. The other BZ makes it, but Hockey is still kind of caught here. He takes another one by Deft as well, so only a singular BZ75 does actually end up making it up the hill, and Kenway humpity dumpity, but he makes it down.
I don't know if that's worth for the light to run away all the way. I mean, you have an STRV in A5.
He has a level 1 plane, so he can at least project a little bit of power when it's needed to get spots out for the STRV. And you can see Kenway actually rotating all the way now with that RHM to kind of more of a passive holding position in a 5. And good blind shot by Ferret. And obviously with the Onslaught roll skills, he will know that he dealt damage.
I feel like Melly taking a little bit more damage there, and Stacked looking to repush 1-2 line. To be honest, that's the way that they're setting up. 140 BZ ready, Kenway joining as well, and Melly could be in trouble for that one, because if Stacked push down, if Dopa tries to push down the middle, they're pushing into the STRV, of course.
Yeah, they kind of would. Continuous blind shots coming in from Stacked here to try and dig out Chopper, or at least soften him up a little bit. But yeah, I think Stacked are looking to push through the lower side. At least that's what the position kind of their tanks would indicate. But problem for Stacked obviously being they have an STRV, they have an RHM, both of them not the best tanks in a fight, but currently they don't even need to, because they're just out-trading Dopa on a person-by-person basis.
Yeah, they are indeed doing that. Good peak by OP against Hockey, Olompi against PM, and you know, looking at it, it's Stacked leading in damage dealt, but it's a very slow game from them. They're really trying to avoid the brawl. They, of course, Dev taking a strike. Melly will take another strike now as well. External, I feel like, hit another shot against Melly there in the CS63. And, you know, Kenway is going to go around the hill now. But still, like, the problem remains for Dopa is that currently they've gotten out-traded. And OP and Olompi are just going to take back the hill on a timing that the double BZ and Olompi getting stuck there for a second. But it's still going to be a pretty free crossing here.
Yeah, I feel like the shots that they are taking now, they would have taken anyway, even if Olompi didn't get stuck here. So maybe one more shot than necessary, but both of the BZs are going to be making it up, and that means 2-1 in favor of Stacked now on the hill against a full HP Ferret, but obviously it's still a 2 versus 1, and Olompi is also full HP, so now Vova needs to get pulled into the fray on top of the hill.
This is very free from Dopa. There's no spot on Vova. There's no spot on PM either. They're just going to get this double BZ up for free, unspotted. And that means that, ooh, Choppa came down from that position, ended up taking a lot of damage even in that CS63. Not good from Choppa Misha there. And that CS dropped to 1.1. Wasn't worth it. There's still the potential to repush 1-2 line for Stacked. Bova now getting spotted out. Takes a shot from Olompi. They're just kind of getting out-traded. Now the BZ75 pushing in from Eaton. That's kind of solo pushing though. Choppa and Melly are facing. Blur is covering, but it's not going to be enough, so Melly goes down, tries to run away. It's miscoordination here from the side of Dopamine. Hockey now pushing back across. The 140 of Blur has crossed over to shoot Ethan from behind, but Melly doing something else there than the team had imagined. Blur finds Ethan though, so it's anybody's game still. Vova, PM now overpeaking against Olompi, and OP Hacker who went down. The STRV is still covering. That's a good mini strike coming out. Actually less good of a mini strike coming out, but Dopa did manage to retake 1-2 line at least.
They did, and they take the info tower as well, so Blur is going to spot everyone on the team of Stacked here, including that pesky STRV that probably was, unspotted up until now. Vova is going to take another shot by Sebastian, but I guess probably running radio equipment, even goes unspotted immediately. OP Hacker, though, falling to Ferret. That's the two team captains trading blows. And now Dopamine is going to take 2 objectives, 2 neutral ones at once while being up a gun.
I mean, Dopa has stabilized the game. I think Melly made a play there that was completely unnecessary. Different visions on how that battle plays out. But Choppa coming down from that position also, and had taken a lot of damage for that, which was a bit unnecessary as well. So it's not clean from either side, but the good repush, right? The 140 was on 1-2 line, made a good repush on towards the rock. Ethan got crossfired from 2 sides, so that was a solid move from Dopa. And then in return, crossing on the hill unspotted with Vova and PM was pretty important as well.
Well, Sebastian, once again, I believe, getting spotted from the info tower, again, dropping a lot of HP, and he is very much in danger of dying at this point in time. So I don't imagine he would be peeking a lot. Probably has to be careful with blind shots at this point. And yeah, info towers are going to be recharging. Currently Stacked trailing a gun. How do they dig themselves out of that hole that they've fallen into?
It looks like they've fallen and they can't get up right now, Kiant.
Well, at least none of them are under the water right now.
Like, still not taking a strike to the face. Fair getting flying by Kenway, but that's just a pesky little RHM shot that's not going to do that much. Dopa is very, very much in control of this match. So right now the thing is Stack needs to make a play with a light and an STRV.
And the problem as well is that a lot of their tanks are very low HP at this point. Def taking another shot of damage as Ferret starting to push in against Yolompi, who's had an okay round so far, but it doesn't matter when your team is faltering around you. External also with that 140 is on a one-shot. That is hugely problematic for the Inspire medium because he cannot tank the shots that he would need to properly be able to generate more Inspire for his team.
Kenway coming back in as well, but he's spotted out, so Fair is a bit aware now that the light might try to peek him.
Oh, come on.
Deft has died in the meantime as well. And it has been very entertaining rounds of Cliff at least, you know?
Well, I mean, he's not the first tank to die by crashing. Actually, that makes 2 for 2 rounds here as Bova is going to come in. I think he had HE loaded. Kenway ends up dying in the RHM, and now only Yolompi and Sebastian are left in the BZ75 and STRV respectively. Another shot coming out from Yolompi that's able to heal, but Dopamine are going to take back what they probably thought was theirs in the first round to begin with.
Sebastian jumped off a cliff. I mean, that's fine. You know, the game's over anyway, so he's just making it a little bit faster. We see the few bubbles coming up as well. There he is, under the water. Hello,
Wow.
up under the water.
Bit of foreshadowing going on. But yeah, Dopamine and Stacked are going to be splitting Cliff 1-1. And I would say, after all is said and done here, it was kind of a fair scoreline, to be honest.
I feel like Dopa had more claims on a 2-0 than Stacked could ever say.
Yeah. But then again, I think both teams ended up being courteous enough towards the other team that, you know, a point each is kind of okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting clip. You can see Stacked, you know, they're really trying to slow down the game, but at the same time, when you slow down the game, it's hard to repush on Cliff, right? It's when you give the enemy all the positions. Also, I don't know, like, you pick a light, he's always supposed to play on top of the hill. Like, I don't think the light dropping off immediately does anything, you know? Like, what was the use then of picking the light instead of a CS?
Yeah, I know.
I know you get an initial plane, but like, he instantly bailed from the hill the moment any pressure was put on it. And then Vova and PM even pushed back on the hill unspotted at some point, which, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I kind of tend to agree with you. It felt very easy for Dopamine to retake the hill. And also, I feel like the punishment that we're currently seeing on those hill crosses is less than it could be, in my opinion. Like, from either side.
Yolompi made some really good peaks that round, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he whenever I saw him on the hill, and he wasn't like completely outnumbered, he was hitting some bangers.
So at least something there, right?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Sebastian 3.7 with the STRV probably hit every shot that he could, but at the same time, like, yeah, there's a reason that the STRV is not really a let's say a choice that's often considered by a lot of teams. Is that, yeah, you have like the DPM, but I think Stacked were just hoping for Dopamine to completely come in, rush them, and brawl them, and that is kind of the only scenario where the STRV makes more sense than a Grilla, in my opinion.
I'm curious to see how Misha lost all that HP in the CS, though. You know, he was full HP coming out of the pocket, and also he's 1.1. That's the one thing where Dopa was like really not playing that well, this 1-2 line. You know, the CS taking a lot of damage initially, Melee, then Choppa taking a lot of damage, then Ethan repushes, Melee tries to run away into the middle while people are crossing back over. It's miscommunication.
Well, anyway, that was Cliff being split 1-1. This means we're now effectively down to a best of 7, and the first map of that one is going to be Ensk.
And if Stacked wants to not brawl, Ensk is not really a map where you can do that.
True. Then again, like, I'm very curious what Ensk is going to be like, because Ensk, I believe in the past Onslaught Legends finals, like Season 4, we all of a sudden saw some tanks that we hadn't really seen on EU, for example 113. Like, everyone knows at this point, I'm a passionate hater of the tank, but they made it work.
Well, Kihand, I like the 113, so let's keep your hatred inside, you know, because otherwise I'm going to have to be getting upset.
Okay. All right. Well. Do you think it gets picked today?
Probably not, but maybe a 60TP. That
Yeah,
seems
could be.
because that shares the same role as the 113, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like the mid-season changes helped those tanks a little bit. I feel like tanks like the 277, IS-7, etc. have all seen a small resurgence in use.
I guess it could be a little bit more even.
I think the problem that the 60TP has is that it relies a lot on trollish armor, which some of it gets negated by the Onslaught modifiers, but let's wait and see. For the lineups here, both teams still shuffling around a little bit, so I'm going to call out the stacked one first. It is a BZ75 together with 5 E4s and a Tessuck.
Dopamine in return, triple BZ, 140 Fush B and double E4s, so stacked playing a little bit cashback-esque with that light tank. Can they make it work just as well? That's the question.
Yeah, so the firepower advantage is definitely gonna be with Dopamine, that also bring an autoloader TD. Don't have that light tank as well, and I think the problem for Deft and the Tessuck is gonna be slightly that, well, there's not so many Juggernaut TDs in the opposing team here. Well, let's see how it plays out. Obviously, some first spots are gonna be coming in, just because of that light tank, and then shots getting traded as well. The Tessuck spraying down. That's not because he saw someone. He just wants to remove a lot of buildings, and now he found Chopper minus 200, but obviously it is very distinct when you get hit by a Tessuck, so, well, Dopamine now know what they're playing against.
They did a little bit of damage as well towards Kenway. They're holding back. Choppa pops the ability, crosses over. He will be fine. He will not heal too much back from that because initially the level 1 ability is kind of bad on the Fush B. It's like the emergency ability is usually the one you press like, I know I'm going to take damage, I don't want to use it, but it's better to use it and heal a little bit.
Yep, so he is going to tuck into that corner, but we, the all-knowing observers, of course know that, Stacked currently don't really have any intention to push the Foch yet. All of those shots by the Tessuck are just being fired to destroy all the walls. As you can see, they also paint a pretty picture for us on the stream. But yeah, that is what Deft is currently doing. And also down padding his penetration ratio, of course.
Unfortunately. But now, Stacked fully rotating towards the side. And with the double BZ hidden here, I guess Dopa's okay with this.
Yep. Let's see if Deft is able to actually sneak into the info tower. He gets into it. Does Chopper peek for it? Yeah, Deft getting spotted. Immediately takes one. Good shot by PM. Bova getting punished on the return, however, by OP Hacker. And now Deft seems to have found kind of a safe spot. The strike going down as well. It hits on 2. Good placement. And Chopper cannot peek in the Foch B. Out of ability. Doesn't have any spots. And is just relegated to watch.
Yeah, so the BZs, they deny the info, but they gave away the info in return, so I'm not sure how worth it was when we look at it in the long term, right? And now Deft spraying down those walls, making sure they have as little space to hide behind as possible. PM's going to cross over all the way towards the furthest building. OP Hacker missing, or whiffing, one of the two.
Well, let's see.
Although, like, if you look at the positions right now, guys, and you look at this, right, you see Stacked very centered around the field, but this is not that great. Not with a light. You have this tank, it needs to get a little bit of space, and space on Ensk is already hard, right, to get space on it. But it needs the space to flank, and that's why the city is usually the better place for the light tank, right, because there's more streets and angles he can come from. But when you're fully on the field like this, the light is very much not impactful.
It sounds kind of counterintuitive, right? To say that, yeah, the city is actually the better environment for the light tank in that regard. But yeah, I agree. And I mean, both teams are kind of not really willing to do anything. You can see just the Tessuck being used currently to destroy more and more of the houses. So real estate crisis on Ensk is a real thing, guys.
Shock and awe, baby. It's just, you know, suppressive fire before the tanks roll in, you know?
And that seems to be happening, but it's not the M1 Abrams. It is instead the E4s. Still, American tanks pushing forward.
The thing is, Dopa is very unaware of this move. Very much unaware. They haven't seen this at all. and they're not really in position to deal with it either. They have an E4 all the way on the outside who's going to take the info, so Stacked will have to move in rather quickly, unless they're waiting for another strike, which I don't think they can do anymore, because Hockey's taking the info. He's going to reveal everything in about 3 seconds from now. External getting spotted out because they cannot wait for the info. PM missing, the strike coming out. Ethan looking for the shot, finds it as well. The strike comes out, does some damage. PM down towards 1k now. External a bit too far forward, takes a Force B shot or two. PM giving one as well. Will start to heal now. Is going to be getting focused out because he cannot go backwards. If he goes back, he goes into Kenway and Sebastian, but Ferret actually finds External. External finds PM with the strike, and that is not the greatest trade for Stacked at all, especially still pointing out they have a Lightning, they have a Tasak, and this Tasak is currently a non-factor. A good shot from Hockey from the cap on towards the 0 line, pushing those guys back. Melly will join Hockey now, and Sebastian and Kenway gotta be careful on those rails positions because they're not in the greatest ones altogether. And that move from Stacked, it looked like a powerful one, but they just weren't able to get the kill quickly enough.
Absolutely, especially considering that Chopper in that Fosh B is about to be reloaded. And yes, you know, you can kind of tank the full Fosh B clip with those E4s when they're on ability, but you cannot let him reload after. Instead, he is going to be a Fosh on full ability, fully loaded as well. And I think the only problem for Dopamine and now is going to be timing essentially the push on towards the E4s in the middle of the map, making sure that everyone is the fight when the brawl is going to ensue.
Stacked are down 3000 HP. There's still 2k on a light. He's spotted out now as well. Blur taking a big shot from Yolompi, trading it out. Can he get some damage back though? Needs to be careful. It is still a 140. Sebastian missing the shot though. So Blur gets one, but needs to stop these trades. Cannot really make that happen. Double strike being taken by Stacked. But even that's 900 damage. 900 damage does not get them back in the game. And in the meantime, the 140 being peeled off towards the city. If he runs into the Tasak, it's a game over for Stacked. Melly now chasing down as well on towards this Tasak, and I think Dev realizes the Wolves are hunting and they want to get him out of this battle. He is bailing down towards K1, but Hockey's cut off his retreat, and right now Stack needs to do something because as it stands, they're in very, very dire straits.
Well, they need to use the HP they've got remaining, and that would be Yolompi as well as OP, but already that one gets seen on the push here. And what is he pushing into? It's basically a full HP Fosh B on full level ability, fully loaded as well. Hockey is now going to start peeking on towards Sebastian, waiting for the ability to run out, gets the kill regardless. Vova now pushing into Kenway, but that one also has ability active for OP accurate, getting picked up. Same for Ferret though, so kills kind of getting traded evenly, but that favors Stopa.
It does, because all this time they're still alive with 1.7k HP. Hockey finds Kenway. Yolompi has HP left, but that doesn't matter. Choppa's going to come in with reload pretty soon. Vova goes down towards said Yolompi. Deft is now coming in though. Choppa desperately pushing that ability button. Doesn't want to die here. Does Deft have the clip and potential? He does! So that the Saket is still a killer when it gets on towards the side. But that is the first time I find it in this battle having an opening, having an opportunity to do something. And it's Yolompi and Deft versus 3. It's not going to happen. I mean, they're going to try and get the 140 out. Melly will body block. That's exactly what needed. Blur did find a shot before that though, a crucial one. Yolompi goes down and now it's just Deft. He has had a really hard game in the Tasak, but his team decided to pull back on towards the field, and it's just hard for the Tasak to play it out. And you could see, you know, once he gets a flanking opportunity on towards like a Fosh B, he makes it work, but you need to get that opportunity, and
you need to get it kind of earlier. That's the problem here, because yes, he had an impact at the end of the round, but that was kind of an impact when the round was already decided. So Tasak, it can work, but it takes like 2 here, right? And the team of Dopamine just didn't give any sort of opening to Death, and that was the problem for him, which is well played on the part of Dopamine.
I want to point out that if Dopa plays the first round a bit better, this is 3-0 at this point. I will say that so far they look like the better team across these battles. If the next ends continue this way, it's looking rather dire for Stack. They're trying to play this slow, more passive approach. They're not looking, or this is the wrong battle results.
1 second. I am going to fix it for you.
E-hand, fix the game.
Well, I mean, at least we're on the correct sides now. Not entirely sure what happened here.
But subtract the strike damage from Deft and you get 2k.
Well, that's Not a lot of damage.
So it puts him right above Sebastian. External also, like in that E4, he went a little bit too much on the prowl, you know? Like he's pushing forwards, he gets the shot on against PM, and then he pushes a little bit more forward, takes like a few shots from the Forge B, and then gets peeked by Ferret as well. I think that was avoidable.
Mm-hmm. Probably. Yeah, I think the problem here was that the push was not done with, like, how do you say, enough conviction, maybe? Because, like, they have that push that looks like it could succeed onto the BZ-75s, and remember, a lot of tanks by stacked at this point were out of the game, maybe somewhere in the city, maybe somewhere on the rails, not really doing a lot. And on the other hand, we have, well, essentially the E-Force pushing, with which theoretically, together with the Tisak, maybe even if it comes in, they have enough like burst potential to immediately take one of the BZ-75s out of the game and then snowball from there, because like the Foch B is going to clip out entirely onto the push, and that it's going to be useless for like 35-40 seconds. That's a window of opportunity that you can kind of try to exploit. But like this, they don't get the BZ, they let the Foch reload, they also let the other team react, most importantly, like in this equation, and from there on out, you're just fighting essentially an uphill battle.
Yeah, but again, I think Dopa looked like the better team so far throughout this match. If they continue this trend, I need them to lose a little bit more, though. You know, like two more rounds to be exact. Actually, that would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, it would be for you. For me, to be honest, like, I have no horse in this race anymore. Like, my prediction game this season has been so utterly garbage that I can look at this in a very relaxed way. But I mean, for you want to make Phil sweat. I understand that.
I'm the only one that makes him sweat, because the rest of you just go with him, you know?
Yeah. Well. Although, admittedly, stakes for both of the teams on display are currently higher, and as it stands, I mean, Dopamine could be up 3-0, but it is only 2-1. And we have to wait if that lineup actually is final. No, it isn't. But yeah, Dopamine coming in with a BZ Type 5, Batchat 140, double Foch B, and double E4. Switching around a little bit, but that looks like a lineup from like season maybe 4 or 3.
Stacked in return, busting out the meat. Mouse, Type 5, 140, Bliska, triple Forge B behind it. So a lot of healing potential with a lot of HP behind it as well. Which lineup do you prefer, Kian?
I think kind of both are okay, to be honest. Like, the difference isn't so super staggering in between them, in my opinion. Like, yeah, trading a Foch B for a Bliska, trading a BZ for a Mouse. I think the fundamental philosophy behind both of them is sort of the same, but the opening certainly isn't. Stacked heavily contesting the city, where Dopamine only have double Foch B, kind of pre-aiming the corners, ready to spray, pray, and then go away.
Double E4 getting rotated over from Dopamine. One of them will get spotted out by the Type 5. Choppa and Hockey will soon be discovered by the info tower. Choppa even pushing forward slightly. The Type 5 in the meantime pushing on towards the strike in the east. And OP Hacker and Def, they may just continue through with that double Foch B against Choppa. He's pulling back behind the house though. They will not be spotted on the crossing. But there is a lot of Dopamine tanks trying to get into position to cover this. Yolompi and Ethan just pushing forward, and it's a full-on assault here from Stacked coming out. Initial damage being done. Blur gets the shots though. That's good for the Inspire. And here comes the Porsche. Choppa getting focused out in that Foch B. He's not going to live here. Sebastian as well clipping him out. And goodbye Choppa. Misha doesn't even get his clip out. OP Hacker and Def now continuing on towards Hockey. He pops his ability. Do they have the amount of damage? They do not, as OP Hacker disintegrates. And Hockey, it will now start healing. Sebastian, he doesn't have enough shells either. He needs Kenway, but he's blocking Kenway from getting forward. So Hockey is going to heal in this Foch B. Needed the Foch B from Sebastian to push forward, and now in return Yolompi getting surrounded. The Type 5 of Peter, the Rolling Fortress coming in as well from behind. The Dopamine with that explode on towards OP Hacker. I think that was the E4s coming in as well, and Hockey now trying to stay alive. Pops the ability once more, and Sebastian blocking Kenway yet again. Kenway wants to get this shot. Sebastian finally keeps Hockey locked into a chokehold for him to find the kill. Bova might go down, but in return though, Dopa is now up in HP, even in guns.
Up in HP, and they're about to go up in guns possibly as well, as Melly is going to facehug Ethan here. Ferret might come around the corner, but in comes Sebastian, fully loaded again with that Fosh B. Melly just blows up, followed by Ethan though, and now it's just going to be about the Foxfire in this 3v3 with Dopamine vastly ahead in the HP department. Sebastian about to start healing as well. Good ram in towards Blur to remove him from the game, so all of a sudden stacked up in the guns here with the heal of the Fosh B coming in, but he gets shut down by Sebastian, by PM in that Type 5, a 2 versus 2, but the DPM advantage should be there for Stacked actually. They just need to get away from that Type 5 heavy tank.
Question is, did Ferret just miss the shot? PM is intuitioning towards HE, but Ferret already missed the shot. That could have been the kill on towards Kenway. Ferret will not reload on time, I think. Now, Kenny, the shield from PM, beautiful stuff there, but the ability gets activated from the Kenway Bliskovica, so he is not going to be going down against Ferret, but PM will make the kill, and now External getting chased down by this Type 5 heavy. This could have gone so much differently if Ferret actually penned the shot. Good shield there by the gun, making it a little harder for this 140 to find the shot. Now he peeks, and External has a lot of DPM, but PM has a tremendous amount of HP, and now External disengaging, but this is a losing situation for this 140. Good shooting, gets one on the way out, but now how do you play this out as the 140? PM can heal a little bit as well. Can he get a shot through the window? He can! Oh. Good play there from PM. I mean, the shield, the gun blocking, it's been solid.
It's been absolutely solid, and that shot, it was absolutely crucial because External, well, he is on a 1 strike now, so even if PM can't catch the 140, well, he doesn't need to. If he can just strike him and nuke him from orbit, that is why we see PM not driving after the 140 at this point in time. Instead, he is just going to commit on towards the artillery strike on the field. After that, he will transition into the info tower, and from there on out, he's just going to press the buttons and make External disappear.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unwinnable round. I will say it's unwinnable, because not only does the strike kill him, a regular shot also kills him. So it's, you know, PM can just tank this strike damage from External. Honestly, he could even dodge it with a little bit of luck. Like, he could even dodge it. Probably won't, though, because it's a Type 5, but, you know, anything is possible. Ooh, if he puts it there, he's going to miss it. This will hit, though. I mean, does PM even try to dodge it? Yeah, he tries, but it's really hard. You know, if you're PM there, you know what's one thing you can and probably should be doing?
Yeah, stand on the edge, drive out for the strike and drive back in again, so you don't have like the minus time. But External, he does end up getting spotted, and well, he is spotted on the way in. That is a huge problem for External here, that comes in driving on a one-shot, but he needs to deny the strike. He does not. PM picks it up and makes it 3-1 for Dopamine.
Yeah, that almost... there's a lot of stuff in this round, you know. There good kill on Chopamisha. Let's start with that. So recap. Good kill on Chopamisha. That was the first thing, right? Then, though, OP Hacker getting disintegrated. He dies. And then there's a moment. The Fosh B from Stack peeks out to shoot Hockey, but in return also blocks his Bliskovica. He needs to go forward, let the Bliska through. The Bliska can then peek while he's rolling back into the street. Like, if they're doing a little bit better team play, they kill that Fosh B much earlier, which means they have more time to shoot other targets in return. Like, the Bliska can do more in that game. But then later on, PM loading HE on the Bliska, fantastic play. Like, actually fantastic play, absolutely wonderful. Takes his time, intuitions to HE, 7.3k damage in return for that as well. So loads HE, hits the Bliskovica, Fair does 4.8, but he bounces the Bliska. If he hits the Bliska, right, if he hits the Bliska, Ferret and PM are alive. And then it's 100% over. Or Ferret survives a little bit longer, whatever, same story.
Not gonna lie, I hate calling out individual players like that normally, but I think OP also, with a little bit of a missed decision in his Fosh B at the start, he was the one getting blown up, and basically he refused to bow out of the engagement while he was clipping out, because he went down to like 800 while he was still in the mobility part of his second wind ability. If he, on 800, decides to back off, he doesn't die with not even a single clip of damage. It's always kind of like the trade-off with the Fosh B, like, do you stick it or do you not? But I feel like he was a bit overeager, or he just underestimated the damage coming out from Dopamine. Like the firepower actually trained at those Fosh Bs that were going for Chopper in the beginning.
Yeah. So there's a few, there's a few stuff there that could have turned around either way, but it's Dopa coming out ahead 3-1, and so far, honestly, Kian, they look like the dominant team in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the first round between both of those teams kind of a throw a little bit almost from both sides, but after that, Dopamine really on the top of their game and on top of Stacked as well. Like, Stacked not really with a lot of answers, but then again, this was kind of two brawly maps with 4 brawly, could have been brawly-ish games, and now we go into Tundra. I mean, it switches up a little bit, but then again, if we think back about what the North American teams did during WCI and also during the Winter Invitational, they weren't switching away really from the brawly like gameplay style, and that almost makes me worried a little bit for Stacked right now.
Yeah, I mean 3-1. Stack needs to put up a tremendous fight here on Tundra to make this happen. Because if they lose this one 4-1, the recovery, I don't believe in it anymore at that point.
No, I mean going down 4-1 and then coming back, that would be a full-on remontada in a best of 7, and those are rare enough as it is. So, yeah, I think for the team of Stacked, it's now going to be show up or shut up and be relegated to the lower bracket finals against Burbo.
Well, what did we get on Tundra? Stacked coming out, BZ, T50, 60 TP, T57, double E50, 140, Gorilla, and a Tisak, and make that still the 60p. They're just switching players who play 60p. OP wants to play it.
Yeah, probably due to the spawns maybe that the players have this round. But yeah, Dopamine, they're kind of saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to brawl with the enemy team. It's going to be quintuple, BZ75, a singular 140, and a Bliskowitz.
The Gorilla, will it pay off? That's a good question.
I mean, we have seen like very good Gorilla performances on Tundra. Patras from CTR, I believe, comes to mind. Or Lukin maybe in W? Like one of the two. Check player nonetheless. But let's see how this one goes. Deft immediately going for the info tower, and that is going to reveal the entirety of what Dopamine is doing as soon as he chooses to use that is, which is now. But the question is, how much can Stacked realistically do against it? Turns out a lot. I believe Melly just took a shot by the Gorilla here from Sebastian, and yeah, he is full level 3 ability now in the Gorilla, so he definitely connected.
Fair pushing on towards the strike in the meantime. OP Hacker might want to deny that one or try to deny that one in the 60p, but Fair playing far enough, that's not going to be a possibility. Kenway crosses over though, cheaply, for free, even. And I'll say Stack doing a good job, and OP Hacker actually does overpeak Ferret and finds the reset as well. Nobody covering against that 60p. They need one of the BZs to be watching this.
Well, Deft kind of annoying PM a little bit, but at the same time, he does get a plane out of it. So good play by him. An artillery strike getting taken by Dopamine, but realistically, Stacked have dealt a lot of damage so far. Of course, Dopa are going to be aware now that, hey, Stacked are playing with the Gorilla. Once again, remember, they did that during round 1 on Cliff 2, which ended up working out for them as well. But so far, I think Stacked are doing a good job of not giving the brawl to Dopamine that they would want.
Hockey coming close again in the Bliskowitz. They have nobody pressuring Kenway, and Stack has taken a lot of control here over that 2-line. It's a powerful position, especially when it's covered by a Gorilla. Kenway even going a little bit further. OP starting to hunt a bit as well. The Inspire boost comes out, so that's nice for Dopa, but they're not going to really find a fight right now off of it. So they're going to be playing for strikes if you're Dopa's side, which is understandable. They have that A4 strike under lockdown. If they can hold like this, they can generate more strikes, and you know what happens then at some point.
Yeah, I mean, they will generate strike after strike after strike, and that means in the long run, they should have the damage dealt advantage. Not if Kenway is able to outtrade Dopamine like this, though. Good shot in towards Chopper here as well, and you can see Deft coming in. 2 good shots. Don't worry about the kind of bending shot line here. That is just the turret bug coming in. But yeah, he shoots on towards Hockey, who tries to obviously retaliate, but doesn't get to. And, well, even HE damage is still damage.
They're opting to use the strikes on Kenway, and I kind of like this as well. If they continue doing that against Kenway, he's the one on the flank right now. So minus 900 will put him down towards 1k. All the buildings have been destroyed in the meantime as well. The 140 is joining back there as well. That
was actually the Tisak though. Like Deft destroyed the buildings around Kenway.
In the meantime though, there's a push happening on towards OP Hacker, with Vova pushing on the meantime towards Kenway as well. They're pushing up and over. The Gorilla will get a shot in coverage, but OP Hacker getting focused out. Fair, I think, is the one that took the shot from the Gorilla. Sebastian is covering, so he's gonna get spotted out in that Gorilla as well. He's just about to be reloaded. The strike coming out, the second strike coming out. OP Hacker, goodbye. Melly with the strike finds him. Vova with the shot from the side as well. And Dopa, they quickly execute this play here. And now Vova even has an opportunity to kill Kenway if he opts for it, to be honest. I think, however, he may not... No, he is opting for that kill. You know, it's an opportunity here. Comes down. The ram as well. The crushing damage from being on top. That's 2 kills for Dopa.
2 kills for Dopa, and all of a sudden the HP are absolutely equal, but keep in mind, Stack, they're running the Gorilla plus the Tisak setup here, so realistically they have 2 tanks that cannot really commit to the fight. Combine that with the 140 that just dies if it doesn't. Yeah, Boba though takes a huge one by Sebastian. Full level ability once again, 1k plus alpha coming out from the German tank destroyer.
But Lumpy and External are on a death march right now. They're pushing through the north, but there's a lot of tanks from Dopa still covering. Eaton's coming back up as well, but the Gorilla, I was gonna say, it shuts down Fair from behind. Eaton now trading against Chopamisha, but then still, we can look at it in the north. Blur, Melly, PM, and Hockey are all here against Yolompi. The strike will be taken as well, so Yolompi is in trouble. Heals coming out as well, and the Tisak and the Gorilla have 4k HP combined out of the 8.5k that Stack has left. Hockey takes some damage. The Gorilla is still covering. Very annoying, you know, like there's a lot of sneaky little angles you may not be aware of that are in position. External getting surrounded now in the 140. The Bliskavica coming out as well. Blur with the small alpha finishing off the E50M. That's exactly what you need. And now External getting pinned against the building, and it's just going to be the Tisak and the Gorilla left. Hockey with the kill, and Choppa trading off against Eaton. He's going to die pretty soon as well. And this quick execute there from Dopa. Yeah, I mean, Stack had good map control, but like playing against all of these strikes in this lineup that can just execute one of your tanks, and then the strikes finish off your tank, it's hard. It's really, really hard. Because you could see that OP, you know, 700 HP, double strike, he's dead.
I just feel like the engage that Dopamine had this round was just overwhelming, and Stacked kind of ended up being too close to Dopamine for their lineup to work. Because realistically, for theirs to work, they need the Gorilla to get like 1 in 2 shots in before the engagement actually happens, and then they can focus out a tank in turn and kind of like, yeah, you push one of ours, but in turn we blow up one of yours and we get some damage on top. But like this, it was a little bit too easy for Dopamine to get the jump. Also, it was kind of crazy to see like the one line being completely uncovered. Like Vova went there in the BZ-75, and then he was able to, you know, kind of create crossfire with his BZ going through the opposing info tower. That should normally never be the case if like a BZ is just wandering out on his own and able to create crossfire there.
I mean, Dopa playing it out maturely as well. They realize that they are up a significant number of guns. Good shot by the Gorilla. Good shot on Chopa, up towards 700. I mean, Dopa cannot do too many of those trades either, though.
No, they really can't, but Deft gets spotted out here. That is a problem for the light tank. That's obviously very, very nimble. Hockey getting, I believe, striked as well in that Bliska down towards 1 shot. Some blind shots whizzing past Deft. That is probably going to go for some kind of bush here. And of course, Hockey with that Bliskavica. It doesn't really matter if he gets much closer. If he loads HE or APCR at that kind of range, they both sort of have the same alpha even.
He's about to surprise the Gorilla though, and I don't think the Gorilla is too aware of what's happening. I mean, Hockey will die for this, but at the same time, the
Gorilla, like if they're all aimed, never mind. Hockey does a singular shot of damage, but the Tisak is gonna roll in and the shots are going to whiz into the Bliska, who dies.
I mean, Vova's capturing the base in a safe position. Deft is going to drive into PM now. This round has been over for a while, to be honest. I mean, Zach trying to get the shot. Gets a few in, but Choppa with the strike, actually. You know, they had those available, of course. Finds the kill, and now Sebastian spotted out. And it's going to be Dopa putting themselves on match point. And I talked about we don't really get blowouts in the playoffs. So far, this one is looking to be a blowout.
Yeah, no. Stacked, not really looking up to the task. I feel like their lineups at this point are a bit gimmicky. If you think back to the Cliffs, if you think back to this Tundra round now, like, it looks cool when a Tessak opens up fire. It looks cool when the Gorilla connects for 1k plus, but does it win you the games is the question, and the answer so far has been no.
Well, so far, Dopa just showing a very, very solid performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Strike damage, let's see. Well, not that much. About 2.5k strike damage. Sebastian at 8.9k damage, though. Jesus.
That's a lot of damage, but even that is not enough to carry his team here. And yeah, you might say it's not the fault of the Gorilla, but then again, I think it would be fair to factor into the equation that essentially Deft spent his whole game trying to enable the Gorilla. So yeah, together the two of them do 10k damage, but if you factor it down, that's 2 tanks on 5k DPG, which is still good, don't get me wrong, but they essentially spent 2 tanks to do the damage of, you know, 2 tanks. Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the Tessak didn't really get much going in this battle, right? It's just a tough game.
I think, yeah, you see he has like 3.4k assists, so he does a lot for the information game. He does a lot for the Gorilla that ends up top damage, but then again, the Gorilla is a tank that is a little bit like an Inspire medium in the sense that it wants the own team, like his own team, to lose a little bit, just a little bit, so he can come in just cracking.
5-1 Kihan, 5-2. Like, my prediction is not looking that great either right now. But I know whose predictions are not looking that good either. Let me repeat. Kihan 5-3, Vanter 5-2, and Phil 5-4. So Phil is still in the running, but you know, as tradition is this season, Kihan is wrong. And I almost feel I feel like this season he's almost more wrong than he is right, but you know.
I mean, I know that I put in my prediction before you, so maybe you were just, okay, Kian is going to be wrong anyway, so let me predict against him.
To be honest, when I open the sheet, I don't even look at your predictions because I don't want a bad influence, you know?
Okay.
Next season, I'm going to ask Phil to like make it so we submit our predictions anonymously, so I don't have to look at yours, you know? Anyway, though, it's not hard to predict what the coming game is going to be, because for sure it will be a match point for Dopamine, who theoretically, I mean, after Cliff it could have been 2-0. This means now it could have been 5-0. Like, that's scary because they're like, this is probably the rematch in the grand finals later on as well, tomorrow. If I had to bet,
to be honest. Yeah, Burble last weekend didn't look too hot, to be honest. Maybe they did a lot of training. Maybe they're going to let Merrill play, who knows, but it might be the grand final. But for now, it is the upper bracket final, and for now, we have match point for Dopamine. They're looking to convert it with Quad BZ 75, MBY 140, and Hockey playing the STRB.
In return, stacked Quad BZ, a 140, and double Blitzka. So they're looking for the brawl this time around. I think that's the first time, actually. All the other battles, I feel like they did not try to brawl at all.
Well, Dopa still switching around a little bit, actually. So the SRV that I called out is kind of gone at this point. Switching it with an E50M, I believe. But yeah, it looks like both teams are going to go for the brawl in this possibly deciding round number 6 in between the two North American team. And both teams look like they're booking it towards the north here, but Sebastian getting a good spot off on towards essentially the whole team of Dopa. So Stack, they're not going to be losing this one because of lack of information.
Well. So Sebastian gets onto the strike, so they're opting for that middle one. Dopa in return playing for the north. Ooh, looking at the crossing here. Chopa taking 2 shots. Could have been worse, Ski. Could have been worse.
I mean, there were like 4 tanks aiming, so yeah, it could have been worse, but it's bad enough as it is, because now Hockey only gets towards the secondary northern strike. Sebastian already has his one in the bag, and that is an E50M, so yes, a lot of DPM, but it would be kind of flimsy if Stack chose to engage on towards it.
They're going for Choppa Misha. They see him a little bit too far forward. They're opting to push him. Deft gets a shot. Kenway doesn't connect his, but Choppa is tracked. Can Dopa actually find some retaliation here, because we're currently Stacked for the first time is leading a battle by pushing in first. Hockey taking some damage as well. Chopa playing around that building, doing a good job, but Hockey in return in some trouble in his E50M, starting to get focused out. Gets focused out. Kenway with the kill as well, and Dopa now down 3000 HP, down a gun as well, and the 140 player Blur in the thick of it, trying to escape, trying to stay alive. Deft does fall. PM though needs to leave his safe pocket and takes 2.3 on the way out. Chopa finally goes down. PM is soon to follow. External will just peek this, and this is the Stack we should have seen a while ago. Finally, they go for the brawl, and it's a good one as well. They deny the northern strike, they push behind it as well, they overmatch the positions, and they come in like the sea comes in. Beautiful stuff from Stacked. Maybe a little too late, but at least they found their footing.
Well, Sebastian would do better normally than bouncing a couple of those on towards Blur, but still Stacked vastly superior when it comes to the HP at this point in the battle. Blur still driving around the enemy tanks, but Ethan puts him down. And now it's going to be only 3 players remaining for the team of Dopamine. Probably Vova just about to fall. Never mind, Ferret might be down first. Ethan with the ram kill on towards Vova. And yes, Stacked finally start brawling. And they finally, after an eternity, do what feels like winning for them. But I agree, it might be too little too late. Dopamine, they don't manage to convert match point 1.
No, and finally Stacked, opts for the more aggressive style, and it works out as well, showing that, sometimes you just gotta take the fight to them, and they do that. They do it well. They start off good. They take the strike, then they deny the northern strike. They then realize, okay, there's a little bit of a split going on here from Dopa. We can actually push this. They do it as well. Maybe Choppa was the initial plan, but then they convert on towards the E50M of Hockey. Then the 140 players like, I want to survive, but where do I go? I'm dead for sure. And then it all falls apart.
And this means that Stacked is at least not gonna go down easily here, or too easily, rather.
That's good.
2-4, but
keep it up.
I mean, signs of life really coming out from them. Like the past 4 rounds, it felt like Stacked were like continuously losing after trying to play too gimmicky, and Dopamine just with very easy to execute lineups, but perfectly called and timed pushes, running ring around the rosy with Stacked. But finally, Stacked showing up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get pushed if you're the first one pushing,
I mean, true. True and real.
No, that was a good move. That was a good move. It was a solid play. Sometimes you gotta take the more easy approach, Gihan. It's like marking tanks when the values reset.
Are you talking about recent occurrences in the hurricane?
No, I'm just talking in general. Maybe you're talking about something different,
Okay. Well, I mean, just making sure we're on the same page here.
Yeah, will is important, and will is what Stack needs right now. A little bit of willpower, right, to continue through. But I feel like it's a little too late,
Yeah, I feel in that context they also need to be careful not to push out anyone like allies out of the, for example, artillery strikes.
That would be unfortunate, but at least, in Onslaught there's no chevrons.
True. Anyway, high impact gameplay is what we need from Stacked right now, because they're kind of up with their backs against a wall. And don't let our joking distract you from the fact that, well, Bubology, they didn't, like, they are the ones waiting in the lower bracket, and they're probably waiting here with popcorn because, like, every single game that gets played more, that is sort of a strategy used that they can try and counter later today. So the longer it goes, kind of for either team, the worse here in this game. But at the same time, both of those teams, as outlined before, they want to get to the finals immediately. They don't want to drop down and have the possibility of getting knocked out.
Exactly. So now we move into Himmels, Gihan. It goes this way. Stacked wins this round, and then Dopa finishes it off.
So like, or maybe even Stacked completely wins Himmelsdorf, and then just in true NA fashion, Dopa wins the match regardless.
Yeah.
So we just go to tiebreaker, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what are we expecting from Himmels? We'll see it right now. Dopa double BZ 140, 4-3 and triple E4.
And Stacked coming out once again, looking into the darkness of getting relegated to the lower bracket. Double BZ 75 and IS7 140. Triple Bliska, actually. Only a single IS7, and they're still not done changing tanks. Holy crap. Stacked coming in with a BZ75 and IS7, double T57, 140, and double Bliska.
Double Bliska indeed. It's a brawl from either side, but no, I'm not such a fan of the 57s, so can they make this work?
I mean, whenever the T57 ends up working, it looks really cool, but it feels like it does so less often than it doesn't. External is going to get a lot of information on towards the tanks of Dopamine here. How is that going to help Stack, though, as they're immediately going to be committing the double Bliska throughout the 8 line? The one of the T57s actually shooting from the middle now has to get safe, though. Ethan also had the ability popped, only able to shoot 2 shots. And now that is a bit of cap pressure on the side of Dopamine, but Stack, they were able to pick up an artillery strike, so at any point in time they can reset if needed. And now Melly needs to be a little bit careful with that IS-4. If more tanks get diverted her way, she might be able to, she might really get overrun here, but for now, holding her own, hold down.
And the cap with Ferret and PM. Kenway is in front, Blur does take the strike, so there's that. External already down a little bit in his own 140 fight, so Blur at some point is able to push down. That's going to be important as well. External needs to be careful not to trade against E4. Kenway, you know that I7 has the better position. PM, does he go for the overpeak? He wants to, but he doesn't end up doing it. Vova will now roll forward again to make sure Kenway doesn't do that. Blur finds a shot against External, and that's the linchpin right now. We've got to be really careful in that 140. You have the most important role, and Kenway peeking out. PM is just eager to look for it. Vova is going to cross over though, takes a shot in that E4, but he does manage to get one position further, which gives him a better counter against this IS-7 as well.
Yeah, so Kenway needs to be very careful now. At the same time though, PM needs to be very careful when overpeaking the IS-7, just because Sebastian with that T57 could then pop around the corner in turn as Vova gets spotted with the E4. Doesn't really go for the peak, instead goes for a different target, and now the T57 coming out. That is what Vova was worried about. Takes it 1100 to the face. Sebastian is now going to be reloading here. Blur will not get anything on towards that T57 as Melee gets pushed by the double Bliska. That is a lot of alpha damage, and DPM that is headed the IS-4's way. Yolompi connecting, but Deft does not. So far, so okay for Melee.
The cover is there as well though. There's an E4 behind. Good shot from Melee on towards Yolompi. He gets a retaliation though, and Deft missing again. The IS-4's annoying angles coming out. Yet again, Sebastian peeking against Ferret and PM, trying to clip out, and that T57 heavy will find some shots, but it's pushed back now. The cap is back on. The strike will come out and hit for 900 on towards these BZs, but in return, Dopa still in the driving seat at this moment in time. I mean, yeah, they got striked. Yes, there's another strike available, but this Bliskovice of Yolompi is in a lot of trouble against the strikes from Blur when it comes out. If they can spot him, Blur can strike him once and then pick up the next one, right?
Yeah, well, another strike this time around on 3 tanks actually, so strike placement pretty okay, and keep in mind External gets a level 3 ability off of that as well, so if it comes to a big shootout, then the stacked 140 should be able to do a lot better than Blur, who's currently sitting on a level 0 ability, as Hockey has to activate ability, but Ferret actually gets the first kill off screen. That is deft in that Bliskevitza that had bounced 2 shots on towards Melly before. Imagine he hits those and the strike goes on to Melly, then we would be 7 versus 6 instead of 6-7 at the moment.
The 6-7 line is only containing the 140 though. Ferret and PM are going to go for the peak here against the IS-7. The strike comes out as well to help a little bit. PM looking to score. He finds it. It's going to be an expensive one for the BZ-75. He will survive. Now OP Hacker pushing back up on towards 1-2 line. He's going to be facing off against the 140. Already a shot from Vova. Blur doesn't hit it, but it doesn't really matter. Hockey swooping in to get Yolompi out of the game as well. And this looks like victory march as Hockey gets Yolompi. It's 3 tanks down for Stacked. We're now desperationally pushing the 1-2-3 line. Sebastian shooting on the move in the T-57. OP Hacker just trading it off against the superior DPM of the 140. The boost, the smack, the slap, but is the slap enough when the rest of the team is getting sucker punched all across the map? PM does fall against Ethan, but Choppa arrives to save his buddy. Blur, the 1-2 combination, blurred with the kill. And now Ethan and Sebastian on reload. And reloading is what Stacked is going to have to do, because they're going to be looking at a lower bracket match against Verbology as Dopamine come into the upper bracket finals with a 5-2 scoreline. A good win, a solid win. They're going to be looking in the finals and going to be waiting to see who their opponent will be.
And the amount of block damage by Melly, we're going to have to look at that, because External also just didn't manage to penetrate all his shots there. But yeah, Dopamine with a spectacular performance, only really completely faltering in 1 game out of the, I believe, 7 that we saw here total. So great job to Dopamine. 5-2 scoreline, very, very decisive as well. So for them, it's kind of, you know, end of the workday, very, very early for NA people. And for Stacked, well, they're going to have to go into overtime. They're going to get relegated down to the lower bracket where Babology are waiting. Although Babology, we'll have to see. I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Your prediction, Stacked against Babology, Ducky?
5-2 for Stacked. Something like this.
I'd kind of say the same, like 5-1 to 5-3, somewhere in.
I'm still thinking about it. We're not filling it in the sheet yet. Right now, I'm feeling like a 5-2, but it could also go for a 5-3. But after the first result that Stacked got against Verbology, I don't feel like. I mean, you know, Verbology is a weird team. You know, like one day they could beat anybody, and the next day they could beat nobody.
First of all, we do see the damage dealt here. And, well, Sebastian and Ethan are kind of at the top of their team together with the 140, so at least in that case it went all right for the team of Stacked. But yeah, Deft with 1300 damage. Imagine he pens those 2 shots against the enemy IS-4, and, well, you can see Melly, damage block, 2.6k, so essentially her whole HP in damage.
Yeah, that's the double Bliska shot there from Deft, right? That didn't end up not connecting. He's also on the bottom of the scoreboard because of this. If it does connect and then they strike, the IS-4 goes down. That's a different kind of game, to be honest.
Absolutely, but I feel like at least Stacked at the end of this match were kind of waking up. They were, excuse me, they were realizing that the gimmicky playstyle that they had tried to employ during, like, let's say rounds 1 through 5 were not working, and they kind of reset a little bit and went back to basics. And you could at least see on the second round of Tundra where Stacked actually went and took the initiative and just drove up into the faces of Dopamine and tried to, like, get the brawl happening. That is where they actually ended up looking kind of good. So if it goes the way that we kind of both think at the moment that it will be in the lower bracket finals for NA, then at least for tomorrow against Dopamine, whoever is going to make it, if it is Stacked, I have hope that we are going to see an actually competitive match. Babology, once again, you said they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you get. So it's, yeah, pretty unpredictable what we'll see.
I feel like they're wildly inconsistent, you know.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm feeling. You know, they beat Bench 5-2, which is a solid scoreline, but you would want it to be a little bit more convincing. And even against Arcane, they dropped 2 rounds, and you know, Arcane is really bottom of the litter there. So like losing 4 rounds in total against Bench and Arcane, and then losing 5-0 against Stack. I don't know, like 5-2, honestly, 5-2, max 5-3. Then again, I repeat what I said. If Burbology is on fire. Last time around, nobody predicted them to do well either, and they were in the finals, I think. So, you know.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I was present in the match stacked against Burbology, and like it wasn't close. Like it was exactly how the scoreline 5-0 suggests. Anyway, though, for the time being, that was enough from the North American server. As you can see, we have the next match already lined up. It's going to be a European one. Once again, it's going to be the losers of the first match of the day, Cashback, that are probably still licking their wounds a little bit, but don't have time to do so for much longer because they are going to take it up with Mafia, who are on a little bit of a surprising downwards trend after winning WCI and also the past OLS. I do believe they found themselves only on place 4 of the regular season, but probably coming in very, very annoyed in towards these playoffs now.
For sure. For sure. But that was it for the North American segment for now. We're going to be heading back towards EU. But before that, a little bit of replays. Get a snack, get a drink. We'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Surfshark Onslaught Legends Series Season 5, and you are joined by the prediction god so far, the Phil X, for this match between Cashback and Mafia.
Yeah, I mean, even Stevens so far, I think we are, after your very successful first two predictions, roundabout at the same score.
2 points difference.
Well, more or less, you know. Upcoming match, Cashback versus Mafia. I think both of those teams have shown a lot of good stuff this season, but we'll have to see if this is the end of the road for them, because one of those teams will not play tomorrow and end up in 4th this season.
I was really debating going with either team. It was a tough one. This really was a tough one, to be honest, to decide on. I really wasn't sure. And I just felt like Mafia in this situation have maybe the confidence of winning the previous tournaments, right? To bring this to a successful ending.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw how quickly they ended up going from fighting for the top of the table to being 4th. I mean, they still ended up with 9 victories, but yeah, Captain Profuse, good DPG, but mostly playing the snipers / inspired tanks. I think what we have seen from Cashback today was not, you know, the full extent of what they're able to do. So I hope that we will see a stronger performance from them. And I think I predicted like 5-3 for Mafia anyway, because I don't know, this first match of Cashback didn't really give me good vibes, you know?
No. Prediction-wise, 71% going with Mafia against Cashback, but these are two teams that like playing a very similar style, to be honest. So that will be a little bit of the slower end.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see the map soon. I can already spoiler you. I think the first map will be Murovanka. A map that we haven't seen that much this season. I actually saw something fairly interesting. Verbology was playing a pattern as Inspire Tank on Murovanka. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. Murovanka, first one. It's interesting picks though. You know, if we look at it, Pilsen, what a surprise that... Can we go back though for a second? Pilsen being banned by Cashback, finally. I don't know why teams were like completely fine with just playing Pilsen all over against Mafia and signing up to lose most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Mafia dropped around to a CTR on Pilsen on Thursday after having a very nicely gift-wrapped present in the first round with this strategy of rushing into the cap circle and putting a Type 5 sideways, where Kono ended up farming like 3k strike damage. But yeah, we have Tundra. We saw it in the NA match a bit. We also saw some previous matches on Tundra, obviously. Sand River banned against Cashback, definitely a decent choice. And after Cashback's not so great performance on Ghost Town, they decided to exclude that as well. Ensk would be the third map. Rumberg, interesting to see. We have seen quite a bit of Cashback there, but I don't think that Mafia will be unprepared, and Cliff is always a great map to have as a tiebreaker.
Especially because on Cliff you never know what it's going to be. Tundra coming out is also going to be an interesting one. You know, as two great predictors, Phil, you know, we both went with Mafia. No surprises there. I almost, you know, Kihan, I can't see him in my mirrors anymore at all. He's so far back, I don't think he's even in the same race.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Banter, he has like so little highlights this season. He took the whole previous match. That's why we ended up with like 15 minutes of replays. So
I mean, the best part about it, even if I don't win, you know, in these playoffs so far, it's like Banter was so close yet so far. You know, first he was 1 point behind, then he was 2 points behind, now he is 3 points behind. You know, it just keeps on getting better, you know?
Yeah, I mean, with less and less matches, there's obviously less chance to cash up. I think he's the only one that predicted for cashback this match, right?
Yes. I was also considering it, but I then valued Mafia's, you know, fact that they've been winning, and they had a good season until like the very end, to be honest, where this hit and run, like this one round on Sun River, kind of changes everything, if you remember.
Yeah, for sure. Where Monster picked up a kill and then it was 4-2 instead of 3-3, so they didn't get any points out of that one. And yeah, we have the predictions there. Everyone predicting 8 rounds, and Bunter being on the side of Cashback, as I mentioned. All of us going for 3 to 5, but I think the fact that nobody predicted anything like with 5-1, 5-2 just comes back to the fact that you mentioned before already. Like in this close affairs in the playoffs, we barely have any washouts.
Yeah, it's just not something that usually happens, especially in grand finals. You very rarely see super one-sided games, which will be for tomorrow. It will be also, those will be marathons. But the first round coming out here, Cashback, BZ75, double body, 50M times 2, 140, and an Archam.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see the double bad shot coming from Cashback, Mafia coming with double for 30U and triple E50M, so 5 of those Berserk mediums, and Profuse in the Inspire, obviously. That's a great combination. You get even more DPM. So Mafia really bringing the heat, and the bad shots, they have to be careful, because if the E50M gets too close to them, then it's not a nice situation.
In the beginning, you could see the orientation from either team. Neither Liberty nor YOLO using the planes in the beginning, though. So no info being taken, and a pretty similar split. 3 times 1-2 line for Mafia, 4 for Cashback. So neither team is going to be really overmatching the other anyway.
No, you can see they are both attempting now to go for the info tower, and both lights immediately use their planes as well. So a bit of damage being traded there. Cashback on the receiving end. Brainbreaker took a bit of damage, and you can see some of the Mafia tanks, they're charging up their ability. Orsic has the level 2 available now. YOLO as well, full plane to his Dispend. And Conrad picks up the information tower, which is critical because the jig is up, the bad shots have been spotted. And we'll have to see if Mafia reacts on that, because obviously double bad shot plus E50M would be deadly towards just 1 for 30U on C1, but we'll not see any pushes from the bad shot. They're rotating in the back of the map.
Rexar will try to take a strike, but it's not a surprising kind of game between these two, right? They both favored a little bit of a slower style, so they're doing exactly that. It's not going to be a quick battle, and I think we'll have a lot of these games. Liberty with the reset on towards the 430U. Rexar trying to take it, but yeah, that's why you pick the 430U. Low to the ground, low profile. Liberty does have a plane, so Rexar, I don't think he's taking the strike anytime soon.
Yeah, not a lot of things happening so far. It seems like the E50M of Conrad in the meantime has made it towards the middle. Maybe Brainbreaker will try to disrupt that play, but so far it looks like Conrad will be able to pick up the strike, so small advantage in favor of Mafia. You can see the timer was reset 90 seconds until the next strike will be available, and maybe Rexar trying to find an angle here onto Brainbreaker, but with AP obviously there are a lot of fences, so you don't want to shoot heat into them. Difficult task to pen. He needs to be careful though.
In the meantime, Kono getting pushed by Little and Aka. They're trying to find an isolation. Little too deep. To be honest, he needs to back away, but he's getting chased down by Kono and Orchek. Kono will hit the shot as well. Little now trying to run away. The rest of the team high-tailing it towards those locations, but so is Mafia. Aka does make it out, but Little down towards 26 HP, and I think Mafia with the strike will finish him off. They're already shooting other targets. Kono, to make sure that he dies, needs to roll back in his E50M. In the meantime, Conrad in the middle of the map getting pushed up on that rubble pile by Brainbreaker, who will find the kill just before the reload, but in return though, Mindbreaker getting chased down by Orchek and Rexar and Squeezy trying to make it out, and it's not going to be anything good for the side of Cashback, as sure, you lose Conrad, but in return, your entire team has died, basically, at this point. 6 tanks alive for Mafia, chasing down the 140. This double bad shot, they tried to, ooh, it gets under him even. Interesting how that one worked out. We're gonna have to rewatch that at some point. Physics How do they work? What do they do? Orchek with the ram finishes it off. But yeah, you know, like the double batcher tries to make an assassination in return. They're the ones getting assassinated.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it at the beginning. E50Ms are usually stronger than Batchet in this direct confrontation, and then Little as well. Maybe a bit too early, maybe a bit too overeager. Gets caught out and immediately punished by Mafia.
Good round by Mafia. I mean, Cashback kind of gave it to them with this initial play. You know, they tried to find an isolation. When it doesn't work, if it worked out, it would have looked fantastic. In this case, it doesn't, so it looks horrendous.
Yep, and I mean, we mentioned it as well. The pressure was applied by the two tanks taking strikes there. Rexer, even though he was initially bothered by the HE shells, ending up on top, 4,400 damage in the 430U, pretty good shooting as well. And yeah, the bad chat, we mentioned it. Little 552, and Aka, he only fired twice at 222, so yeah, that did not work out for them. How did Liberty die so quickly?
I mean, just got overrun in the push as well. You know, once this brawl happens, it's hard to dodge anymore at that point. Conrad was the sacrificial lamb there in the middle, but, you know, it's like, okay, he dies and that's it.
Also, obviously, you can see Brainbreaker there, having to pick up a kill for like 100 HP onto Conrad. That's obviously with the BZ gun, always like a bit of missed opportunity, but I don't think it would have made any difference. They just took too long to clean up Conrad, and he still did 2k damage. So, good round for Mafia, but I would say it was more a good reaction than them actively doing something. So, if Cashback maybe can avoid this over-eagerness, then it could have gone either way. Maybe it's just a setup difference as well. I mean, bad shots into E50Ms, not something that great, but we'll have to see.
First round, you know, it's a best of 9. It's going to be a long match in this regard. But, you know, you could see Cashback, they're trying to do something, but I expect to see a lot of slower rounds between these two just because they have the tendency to play the more controlled and strategic style. So I'm not really expecting too many quick rounds altogether. Tundra maybe, because it's like kind of hard to play control at the same time on Tundra, but then again, you know, whenever I think of Mafia playing Tundra, I feel like they're always playing some sort of deep and controlled start.
Do you remember how much damage Rishek had on Tundra when we saw them playing? Was it like 7k? I think we saw Sebastian today with nearly 9k. I mean, the Grilla had some highlights there on Tundra, but I think the slow approach on Tundra is also not very successful so far.
No, but I find the slow approach on Tundra works a little bit better from the west and the east.
No, I mean, we have seen it from both sides, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We will have a second round of Muravanka, and we have just loaded into the game. Looks like Cashback coming in with a bit of a heavier setup. 4 BZs, 1 E50M, Squeezy in the 140, and RHM played by Liberty. Mafia no light tank. 3 430Us, double BZ, E50M, and the 140.
Cashback with a line to... So Mafia has this brawl setup, but they don't need to brawl with it. Right, it's 4 BZs, E50, 140, RHM. There's the info from Cashback. While it is valuable, if Mafia actually pounces quickly, they could overmatch this this lineup if they go for it.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think Muravanka is a map where light is usually quite good. You can not just find angles to surprise with camo, but obviously you still have the plane and so on. Vision is always beneficial. There is a BZ approach by Mafia trying to prevent the radio. Obviously Arca doesn't have to take it because they have a light tank anyway. Cap is now being pressured, and I'm not sure if Kono will have a great time there because E50M on top, E50M on the side, and decaps will be difficult. But the 430Us are quite far away still.
Yeah, but Cashback, I think, realize what's happening, because they're boosting straight towards the BZs of Conrad and YOLO. Rexar, Yusek, and Orchek now have to swing, and Conrad is feeling this. It's a good move from Cashback. They find the kill immediately. Very, very good awareness. They realize that something is a foul because the Eastern Strike is not being taken, and now Mafia needs to repush back in with one tank down already. They do have the superior DPM, but they're going to lose YOLO as well in just a second. Yusek, they're in the 4-2, losing a few crew members. They're trying to keep YOLO alive. Brainbaker will not make it out of this one, but it's a quite extensive lead for Cashback right now, in positions, in guns as well, and I don't think that Mafia is going to find too much here. They are surrounded along the cap as Cashback is bailing, chasing down Profuse in the 140, and Mafia somehow needs to continue pushing out, but it's into crossfire. Mindbreaker in return, and the BZ making a little bit of a mistake there. They got to be careful not to throw it to the wind either, because all of a sudden it's within playable again, and that is down to that BZ75 making kind of a bad play.
Yeah, and you can see Squeezy here as well, cornered both by Kono and Rexar. Obviously, Rexar can take the trade. He was still fairly healthy. Cashback is still up in HP, but they only have a light tank covering 2.6k of their HP, plus the BZs, which we mentioned, are not that much DPM. Mafia has a tank advantage, and if they can group nicely, maybe they can still turn it around.
As they get spotted out, Profuse will start peeking against Aphrodite as well. They want to make something happen here. Rexar, I think, needs to start peeking them from behind as well for full control, and Profuse spots out Aka, gives him a shot already, but Aka is just going to boost forward with the BZ75, will give his shot, but he will fall immediately, and Aphrodite is now isolated as well, and it's looking a bit worse for wear here. Little covering from the back lines, he will put in shots. Yuzek is dropped low, so he needs to be careful from the strike, and Aphrodite is the one that's holding this game together right now in that BZ. Can he live for long enough? Rexar will start getting the shots from behind. Orchek takes one, needs to be careful not to drop towards the one shot. Aphrodite is actually pushing forward now as well. Liberty finally on the east takes the strike. Profuse looking for the peak, he cannot find it. He's a one shot now. That is bad, he might just die, and Aphrodite pushing forward towards Orchek. Rexar still getting shots in from behind. Liberty with the strike. Rexar dives towards Liberty as well, so Liberty with the double brings this game back under the control of Cashback. Without that strike and kill combination there from Liberty, this would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, Mafia obviously still has the tank advantage, but at this point, you have a one-shot that can be taken easily with a strike. Liberty will have another plane available the moment he gets a bit of damage in, maybe even just with a strike pickup. I don't think it will be enough, but Mafia is definitely under pressure, and Liberty has a lot of space to play with. There is the strike, possibly now even onto Kono, and yeah, he activates the plane. He has not yet used the strike. I think Little communicated that he will get a good shot in, and Little has also plenty of HP to trade with Orzich or Kono.
Orchek pushing up though against Little. They gotta be careful. I mean, there's still the strike available from Liberty. Orchek finds a good shot, but Liberty now makes the plane. I think it goes on towards Kono, so that's the first step. Then usually the second one is the strike. That's probably inbound on his location. There goes the strike that we talked about. Little is down towards the one shot though. Liberty missing the shot, whiffing here. They want to kill Little, but he's going to stay alive, so Orchek has to decide now, who do I angle to? He angles towards, tries to angle towards Bolt, tries to get Little, but Little this time, LNL will not be losing. They'll be making a dub. Almost going back into that one. Cashback gotta be careful with these rounds. You know, there's a few misplays there that all of a sudden the round becomes into dangerous territory. It's not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, Yusek will hit a big one there, over 500 damage with HE, but he is pretty much cornered now, trying to get one more shot of damage maybe. Misses the shot onto Little, misses the kill shot, and Cashback surviving with 2 tanks left, only 1.7k HP, as you mentioned, maybe a bit closer than it would have needed to be, but either way, score will be 1-1 now.
This round was always Cashbacks until, you know, have this BZ all of a sudden dying on top with 3k HP. Then the repush comes out. It was dangerous. It was very dangerous.
Yeah, I think this overpush there into Little, who was the E50M holding on the water tower, maybe was the biggest problem. Little farming really well there. 6k damage by the E50M, and also like half of that damage, sniping damage over 300 meters. Liberty obviously shouted as well, 4k and 4 kills in the light tank. Yeah, it could have gone either way, but they secure this round, and we'll be back to a best of 7.
So, starting off, Little Liberty, 6k, 4k, good job there. The BZs, yeah, well, I mean, you know, you're getting repushed. Combat, 600. I will say Cashback, very aware that the 1-2 repush is coming, right? They see the BZs push forward and they're like immediately repushing back.
Yeah. I mean, it's a coordination thing as well with those things, but we'll have to see if both of them can kind of like use this experience of the regular season to maybe like get an advantage and get into the head of the other team. But Tundra is a map that we have not seen that much, and yeah, we'll have to see if there's maybe like a surprise for either of those teams coming.
Tundra now. So the interesting part is coming up, because I'm really curious how they're going to play this one out between these two. Any predictions of what we're going to see?
I think neither of the teams is usually this like risking it for like a gimmicky threat like we've seen from Cashback. Maybe we'll just see like strike control. That's usually something that both of those teams like to play, like a bit slower game.
Yeah, that's the Tundra I'm imagining. You know, the Eastern team takes the North strikes and the Western team plays control. I guess we'll have to wait until ends before we really see them like duke it out in a brawl, because it's kind of hard to. I mean, you can avoid it initially, but at some point you gotta swoop in, you know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a bit of time for them. It's a best of 9, so Tundra will not just be deciding, but getting a lead in the middle part of this best of 9 series will definitely help either teams to get a bit of confidence, and maybe like just having to sit back in a later round where maybe you don't have to risk as much because you're already up a point or two.
Phase 1, 3-1 for Cashback was the score in Phase 2. Do you remember from the top of your mind?
I think Cashback took it 4-2. No, that was 4-0. No? Wasn't that the match where we were like super surprised that they completely drove over them? Or did they? Yeah, I think it was 4-0.
But this is playoffs. This is playoffs. Let's see. Will we see another Gorilla come out? Not sure. Actually, neither team looking too passive. Mafia, double BZ, 97, a CS63, 140, and a double for TDU.
Yeah, I mean, IS-7 is an interesting choice. Obviously, great hull-down tank, but not as much gun depression as alternatives like the 60 TP that we have seen already. T-57, more of a like corner defensive tank, also not great hull-down. Interesting combination on both sides. Yeah, so we just got the confirmation. It was indeed a 4-0 in the second part of the season. So Cashback coming in here as the team winning the previous match.
I said they're looking to brawl, but never mind that. Cashback playing towards the south, playing towards the hill. Rufus gets a shot on the crossing, but we can already start talking about what this implies, right? When you are playing like Cashback like this, you're giving up double strike. This is a problem over long periods of time. You cannot sustain a control game on Tundra for too long, because if you do it, you are pushing into 6 strikes.
No, and first one was already claimed, and it seems like they are a bit hesitant towards the second one. Obviously, you don't want to drive into some trap or something like that, but the moment that more tanks will get spotted, I'm pretty sure that Mafia will start claiming the second strike as well.
Rufus is spotting out this crossing. So Cashback needs to start making a move already. The sooner the better, right? They always know they're going to give up one set of strikes, right? But giving up a second, that's where the danger starts.
I mean, we see now Mafia knows that they can basically do whatever they want in the north. It's obviously important that you also kind of rotate the people that are holding the positions, because you can't take a second strike and right now they don't really have targets. I like what they're doing with IS-7 and 430U, kind of like stabilizing the southern part, making sure that Profuse potentially in the south cannot just be overpushed. But as you've mentioned, it's just 90 seconds for the strike to recharge, and Mafia might just be able to pick up a third strike with the BZ that is fairly close to it. And if they get a spot here or there, they can also just use the strikes and basically take a second strike by someone that already had taken one.
Well, Yusek is taking the middle strike, so that's the third strike available for the side of Mafia. 30 seconds on the northern one as well. And you can see Cashback is... They understand this timing. They get it. But is it a little too late already?
I mean, they got some good HP trades in. We got some good map control as well now reclaimed there in the south. Looking at the HPs, it's roughly 2.5k in their favor, but obviously that will more or less disappear the moment the strikes come in.
The push is now coming out on towards 1-2 line. Profuse actually getting caught off guard a little bit. The strikes are coming out as well, and Conrad seems to be AFK.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. He seems to be not moving. The repush is coming in from Mafia now, and Mafia is down 5k HP, and yeah, it looks like Conrad had some connectivity issues. Now the push is coming in, and good salvo there by Mafia, obviously picking up a little in return, who had very much overpushed into the lines. Aka is in a dangerous situation that he decides to overpush, maybe tries to go for a ram. Profuse still alive on 100 HP, but now Squeezy and Brainbreaker closing in as well. The HPs are still in favor of Cashback, and Mafia has used all their strikes.
Mafia needs to keep rolling now. Mindbreaker will survive. No, he will not. Yusek shuts it down. Good realization there now. Liberty is the next target. YOLO wants to stay alive. Can he do so? No. Liberty finds the kill. And in return, the CS63 had to bail out as well. It's a 3k lead for Cashback. 4-on-4 though. The 57 is going to come off of reload in a second as well. And that's going to be dangerous. Kona is the one getting clipped out. Squeezy pushing on towards it. That is the CS63 out in a second as well. Kona will do one more shot. Will try to drop down, forcing Squeezy to chase him. But Squeezy will just find the kill nonetheless. Now Rexar moving back in to get Liberty out of the game. It's 3-on-2 and Orchek being low. I don't think this is about to happen for Mafia. We'll never know what could have happened if Conrad didn't have maybe some connection issues, but this is the way the cookie crumbles, you know?
No, I mean, it's not really anyone's fault. If this happens, Cashback can obviously not just say, will not continue playing. They will take the point, and they will take the lead as well. Aphrodite likely to still fall. Rexa maybe even putting in one more with the ability, but Squeezy has the shorter reload, picks up the kill, and that is the lead for Cashback.
That's indeed the lead for Cashback. 2-1. There was a good repush from Mafia though. And again, we'll never know what would have happened. That is the way it is. The restart rules are very, very simple. In a mid-round like that, it's impossible to restart. So, unfortunately enough, could they have won it? Maybe. Did they win it? No, they didn't. So, Mafia now looking at a 2-1 scoreline, but, you know, in a best of 9, that's easy to recover.
No. I mean, Conrad didn't fire a single shot this round, but yeah, Rexa, a great performance. We saw him standing until the very end of the game. 6.8k damage, 15 and 15 shooting. But so did Liberty, 17-17 in his E50M, and Squeezy picking up a lot of kills, 4 kills on his name, and 14-14 shooting in the 140. He basically provided a lot of help from the backline coming in the second wave of pushes. Still, I have to say, I feel like the push was a bit overeager on the side of Cashback. They likely didn't know at that point already that Conrad was not able to return fire. But they get the point anyway, and in the end, nobody will look at individual rounds and say what could have happened.
Well, I mean, maybe if Profuse doesn't get caught so much either, right? Because he did lose a lot of HP when they first pushed up, if you remember. If he's a bit healthier, then the Inspire stays alive, and we know how important the Inspire is, right?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely gives you like a really good DPM boost, and especially with all the single loader tanks that they had, like double 430U, the IS-7 CS and so on, there's a lot of extra DPM to be gained. The question is like, what went wrong with the strikes? Because they had a pretty decent arsenal of strikes, and you can see it's just like 450, 900, and let's say 450 plus 250 from his own strike, or like another 100 strike from Kono. Like, it didn't really feel like the strikes made a big difference, even though Mafia got 3 for free in the beginning.
Kono's 800, Phil. It's a level 3 strike, a level 2 strike, and a big ID strike.
No.
So 2-1 for Cashback. And, you know, they were respecting what I was saying, the timing, right? If you wait too long, you face too many strikes. Now they didn't face that many strikes. The longer you wait, the worse it gets. Especially when you're pushing down like a tight kind of angle like the one line.
So, do you have any suggestions for them on what to do now? I mean, obviously, bring someone online that can play. It seems like Conrad will continue playing. He potentially has reconnected. But yeah, now playing from the other side, anything that you feel like they should do different, or they should do not at all?
With Mafia or Cashback?
Mafia.
I think that,
Because it was a passive hold in this case, right?
I mean, Mafia wanted to brawl for the strike though, which is fine. Like, I honestly think they were okay. They just needed a little bit extra forces on 1-2 line. It's hard to predict, but both teams are going to play something interesting here in this one. It's the Sack versus the Sack on Tundra. Don't remember when I saw the Sack versus the Sack on Tundra.
Well, I mean, maybe they can still switch it out if they feel like it. 15 seconds left on the timer, and it seems like it is pretty final. Double 50B. We saw this at WDCI that teams preferred the 50B because of the extra mobility over the T57, but let's see if they can make it work.
I don't know how I feel about this from either team. Like, it's interesting. They
Good planes on both sides.
5 versus 6, so
Both will get another strike.
Yeah, Cashback spotted 5, Mafia spotted 6, so they know, you know. Mafia knows everything. They just don't know what light it is. The Sack going north, the other Sack also going north. YOLO versus Liberty in the north. It's so funny how these teams are matching up. Liberty takes a shot on the crossing though, and YOLO is just going to peek this all together. I think YOLO has the better engagement here, the better damage as well. Ever so slightly, and a little bit more chip damage coming in. Little repushing as well with the 50B, and so is Aka. Aka wants to peek this. He is going to peek this, and Kono right now in a lot of trouble. Mafia needs to reinforce this, and they realize this as well. It's another all-out on this part of the map. Kono, although in trouble, Little has one more, and they're not able to finish him just yet. Conrad coming in swinging this time around. He is not going to do that much better. He's down to 1.4. Aka will explode in the 50B, but Conrad is next, and already we have lost Kono. Now there needs to be a repush from Mafia. They need to somehow make this work before the 50B comes off reload, because that burst from Little will be the end of them, I would think. Profu is still well healthy as well. Orchek pushing onto a Squeezy, but Aphrodite is coming to save Squeezy, and that one, the BZ, puts one Squeezy with the finish. Normally speaking, although Squeezy whiffs it, bounces it. In return, they lose Mindbreaker. Squeezy needs to hit it now. Can he do it? In that E50M, he misses again, and YOLO finishes them off. The pressure maybe getting a little bit to Squeezy there, man. Normally firing on all cylinders, and now Mafia comes back in off of the back of the initial lead. They will find Brain Breaker as well in the BZ75, and the first Tundra gone and forgotten. 2-2 moving into Ensk.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a execution issue maybe there at some point. But Cashback, they got out the initial clips. You mentioned it, like exploding Kono, who was in a heap of trouble. But then they kind of run out of steam. Kono survived for a bit too long maybe. And then obviously clipping out on a BZ does not eliminate the high target guns, the high priority guns with a lot of DPM. And the E50M, 140 and so on, like they will put on a lot of hurt.
For sure. It's just interesting that you need to see the damage dealt. I mean, Squeezy kind of whiffed it a little bit. Let's be honest about that. But outside of that, YOLO had the initial trade win against Liberty, so that Liberty's stack was a little bit further away than YOLO. Because, YOLO has HP, Liberty doesn't.
No.
It's that simple, right? And, the 50Bs, they clip out Kono, but I think Kono only got one shot of damage. So...
he fired twice. No, he fired once, and then I think he was trying to figure out who to shoot, and then didn't fire at all because another tank came and peeked onto him. Yeah, Rexa, 7k damage, 17, 17, 17 in the 430U. And Yusek as well, great shooting, 777, 11, 11 by Orzech. Profuse as well, 13, 10. And then YOLO in with some significant damage coming in.
So, looking at it, the 50B of Aka gets his 4 shots out. So there's that. Kono and Conrad only do 1 shot respectively. So where do we see the issue? Squeezy is part of the issue, right? Like that DPM tank doesn't get out nearly enough. And then Mindbreaker is another issue because like purely DPM wise when we're looking at it. And there's of course the secondary issue, which is one we didn't point out, is the Inspire, right? No Inspire for the side of Mafia. So when we look at that, the Inspire is an important tank. Like the 150B is basically in place of the Inspire, so that's like a team boost across the team, right? So it amplifies this DPM further, especially 430U versus D50M can use that because the 430U now is kind of the worst DPM medium, but also the BZs benefit from this a lot, right? So, looking at it, I think the Inspire is actually the difference maker.
Yeah, and something that you didn't expect to happen is that we're replacing one German with another now, but we're also replacing one map with another now. Tundra done and over with. That means both maps get split 1-1, and we are headed directly into Ensk, Jockey.
Indeed, directly into Ensk between these two. Brawl will happen. I can't believe that, it's like downgrading.
What do you mean? Yeah, beard-wise, maybe. Okay.
It's like down. It's like just a straight. What happened?
Phil needed to leave for a small little emergency. So
the dog peed on the carpet again, didn't he?
Man, like, okay, I actually once stepped into dog pee in their apartment in like the.
It's a puppy.
Bedroom. Yeah, it was a puppy then, you can't blame it, but I was like, yeah, I'm not sure if your faucet is leaking, and they were like, oh no, the dog peed there again.
Yeah, it's a puppy. Accidents happen. When you have 3 cat ski hands from time to time, an accident happens as well. So I feel him on that one. Ensk battle number 1. A Mouse, a 140, a Bliska, a Fushby, WD4, and a Tissac.
And I'm going to make you hold your horses because as soon as I come in, apparently things go awry and we might be having a restart on our hands. Not entirely sure it will get granted. Yeah, there we go. It did, so don't take any of the lineups that you saw right now for granted, as this is Onslaught. You can change the tanks however you want if the restart happens. But yeah, it gives us a little bit more time to talk about Ensk, actually, because I feel like you've actually been talking while I took over a lot about the past battle results, but not enough about Ensk yet.
I'm actually inclined to agree with production. We need to investigate this story of Kihan because he's blaming the dog, but somehow I don't... looking suspicious. You're looking suspicious, buddy.
I just forgot to press the button that everything is fine for everyone,
You're very suspicious. We'll get to the bottom of that one. The incident. Was it Kihan or was it the dog? The investigation. Live on twitch.tv/worldoftanks next season.
Or live on twitch.tv/thekillzone right after we raid you, right?
Yeah, then you're going to
immediately get to the case.
Then you're going to hear some real slander, though. Don't worry. I'll be pulling out the stories, but it was not the first time. I've seen him do this before.
What? I didn't do nothing. Yeah. Me? Just hanging around.
And it's gonna put a donation goal. Diapers for Kihan.
Huh?
What? I do believe that Ensk is an interesting one. Cashback used to be very, very solid on it, but then they kind of stopped playing it. But today it's the second time that they're going to be heading over towards it, though.
Well, the thing with Ensk is that, you know, at some point, Cashback was like almost unbeatable. And then I believe it was during Season 3. Memory might deceive me here, but Yogurt actually ended up beating Cashback 2-0 on Ensk. And since then, it never felt quite the same. And like at that point in time, Yogurt was one of like those, let's say, place 6 or 7 teams in the entire series. And I don't say that because of the meme, but actually because they were struggling to make it to match 2, right? To phase 2. So yeah, let's see. Anyway, the second game of Ensk, or rather the first one that's really going to get played, hopefully, is underway. All the tanks moving, so I think everyone's loaded in.
The Liberty just starting it off by destroying a few buildings. Kono will get towards A0. All standard stuff, right? Takes a strike. This is, so far, nothing that we're not used to, right?
No, I think both of the teams opening up pretty standards. I mean, we have seen, for example, Chopa, where Kono is already. Also a Tisak, once again, from the south. Let's see if Liberty is able to make it work this time around. And we can see a bit of a difference in approach. The info tower gets popped. That means, you know, Brainbreaker's position is kind of known and as good as it might be. As soon as the tank that's playing against Brainbreaker, which in this case is Mafia, as soon as they actually have a strike, they can sort of negate all the cover that the buildings provide. So that's why we see him kind of moving away from there. Also, E4 is aimed. Orzhek will probably wait with the cross until he is unspotted again, but yeah, seeing that the E4s are aimed, it might hurt.
Yuzek in the Type 5 will probably peek to take the damage if they decide to cross over. So that the Type 5 there could just, you know, peek, be like, hey guys, please shoot me. Yuzek, the wall does just that. A little in Aphrodite. They're holding though, but they cannot hold forever. And this is the moment. Yuzek takes both shots to the coordination there. It's simple, yet effective. Orchek peeking the strike coming out as well. And Brainbreaker is going to explode. YOLO with the shot maybe, or Profuse to finish it off. No, it's going to be Profuse. Perfect execution from Mafia. Absolutely wonderful. A two-step program. Type 5 takes the damage, we cross, we kill. In return, Kono, he will have a little bit of a better scenario here, though. He was going to get at least his clip out before dying. One more shot.
Hope.
Yeah, he's going to even heal up a little bit, so be a little bit more annoying. Squeeze, he's going to need at least one more shot. Make that 2, because Kono does heal to 370, and that is time wasted. In that time, Mafia is indeed pushing on further. Now on towards Aka, Profuse with another finish. That's perfect. The 140 to pick up the low HP targets. That's what you want. And now the tanks are coming back from Cashback from the north to try and reinforce, and Mafia needs to make this a good engagement. They have one tank extra. Conrad getting tracked. That is the Tisak coming in, being annoying, keeping him locked on position and doing a lot of damage in return as well. Rexar whiffing the shot, and now Mafia needs to start being careful. They have the lead, they have the extra tank, but they gotta find the correct execute. Aphrodite seems to be the one in the E4 Orchek coming from behind, and it's just a pincer on towards that position. Rexar just gonna duke it out against Little. Aphrodite will not be allowed to escape. Good block from YOLO. Conrad comes in with the kill, and Mafia seems to be doing everything correct at this moment in time. Rexar even moving towards the Bliskavica of Mindbreaker, getting a full damaging shell. Little will find YOLO, but nonetheless, Mafia, picture perfect Ensk. The HP is low, but the execute was wonderful.
The execute was so clean, it was almost perfect at this point in time. Yeah, Profuse still gets picked up, so it is a 4 versus 3, but not for long with Squeezy dying. Little just relegated towards holding the angle. Orzhek with the damage reduction is going to just steamroll and plow through this one before picking up the kill. And once again, the Tisak he left at the end of the round, I think it had more impact than we saw Deft have, but at the end of the day, Mafia, you could almost say that was clinical.
No, it was great, you know, and even Kono wasted a lot of time in that northern part and did his 6 shots, which is something you cannot blame Brainbreaker for that. You know, it's just Mafia knew exactly how they wanted to kill that guy and worked out wonderful. Kono wasted enough time, and then you're always trailing, right? Trailing a gun, and you have the Tisak. While the Tisak is an asset, especially when it's played by Liberty, it is not paying dividend in that one, you know?
No, absolutely not. I think Mafia, as soon as they understood that they were playing against a light tank, which on Ensk more often than not, it's going to be that Tessak, right? They were just like, okay, we need to find an info tower. We need to get the information game going, and then we're just going to isolate a target. Yes, it's going to hurt to take it out, but at the same time, everywhere around the map, we're going to trade at least even. For example, if a Foch gets pushed, like we saw with Kono this round, then he's going to, more often than not, do his 6 shots, and that's why we see Mafia leading with the 3-2 now, is that they just have more relevant guns in the fight at any given point in time, because the Tessak, yeah, it bursts for like 1k maybe, but after that, it has 20 seconds of downtime.
So, looking at the damage here, you know, Rexar 6k, Yusek 4.7, solid performances by those guys. You know, Yusek, always really just a solid player, to be honest. Probably the most...
I think he sometimes flies a bit under the radar, but in all the super heavies, which he tends to play most of the time, he's just, you know, always there, rock solid. When he's not busy, like, banging the desk.
Well, he's definitely the most passionate player, right?
At least outwards. But yeah, he can be very, very outspoken. Actually, during WCI, we had him on for a little interview. I think he even casted as a host together with us. And you could see him getting worked up, even when he wasn't playing. It was very nice to see.
Maybe a future career there, you know?
Possibly. I think
we're looking
for him, the English is good enough for like in-game calls, etc. And a little bit more, and he might even be able to make on-stream appearances. Who knows? But
I mean, we're looking to replace Gihans, at least.
What the hell?
Man, you're falling.
Okay, bro.
You are falling apart, my man. It's, you know,
in the prediction game, yeah.
Everywhere, predictions. You know, what have we had so far? Your back hurts. Your I was gonna say your brain hurts, but I'm still debating the existence of that one. But
my brain hurts trying to comprehend what you are saying here.
Your brain hurts because it's so small that when you shake your head left to right, it bangs from one side to the other, like dum, dum,
no,
dum,
it
dum.
just swims in the fluid.
In the what?
Homer Simpson.
Are we starting the self-roasting now?
I mean, have you seen the episode? He's actually a really good boxer until he meets, like, well, his match.
So that's Mafia coming back into it, 3-2. They win this one. You know, like, the problem is, you know, these initial rounds, you don't take away too much from it, right? Like the first 2 maps, 2-2 coming out of it. Fantastic for either team, right? Nothing is lost, nothing is won. But then this 3-2 is, I think, where the difference maker is, right? You could say, oh, it's the same as the first 2, but it isn't. Because if you lose it now, you're facing match point. And that is a whole lot different than looking at a 2-0 scoreline in the beginning.
Also, it feels like the reaction that Mafia had towards discovering the Tessak play, it was almost practiced, right? Mafia were probably expecting the Tessak, and they were like, then, okay, we actually probably even trained against something like this. We're just going to cleanly execute on the Foch and snowball from there, because essentially there it's 1.5 guns down, because the Tessak can snowball against us. So let's see how it goes in this next round, because as you said, it might be the difference maker to bring Mafia to match point here. Triple BZ75 for a cashback though, together with an M60 double Bliska and a Foch B.
IS4, IS7, 140, double Bliska, Foch B, and an E4 for Mafia. So, I like the M60, by the way. I do like it. You know, like, over the 140, what does it provide? 350 heat, and, of course, 390 alpha.
I also like it, because it has, like, crazy good gun handling.
And
350
it's fast.
heat pen as well. It's fast. It's like the only thing that it doesn't really have is armor. Good shot by Conrad in towards, well, actually not good shot. He didn't even do any damage there. So I take that one back.
Brainbaker needs to be careful though, because look at the minimap. You can see the Bliska starting to rotate south. He will peek Conrad. He's going to try and block him, but he needs to be really careful about this, because, you know, you see the Bliska pushing back across, and you come to the realization, okay, Brainbaker needs to back off. He does that well as well. Yusek is now starting to re-push back in. Conrad needs to back off, takes another shot down towards 1.7. Now Brainbaker is in a perfectly fine scenario himself. Conrad goes for the trade there. gets stuck on the building a little bit, wants to pressure Brainbreaker. Yusek taking a big one from the Bliskavitsa on the crossing, will get behind Brainbreaker now, but that is a long swing for this. Ooh,
bounce!
A long swing and a big miss, and this will make Cashback repush now, and it's on towards Yusek. Little leading the charge, hits the corner, but hits the shot. That's all he needs. Yusek down towards the one-shot. Liberty coming in. Had his ability popped already, will find the kill, and that was something, but not something good for Mafia.
No, indeed, and now Conrad gets put down towards a possible one-shot, starts to heal up as well, but Cashback, they have other plans. They're driving through the middle of the map. They want to find those two isolated tanks. Their kills getting traded, but all of a sudden YOLO finds himself in the 1 versus 3 against a lot of DPM and Alpha coming in from the players of Cashback. He is getting absolutely torn to pieces. Rexa coming in, trying to salvage the situation, but it's not going to be done. Brainbreaker, however, falling to the Foch as well as YOLO finally bites the dust.
Yeah, but Little ended up bouncing the shot, so that was pretty bad. Now Rexar is out in the open in the Bliska. You can see him disappear. Squeezy coming in from behind. And even with a little bit of misplays here and there, it is still Cashback's game off of that initial play. I mean, the IS-4 and Yusek, we just praised him, you know, for his plays. That one was a bit less fantastic.
Yeah, it feels like a cast a curse almost. Profuse, the team captain, now tries to pad his stats a little more. I mean, he is one of the top 3, I believe, in the OLS DPG, but not for much longer in this game as Arca shuts him down and Cashback once again equalized the scoreline. It's going to be 3-3 after Ensk.
Good stuff from Cashback. Make it even. Now, one of the two teams will get a match point. It's unavoidable. It's literally unavoidable in a best of 3, but so far very evenly matched. This one was a bit tough for Mafia, especially like the IS-4 Bliska play. Even if Yusek hits the shot, it's like, you're not killing the BZ, so why are you there?
Yeah, well, I feel like that one bounced shot, and I feel like there is not a lot of excuses we can make for him here, because it's like Onslaught and point blank range, so normally you should be penning those.
Normally, yes.
And, yeah, well, Yusek coming in with a singular shot of damage, that's where the problems start. That bounce, that damn bounce. But to be honest, Conrad also not hitting the shot on the cross with the IS-4. Like normally, if you know the tanks are coming, you are pre-aimed, you should be hitting those.
I mean, you should be. Liberty also made a misplay though. He popped his ability and then it ran out, and then he got absolutely owned in return afterwards. So he did only 800 off of that. He got the kill against 2 kills even. Against Yusek, but that was not it from Liberty either. And because of that, the match got a little bit closer, but not nearly close enough.
No, I feel like Cashback, after the bounce by Yusek, was always a bit ahead. And it was just not enough to give back the initiative to Mafia, just because they were down in guns.
Yeah, and also it's like Mafia's tanks are not really like they lose. They didn't really have carry tanks from the beginning, you know. Like IS-4 and IS-7, they're not carry tanks.
No, they basically rely on the double Bliska to come in after, let's say, the IS-4 or the IS-7 take a lot of shots, and then the Bliskas sweep in and do the damage and do the DPM and like empowered by the 140, so to speak. But that obviously didn't happen, and this means that after 3 maps that go 1-1, none of these teams really seem to be willing to go down without a fight here. The next map is going to be Ruinberg, I do believe. And, well, I mean, it could end here, but if it continues like it has gone so far, then it looks like a tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. So far, neither team really deserves the win, so it's not like they're playing bad, it's just, you know, neither team just deserves to win over the other so far.
No, I think 3-3 at this point is a pretty fair scoreline, though I do believe that throughout the course of the OLS, Cashback have played more Ruinberg, if I'm not mistaken, but sometimes they've even looked a bit shaky. I believe there's a match against CTR, for example, that comes to mind, where CTR even ended up taking both rounds. Something like that. But that was the regular season, and today we have the playoffs. And especially considering that we are in the lower bracket where, well, any mistake really can mean tournament elimination. I don't think we're going to be seeing this kind of cashback. I think we should be loading into the game soon, so hopefully we'll be switching to that one. And yeah, other than that, we can just wait and see what's going to unfold. But yeah, 3-3, anyone's game still. So hopefully, hopefully we're actually going to go to tiebreaker, is my feeling. Cashback coming in with a BZ75, a T57, double Type 5, a 140, a Foch BN, and E4.
In return, double Bliska, double 33U, Type 5, and double T57. So a little interesting for Mafia. They're really going for that initial aggression lineup, right? Double 33U going for the middle road immediately, but the rest is burst and DPM. They will immediately take away that position that we see so many fights go over these days. YOLO gets spotted out. Conrad is so far hidden, not anymore though. And Mafia controls this middle road. There was no challenge, so how does this play out?
Well, Cashback taking certainly a little bit of a more passive approach in this game, but that might also be due to the double Type 5 that so far is unspotted. Remember, there are also no info towers on Ruinberg, so it might come as a little bit a surprise, but one that turns into their faces if they find the double T57 pushed up at that kind of distance. Normally, players of that caliber should be doing 4 out of 4.
How do you progress here for Mafia? Like, we've seen a lot of brawls now for that middle road, but Cashback opted not to take it.
I think Mafia so far are okay-ish, considering that they should also be able to take the mid-strike time and time again. I think the pressure is actually a bit more on Cashback to make something happen. And how do you progress if you're them? Well, the problem for them is that they're kind of split right now, and they're also lacking info. So maybe a rotation with the tanks that are currently hovering 8 line, but not the BZ, not the 140, because those would possibly get spotted by the 430Us, but maybe taking the hit squad of the T57 plus the E4 and kind of use the Type 5s as meat shields and try and push in. You obviously have the problem of the 430Us then, kind of peppering you on the cross, but as soon as that's over, they would be kind of okay-ish, I guess. Also keep in mind, Mafia don't have the Inspire medium, whereas Cashback do.
But I don't think neither team is going to engage here. I think that's the problem right now. The thing is, though, they don't know about these double T57. If Aka gets spotted out, he won't die, right? But it's...
I mean, not immediately, but yeah, and he does get spotted, so the Mafia T57's immediately coming in with a reaction. However, it seems to be a set piece by Cashback as the Type 5 gets spotted. Immediately, the tanks in the 8-line jump into action. Aka, however, taking a lot of damage from those T57, but still, he is a chunky Type 5, so Cashback try to retaliate via the 8-line.
This is not working out for Cashback right now. I mean, Yuzek has taken a lot of damage. Aphrodite is now running out of clip potential. In the meantime, Squeezy coming in towards the 0 line. He's off screen right now, but he's coming in for Yuzek in the Type 5. Yuzek will hit his shots and keep rolling back. He is dead. But in return, though, Brainbreaker is also dead in that BZ75. He tried to make a play against the 430Us, and that did not end up working. Yuzek's got one more shot in him before he goes down. He does hit it as well, so optimal from him. And now Aka is about to get double teamed by the T57s. Orchek is starting it off on towards Aka. Now Kono coming in as well, and the T57 just disappearing. Kono needs one more. These 5,000 battles of Onslaught he's played this season coming out perfectly. Perfect pen ratio as well by the two of them. And now YOLO and Conrad, they are looking at Squeezy, but these 57s are cleaning up the city. There's still like a lingering Foch B of Liberty, who's chasing down Vector, finds the kill as well. But Mindbreaker is now disappearing. In return, the middle road getting repushed once more. We're not currently seeing it, but it is what is happening. YOLO is dead. Mindbreaker is gone, but so is Aphrodite actually. Conrad with a solid pickup, and now Squeezy is not going to be able to kill Conrad just yet. The good shot from Little as well. The strike coming out. They need one more shot though. Squeezy's backing off. They're not going to kill him. Secondary strike is actually going to be the one to finish him off. So good stuff there. But in return, Liberty, I mean, hiding in a window. Orchak is coming. He's gonna kill him. And then it's 3-on-2.
Yeah, Orchak still 3 shots remaining. That should be more than enough for a one-shot Liberty to get picked up immediately. Long reload getting pulled by Orchak. That should make sure that he also doesn't fall to to Squeezy in that 140, who is a 3-shot himself. Now, Little has the full ability active, so maybe he could survive a full salvo by Kono in that T-57, and I'm not sure if Profuse in that Bliskovice actually does have a medkit available, because I feel like his commander has been down for ages, and I just checked, nope, he's running double repair kit.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, I think he'll be alright without it. He doesn't really need it, you know?
No, not on Ruinberg. I feel like Ruinberg, together with possibly Ensk, if you're not on the rails, is one of the maps where you least kind of need the commander in this game, as Squeezy once again is going to tuck himself in neat and tight and cleanly close towards here in that corner just to pick up that artillery strike. Kono, is he going for the blind reset is the question. It would open up the one-shot potential on towards Squeezy. If you're Profuse, it would also make things easier for the T-57. But it seems like no, he was just baiting, seeing if he could get Kono in towards using the strike, but that one didn't fall for it.
The thing is now that they can make anybody one-shot. Basically one-shot. Orchak, yes, Kono is already a one-shot. Profuse minus 450 puts him at 800, so slightly above it.
But Profuse has level 3 ability. So if he... I mean, he doesn't get the notification for getting spotted, actually, because the commander is dead.
But he gets the sound cue for the artillery strike, nonetheless. And the notification in the battle, so...
Yeah.
But I like Mafia hunting a little bit. They don't want to... Like, in their minds, what is going on, probably, Mafia is thinking about, well, if the second strike gets taken by Squeezy and Little, then all of a sudden, Kono can just die, and then it's 2-on-2. We don't want to end up in that situation, so let's just make sure we're close enough to protect that strike.
Exactly, and you can also see the other little mini-game that's going on in their minds is that we can kind of leave Orchak alone at this point in time, because he's not going to straight up die in any kind of 1v1 that he's going to be running into. So we leave him somewhere else, and we let Kono and Profuse kind of protect each other's backs. Now, the funny thing here is that Profuse is aiming down the long line, so he's not going to be spotting anything there without his commander, especially against the 140 that actually has meaningful camo to speak of. But still, I think the way that Mafia are set up kind of makes it understandable what they're thinking.
Well, Profuse gets spotted out. He will not know, though. He will not know.
El no sabe.
That's funny.
I mean, and Squeezy is going to be like, why the hell didn't I get spotted here? I don't think he'll think of a dead commander after so long of both teams not engaging.
No, he probably just thinks that he was far enough away for the camo not to, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Or he probably thinks some bush was somewhere in a weird place, but no, it was actually the commander just being dead. So Little is now going to take the strike. That's a bit of information for Mafia, and that is also a problem for Mafia now. Because, as we all see, Kono is 558, Orchak is 950, but at the same time, if anyone deals a shot of damage towards him, then he is also one-strikeable. So I think by being so passive, Mafia have given Cashback a window of opportunity now, as Orchak is probably going to get spotted, and Squeezy is going to be like, yo, Little, my brother, strike him, we'll strike him together, then I take him out, and all of a sudden it's playable. There we go. Well timed, beautiful.
Yeah, that was wonderful against that T-57, and now it's within the playable range, right?
And that is actually the best possible target that they could have picked up, because they removed the high HP T-57. Now only Kono is left. That is actually a one-shot for the E4.
1 minute left. Damage dealt, though. Mafia is winning right now.
Well, the 140 is going to pick up yet another artillery strike, and the E4 is going to be covering Squeezy. That is why he can just stand out there in the open. Ooh, strike coming in, but Squeezy dodging it. And now Profuse, we can see him on the prowl, coming around. Little, however, marching down the middle road as well. Does he want to touch the cap and give away his position is the question. Squeezy, great read on towards Profuse. That is going to prompt Corner in towards peaking. 1, 2, and make that 3. Beautiful execution by Mafia.
That's exactly what they needed. 25 seconds left now. Little's got to make the play. Kono, ooh, Little bounces. He bounces on the 57 heavy. Kono didn't need to do that. I mean, he was probably behind.
Obviously doesn't see Little because he gets unspotted, misses his shot. Kono is going to be reloaded. However, Little now needs to go hunting. He doesn't care about Profuse anymore. 5 seconds remaining. Is he going to pick it up? Is the question. He drives around. He picks the wrong corner. So it all ends prematurely, or maybe not. 10 minutes remaining, and Mafia win in regular time for the 3 match point.
Match point for Mafia. What a room break. This was, I feel like Mafia kind of got a little bit too complacent there towards the end game, but the double strike got lost. It's something they should have seen coming as well, that it could be a potential, that the double strike could come out, and that was the danger. And then they started looking, and then Orchak got called. They could have maybe went on the hunt a little bit earlier, make sure that, you know, they're rotating strikes as well amongst their players, so they have assets, right? They didn't really do that. So they got a little bit too passive, let the game slip out of their grasp, and almost got punished for it.
Then again, if you want to be a Mafia fanboy, you could also say that essentially they just waited until they had information up until which they knew that they could make a play. Because remember, with the kill shot, the 140 of Squeezy also gave away the information as to where exactly he was. And then they knew that the E4 had just picked up the strike on the other side, so when the 140 then went into the strike, they knew exactly what was happening. You could say that, or you could say they reacted well to a bad play.
Luckily, they got the kill there on Squeezy at the end, but I think still they were winning in damage delta, and that's because Cashback had the heavier lineup. BZ, double type 5, you know?
Yep. And this means that Mafia have now put themselves into the position where they can remove the 1 times champions of Cashback. I believe they won the first season, but after that, not so good anymore. They can remove Cashback from the competition. Then again, whoever drops out here, that is going to be a former champion down and out.
Yeah, for sure. But Mafia still more recently champions. They're kind of used to these high pressure situations. You know, when you play a game for I don't know how many thousands of euros it was in China, yeah, it does something to you.
Absolutely. Then at the same time, there is nothing like, you know, being on match point with tournament elimination also being on the line. Like, stakes don't really get higher than this, if you think about it. Like, if Mafia lose 2 more rounds, they're out. If Cashback lose 1 more round, they're out.
Well, it all comes down to this round, right? I mean, not everything, but, you know.
Possibly.
Possibly, indeed. What do we think? 5 tricky hand? Tiebreaker?
I feel like if the Cashback players are not mentally made of some completely different material, then this should be it, because imagine you lose like this at the end. Like, you do the beautiful execute and on the T57, and then you still get red. But let's see. Cashback, so far, not sure. Yeah, I was about to say that 268 should be changing. They bring a 140, a Bliskowitz, a Foshby, and Quad E4.
Mafia in return, double BZ, an i7, double T57, 140 on a Bliska, looking like they're gonna fight for the middle road once more.
I believe both teams have a lineup that kind of is looking for that, even though both of them are also bringing a 140, so maybe not looking for the all-out brawl immediately, but yeah, those T57s, once again, we saw them in the past match used very well against those Type 5 heavy tanks, where they were just feasting on the HP. But let's see, the double BZ75 suggests a very, very aggressive opening to the green by Mafia. That's exactly what we're seeing, but, well, funnily enough, the two teams are kind of avoiding each other unknowingly, because, well, Cashback are playing a city play.
In return, Mafia playing for the field, playing to punish a potential mid-play. YOLO is going to be taking the strike, looking for the crossing. Conrad and Kono have crossed over already. They see the E4. Does this do something for Mafia? Do they decide to go for it, or how are they going to play this out? YOLO taking 2 shots there from different E4s, so good stuff from Cashback initially. The 57 speaking, they see Mindbreaker, but they cannot do anything about that either. So far, Punish going towards Mafia. They don't want to go for the E4. It's like, it's kind of free right now. We see this, but they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know, and I don't think it is as free as you would think, because you have this long street that comes out from like the F3 strike position that kind of goes like rays of a sun. So there should be a lot of punish available if Mafia overcommit there, and damage dealt currently is favoring Cashback. I mean, none have been dealt by Mafia so far. Little getting spotted here, doesn't really see anything. Rexa peeking. Does he get punished? Yes, and in a huge way. Damage reduction coming in, but 2 E4 shells is 2 E4 shells.
Conrad in the meantime getting punished by Brainbreaker, who takes a shot from the 140. But he's going to be tucking away now in towards those little buildings in the south. So he's fine. And he's going to be peeking again. Conrad holding the angle in the BZ75. Missing again. That's tough.
That's absolutely tough, considering that Cashback have taken like, let's say 800 damage so far. In Mafia, quite a bit more, as Aka now tries to trade it off against Rexa a little bit. The artillery strike comes in, and it's not going to get damage reduced. Aka here baiting out shots from Yuzek, who doesn't connect those, and now all of a sudden possession of this angle even has switched in favor of the team in the baby blue, of Mafia, who are looking at tournament elimination, but doing a good job of staying alive, at least so far. Squeezy once again is going to take the artist strike.
Yeah, Squeezy taking the strike, Aka holding the angle, Mafia starting to repush the 1, 2, 3, 4 line, but you and me, we can see that Cashback is very far dug in the trenches. So this repressure, it will not find much.
Well, the thing is that once again, those streets that go out like rays from this artillery strike that Squeezy is sitting on, like, he has so much control from this, so much spotting control, so much vision, that I don't think Mafia feel like they can really advance here. There is a small chance for Profuse. Ooh, YOLO, he spots out double E4, and that is possibly going to spring the double T57 into action. Little might get caught here. Nope, he gets around the corner, and Aka also is in kind of a fallback position. Now the Mafia tanks are spotted, making this advance because of the 140 peaking as well. And I guess Cashback is now going to start reacting to what's happening, because the double T57, they might come behind Aka. There's no one covering right now. Aphrodite maybe should even be switching up his position.
Aka needs to be careful now in his E4. Yuzek and Urchek, they're coming. They're going to go drive past. Yuzek cannot go back anymore because there's tanks waiting. The strike will come out. Aka is now pushing forward, trying to make it as difficult as possible, but he's getting clipped out. Do they have the damage, though? They do not have the damage to kill Aka. He's going to peek back out and give a shot immediately towards Yuzek, but Mafia at least finds something. YOLO in the meantime down low in the IS-7, though, down towards 584. But Kono's in the thick of it right now in the BZ75. He wants to finish Aka, but that's not enough damage. He's going to get clipped out by the Force B from behind as well, and Kono tries to make the play, but it turns around in his face, and the bounce from Rexar on towards Aka as well is not getting any better there from Mafia. That was not worth it from Kono. Conrad will find the kill, and Little now pushing forward in his E4. Profuse and Squeezy are having a 1v1, and I think Profuse is currently winning that one.
It might be the case. This is possibly the 1v1 that decides everything, as Little is going to have at least one more shot against Orzhek. Make that 2, as Orzhek just running about out of shots. Maybe Little is going to turn around and try and help Squeezy, who is certainly losing at this point. Puts in one more shot. Little gets shot by YOLO in the back, tracked as well, as Little pulls around the corner. Puts in one more shot in towards Profuse, but he shuts down the 140. That is the Inspire gone, but gets killed in return. And as the dust settles, Cashback have 5 tanks remaining, about to possibly make that 4, as Little will get chased down by Orzhek.
Yeah, Orzhek will find the kill on Little, but that's a little too late, as it is the last bastion in this battle. Conrad getting clipped out by Liberty. Kono coming in. You know, if they hit one more shot against Aka, he would have been a one-shot with those 57s. There was at least one miss, and then maybe Kono's play makes a bit more sense, but now he was just kind of... in the middle of it, and that wasn't really worth it. So 4-4 going into tiebreaker.
4-4, and I think this game actually was a story of Mafia really trying to eliminate Cashback, but they were just too well set up. I think this defensive combination of having a lot of E4s together with the 140 controlling, etc., was simply too much for Mafia in this past round. And here we see the damage numbers coming in little with 5.3. And I believe Aka was the first one to get pushed upon. He has 800 blocked. Imagine he has 0.
Yeah, things could have maybe gone slightly different there, because the 57s did find a decent isolation on that E4 of Aka, getting there kind of for free, to be honest.
But like this, it's going to be a 4-4, which means the entirety of this lower bracket semifinal is going to come down to a 1-1 or best of 1 at the end. And Mafia have the fastest game, and they do immediately pick South. Now the question is only going to be what map?
It was Cliff.
Cliff. All right.
I
feel like there's a big difference, or I mean the positions work out differently, but I feel like the sides actually are fairly balanced on Cliff.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know who I favor in this tiebreaker. It could be anybody's game, to be honest.
Like, I can give you a little bit of insight as to what just happened in the training room that this is getting played. Like, Mafia got the tiebreaker choice, and 7 seconds after, Profuse immediately chose South. So I think they know exactly what they want to do here.
Yeah, I think they're well prepared for either side, but they probably also discussed that if we got the tiebreaker, we would prefer to play this side. It's it's part of the equation, right? If it comes down to it, it's something to discuss, because you can't just say that you're going to beat your opponent in regular time. You got to be prepared to play the tiebreaker as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Mafia, especially, for example, after WCI, well versed in playing big best-offs to the very end. So yeah, I think maybe they were hoping to not go to tiebreaker, but sometimes you can hope all you want. You don't get to choose because the other team also has a say in the matter. So still, everything is up in the air, and it's crazy to think that both former champions, out of both of those, one of them is going to be 4th place this season.
I mean, okay, out of the 4 teams, 3 are former champions, Kihan. Of OLS.
I guess, true as well. Yeah. Yeah, true. The only team that hasn't
Hit and
won
Run.
OLS is Hit and Run, who didn't even have to play today because they had such a good regular season. But then again, they've done that before and not won OLS. So
yeah,
all of our predictions.
Depending on how it goes,
dumpster.
Kihan, we could have a second, 4 champions in the next one,
I mean, either I close up a point on Banter or he gets one on me. That's kind of how I see it. But yeah, we also just saw the Phase 2 scoreline where Cashback absolutely dumpstered Mafia with a 4-0. That's not happening today, that's for sure.
No, that's not happening. But this is the playoffs, it's always a different ballgame. The pressure is higher, the mistakes are more costly. Tiebreaker between these two: Quad BZ, an IS-7, a CS63, and a 140 for Cashback.
And for Mafia, in this most important round of their season of the OLS 5, we see triple BZ, double CS, an E50M, and a 140.
Do you prefer any of the lineups?
I actually feel like I prefer Cashbacks because it looks a little bit easier to execute. Then again, I think Mafia's has the higher ceiling. Because they have that additional DPM in there with the E50M. So, well, let's see. I mean, for Cashback, the opening's kind of easily summed up. 7 tanks towards middle. Whereas Mafia are playing a split. BZ, E50M towards 1-2, rest towards middle, but CS is immediately crossing over So there will be a bit of information, actually a lot of information immediately as all of the cashback tanks get spotted. Conrad takes a huge chunk of damage, but in turn, Donut Control immediately over towards Mafia, and the tanks of Mafia that were driving towards the middle are going to halt because they saw all tanks of cashback.
I7 getting boosted towards the top ram. Squeezy gonna take the hill, and here we go. There's gonna be the push through from Cashback. They realize the 1-2 control is indeed there from Mafia. Aphrodite immediately minus 2.1. Yuzek, the wall holding on the rock. How much damage gets taken by the strike? It hits 4. That's a beautiful strike. Even Aka, who was blocking Yuzek, takes the strike because of it. And now Cashback down in HP. They're swinging though towards Yolo, who's the next one. He will try and get around the house. Aphrodite's low. Aka is low, and the 140 of Profuse now getting pushed by Mindbreaker as well, and by the CS63. So far, Cashback finding the isolations here. It is Profuse in trouble as well, and now Mafia needs to come back in. They need to somehow clean up the middle of the map because they're going to lose Profuse. The Inspire will go down. That's a pretty crucial tank that is about to die. The CS strike finishes him off, and YOLO's the next one. Now Rexar pushes off Little. There's a bounce coming out from the CS63 on towards Little. Can he get him on the second one? Is Little going to survive? Rexar going to take the hill now. Squeezy is on top of that one. Mafia does have Crossfire. They are down again though, so they are going to have to face the music here. Squeezy might just push back into the middle, and that is a lot of HP though, taking back that hill. That's Rexar driving on with the BZ. That's a lot. Aka does go down towards Orchek. Orchek's going to pull back on towards the hill. That's correct, because he cannot get pushed out. And now Conrad on that calf, trying to pray, ring around the Rosie, trying to stay alive for as long as he can, while Rexar is trying to kill the top of the hill. But that's going to be a hard one. Strikes comes out as well. We settle into this 4v4, and Mafia has done a good job at taking back some control, and Kono is a crucial tank right now. Brainbreaker misses! He whiffs,
but Mindbreaker there to pick it up once again, 4 versus 3, but will Brainbreaker survive for this is the question. Koizi also Amarak on the hill here, can't really move because of that CS63 that's putting Crossfire. Brainbreaker tucks himself away from those pesky tanks on the hill, but Rexa with that BZ75 really lording over it now, and Kono from that Crossfire position, probably 4.7k damage already that he can see alone. Orzhek is going to take the info tower, so they will even know about the CS63 that's driving around the hill.
Yeah, Squeezy's in trouble. Squeezy's in trouble. Rexar is coming. He's going to shoot him for free. 653. And Kono, I was going to say it, if he has big balls here, he's going to cross over towards 1-2 line. He hits the shot on the move as well. He's going to take the strike here. Now Squeezy down towards 823. Rexar has an overwatch position against Mindbreaker as well, but Mindbreaker hits the shot. The thing is, if they can kill Brainbreaker with the strike, then it's Mafia all together. They are up in HP, of course, by quite a bit as well, which they should be for the way that Cashback had to push. And the strike, I mean, Kono, he's had a lot of experience this Onslaught season, top of the leaderboard, top of his game as well. The Rurenberg wasn't that great, but this one, he's been doing solid, putting in the shots as well. Rexar trading it out with Mindbreaker and Cashback. They fought oh so very hard to get here, but at the end of the line, the finish line, even Mafia will hold on. Kono with the shot, the strike, if he has it, will finish him off just to be sure. There it comes. Rexar will hit the shot nonetheless, and it's Liberty and Squeezy yet again. Cashback with a good regular season, but just not able to make it happen in the playoffs.
And Mafia, who shockingly dropped to place 4 of the regular season on the last playday, now are going to make a, well, you could say the start of a Cinderella story come true. Cashback getting beaten not once but twice today. Orzhek with the last kill of the last game in this best of 9. And the previous champions are still alive. Mafia still in it to defend the title.
Yeah, still in it. And you know what's the even better part, Kihan? Pantis, you know, he started the day even, then it was, what was it? Then it was 2 points, then it was 3 points, now it is 4 points. I mean, what is worse, Kihan? You know, like being behind the whole time or just stumbling at the end? You know, it's like when you see the finish line, you're just like, face planted, you get back up, you're like, I'm behind it. And then before you hit the finish line, you hit it again, you know?
Well, I mean, for myself, I can just say it's good not to fall behind further. At this point in the season, for me, that's a good result. But yeah, even better result for Mafia that are able to beat out Cashback in this tiebreaker. It was dramatic, and to be honest, at some point in this game, I even thought that Cashback might look like they could take it, but the initial punishment onto the overpush by Mafia was just too much. And you can see Kono, Ojek, Rexa, all coming in above 5,000 damage, really carrying their team here, especially Kono, that went to the crossfire position and was an absolute menace. Also with the strikes, yes, he doesn't have a lot of strike damage, but he has a lot of kills with those probably.
Yeah, the mini strikes coming out as well, 6.2k, Orchek 5.6, Vexar 5.3. Those are really bringing back the game in their favor. And they look a little dicey there, but that initial strike, the Conrad strike, the 2000, that's all he did, by the way, Conrad. So like, I don't know what happened to him, but that's basically all he did. 2,450 with strikes. I think he also hit a mini strike, but there was 4 times 450, right? So 1,800 damage with the big strike. So Conrad didn't barely shot his gun in that battle, which is worrying, but they ended up winning.
And also what I said, right? I feel like Cashback's, as the round started, Cashback's lineup, I like it more, but Mafia's looks like it has the highest ceiling. And especially the tanks that you want to stay alive until the end did. That's the E50M and the CS63. Those are both the high DPM tanks. Obviously, the CS basically with a global ability to kill any low HP tank anywhere, assuming he has generated a strike. And the E50M, I mean, you just want him to stay alive because, well, he's got the DPM.
Got the DPM, and Mafia got the win, most importantly. 5-4. They will move on. And, you know, the good thing is for Mafia, they know it's been done before. They know that there's a possibility to go through the lower bracket and win out. They wouldn't be the first ones.
Yeah, but they might be fighting tomorrow against a team that actually has done it before. If Hit doesn't drop down and beats Mafia, then they will be fighting against that team, because that's one of the 3 left in the competition. It is actually W. But of course, for Hit, it's all going to be about not repeating what happened last season, which was, well, first of the regular season, and then, I believe, not even in the finals, or grand finals. So, yeah, but that was the first 3 matches of the day. Mafia versus Cashback, absolute heartbeat finale, with some pretty sad faces here for Cashback, whereas Mafia are probably going to be wiping some sweat off their foreheads. But of course, that is not it with the World of Tanks goodness. When we return, we will have Stack that actually ended up looking kind of iffy against Dopamine earlier today, but they get a second shot against Babology just after some replays. Be right back. Well, hello there, and welcome back to the last and final match of the day. And we have once again traveled across the pond to watch some North American gamers battle it out in the OLS banter.
Yep, into the future we go, at least a week or two in OLS terms. But yeah, we saw a good match earlier today. Unfortunately, one of these teams had to go down to face Burbology, but yeah, I'll let you take this one away.
Well, first of all, thanks to our sponsor Surfshark here. As you all know, Surfshark is the official sponsor of the Onslaught Legends Series Season 5, and we're happy to have them supporting the tournament. Surfshark, in case you didn't know already, is a VPN that helps keep your connection secure and private, whether you're gaming, traveling, or browsing online. It works on unlimited devices and is fast and easy to use, exactly what gamers need. Surfshark has also prepared a special offer specifically for you, our dear viewers. Just go to surfshark.com/OLS or use OLS at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. And if you're interested in it, you should kind of do it soon, because Monday morning this code will be deactivated. So do it now or basically never. Tomorrow's essentially your last chance. You can find all the details via the clickable Surfshark banner below the official World of Tanks Twitch channel, which is, well, below us right now. And with that, let's get back into the action and actually into some more announcements, because as you all know, the Onslaught season is going to end tomorrow night. But if you're into some more Onslaught action, then we've obviously got you covered. On Wednesday, I believe, February 25th, so next week already at 19 CET, we have the OLS Season 6 relegation. It is going to be the 6th place of the OLS facing off against the 2nd place of the OCS. That is the 2nd league. It's going to be Lotus against Vortex, and of course the action doesn't stop there. No, we have even more of that coming, because on the February 28th we have the open qualifier for the coming season of OLS. Yes, we are hereby confirming Season 6, and the top final bracket is going to be on March 1st, so just one day later, Saturday and Sunday next week. If you're one of those champions or legend gamers, or if you're in one of the teams already, mark your calendars.
Yeah, I'll be definitely marking mine, but back to the game we have at hand. Stacked lost earlier today, back at it again. Burbology as well. Again, these are well-known teams that we've had, established teams on the North American server. Looking here, many of these players I met in person in China, OP Hacker, the main FC, and the rest of them. No pushovers, definitely not.
No pushovers, but they ended up kind of getting schooled by Dopamine earlier today. And, well, on the topic of getting schooled, Burbology ended up playing last weekend, and, well, they got absolutely trampled, 5-0. So let's see if this week has done anything to, strengthen their spirits a little bit. Maybe a little bit of training coming in. Certainly looking confident, though.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to November, Bear. Why did we just have October and December? But either way, looking at the damage here, you can see, obviously, NA server, we don't have in Europe, we have like kind of an established top 4. In NA, it's an established top 3. These 3 teams, and if we look at the damage here, you can see, obviously, they're farming quite a lot. The weaker teams, the Vulcases of NA, if you'd like to call it that, and Chase here, 140, Patton, CS 63, 4k average damage is no small amount.
Absolutely. Keep in mind the sample size is obviously going to be a bit smaller as well. In regards to battles played, but we're about to expand on that a little bit. And, well, if we take a look at the community predictions, the graph for Stacked is certainly expanding there, 84%. But given what happened last weekend, I can see where it's coming from.
Yeah, very true. I mean, looking at the lineups, John JM, EU Warrior from Colombia, do love him. But Maps, Stacked, Optic, Sand River.
It's actually John Bon. It's not John JM. Different guy.
Not?
Yeah.
It's different guy. Oh my god. John. Ti patron. But anyway, Stacked, Sand River, Burbology, Ghost Town and Cliff. And then Stacked yet again, choosing Morrow. And Himmelsdorf as a tiebreaker. Pretty decent maps. Nice and simple. I always like watching Sand River. I'd like to see a bit of a shift in meta on Sand River. I think we're kind of seeing the same things recycled over and over. But I still do like the map. Cliff is always good. Morrow as well. We haven't seen enough of that on EU. I think a lot of people have been banning it against W, and the rest of the teams just really haven't taken it. But yeah, we got some good maps here, and I'm quite excited to see what these teams have got in store for us. Last chance.
Absolutely. This is lower bracket finals. So, well, the team that loses this best of 9 is going to be out. They're obviously not going to go home without some prize pool here. But, of course, both of those teams have set their eyes on the finals, where the prize pool is going to, I believe, double and double again for, making it from possible 3rd place, which you earn for getting knocked out here, to 2nd place to 1st place. So every match you play consecutively from here on out is going to be worth more. Every win, that is. So let's see what both of those teams have in store for us. And as you can see from the map video, we're going to start out on Sand River, which is a map that throughout the season has been, I believe, played quite a lot. But also there is a plethora of styles that can be employed here, like thinking about the west immediately, BZ rush into the cap, but you can also play it slowly with a bunch of E50Ms into the south, covered even by stuff like an STRV. Maybe even in the middle you can have Uda's 15-16 Profuse style with purple binoculars. So there is absolutely, you can go wild and ham, and that is what I'm hoping for in some of those NA matches.
I thought it was telescopic binoculars. Get it right, Keyhound. Come on.
No, it's actually called not a telescopic observation system, I believe is the correct word.
TOS. But either way, let's looking at the lineups here. Stacked M5Y, double 50M, Udis doing some changes. SGRV E4, yep, that one gets changed. Not an E4 map, this one. So BZ75, M5Y, E50M, 430U, Udis, SGRV, and an RHM.
And Babology also with that RHM Udas combination, but then they have an Aliyah 1, a Batchat, and a triple BZ75. Let's see how this one goes. I think it's fair to say that Babology are the underdogs, but Babology historically is also the team that has been known to surprise quite a bit. It seems like some days the monitors aren't on, and some other days they're just supercharged. Let's see which package we get today. Opening-wise, we see Stacked sending Kenway in that RHM right towards the north of the map. He will obviously have STRV coverage. External with that Uda, surprisingly good. Camo is going to be able to get unspotted in those bushes, and immediately Sebastian connecting the first shot on towards Merrill.
Yeah, it's a bold push here by Babology. Triple BZ across the middle. Not sure what they plan to find. Muscles and Draps chasing down Kenway. Muscles taking some damage on the crossing. It could be a lot worse, though. Another miss coming out from external, but the reinforcements, OP Hacker, Depth, Drapt is not looking very happy here. He's going to turn to run. Muscles need to run as well, because at least one of those is going to die. Kenway tracked in the open, but doesn't get out. Muscles takes 1,000 damage, but the BZs are coming to reinforce. We'll need to see if they can make it here in time before they run. Muscles goes down. Draps takes a lot of damage. Need to see OP Hacker trying to run to peek him to try and assist his teammate Kenway, but this battle's absolutely crazy in the beginning.
Absolutely crazy, but certainly with the better start for Stacked, as already 2 tanks have gone down in blue. December, Octo, and Gator also chasing after OP, who should be getting it safe at least behind the dune. Then he'll have the STRV support, and also there's the Crossfire, the E50M just railing in shells from above. And now the Crown, in the meanwhile, has seen a repush by the team of Stacked as well. They're just winning everywhere. Chase, the Inspire medium for Babology, has gone down, so they try to do a fast reaction, the Bears that is, but they're absolutely getting shafted for it.
Shafted is the word of the day. But yeah, Ethan picks up Merrill. Gator in a 1v1 he can never hope to win. OP Hacker and December Bear, it's a little bit closer, but it won't change the outcome of the match. Stack not really having to work that hard for this one. Burbology charging right in them, and the moment it was obvious that Burbology couldn't win the North, those BZs had to adjust, but they're getting farmed all the way. And I'm quite curious what prompted Burbology into this push. I guess it's the RHM info in the beginning, maybe thinking Stacked were going to play heavy K-line, which just never happened. And
I mean, 7-0, it's just a clean sweep here. Stacked end up not even losing a single tank, which is always a worrying sign Because, as I said in the beginning of the match, we were kind of waiting to see which phase Babology was going to show us here. And yeah, it's a bear, but already after this first round, it looks kind of battered and bruised, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the eyes closed, like you meant, or the monitor off, let's say. In the first round, though, I mean, in technically worst side of San River, but this was tactical. Like, there was no any luck or anything like that. They were assuming that the Batchat and RHM would be enough to win the North. It wasn't. So that means that the triple BZ can't remain where they are, otherwise they get farmed from the North by the 430 and E50M, so that forces them to go North, and the whole time the SGRV is farming, the UDIS is farming, and yeah, it just wouldn't work out. I mean, this results screen, it doesn't tell us that much. Merrill in that Leopard 1, highest damage, but it's only just above 3k. I mean, it's the first time we've seen the Leopard. We haven't seen it on EU yet, I believe. On
Ghost Town, sometimes
yeah,
we get
see
it on
Ghost
River,
Town,
not really.
But, yeah, but not on San River. It's too squishy. And
I think, like, for Stack, they were obviously set up for the long game here with the STRV. And the thing is, like, as soon as the first STRV shot hits onto anything, it's going to be like 500 plus by some APCR shell. Doesn't matter if regular or premium. So Babology, after this first shot, they, like, you need to call that you got hit by that, because otherwise your team continues and just gets farmed. And normally the the problem with the STRV is being, like, that's the biggest skill you can have in the STRV, because otherwise the gameplay is kind of a point-and-click adventure, is being in the right place at the right time. But for Sebastian, he didn't have to move from spawn. He basically went to the ridge line, and then he could just farm. Like, that's essentially that was his round, and, well, yeah. And I believe it was even Merrill who was top damage on Babology, who took the first shot off the STRV. So I think they should be relaying that information. Otherwise, you end up with a scoreline like this. STRV top on damage, and he didn't even get any kind of crazy late game farm.
The thing is that in this type of game, it's tactical. It's not about... I mean, the STRV could have not existed, and Babology still would have lost this game. Just Probably. On a tactical level, they didn't win the North, which meant they had to reinforce the North with the BZs, and when they're reinforcing the North, they're getting farmed all the way by the UDIS and other tanks from the middle. You could remove the STRV and the result would have been the same, because they lost the North. And because they lost the North, they're forced to repush with the BZs, so the strat completely collapses, and they're just forced on this, what was it, the long march, where they just get absolutely battered and bruised on the way. We need to see more from Babology if they want to show that they want to get to this finals, because I'm not sure what the info was in the beginning by the RHM, but we need to see more.
Alright, sides are going to get switched, as are some tanks still, but Babology seem to have settled. Triple, BZ75, Batchat 25, CS, UDES, and RHM.
Yeah, on the Stack side, BZ, IS7, M5Y, E50M 140, STRV, and RHM. The Batchat's being taken... It's quite interesting to see the differences in gameplay style between the servers. It seems the Batchat gets taken a bit more on NA. On EU, we tend not to like it so much because the interclip is very long. Of course, the Batchat, it is and always has been a fairly powerful tank, but in Onslaught, that interclip with the increased HP, it struggles. But Babology, round 2, Electric Boogaloo, going for it. And again, I'm not sure if this is the play. Stacked already reacting. The BZ running to A0, STRV and 140 in the base, who's going to be farming the whole way. Merrill is Amaract. He's going to need to repair that one at some point. OP takes one. Another miss. Only one taken, so that's very, very cheap.
I mean, Babology will now try to boost through this punishment, but there is just so many tanks that are chipping away at the HP of those BZ75s. Merrill makes it into the ditch, but External already setting up to receive with that 140. He'll be in a crossfire position together with OP Hacker that cannot get pushed at this point in time, so we'll have to wait and watch for Draps and Muscles, I believe, to arrive to take out OP Hacker, but that is a very chunky BZ75 to push through as well. External External is going to take some shots, but he can still retreat with that 140 at least a little bit. Finally, Muscles arrives in the bat shot, and he's going to start clipping out on towards OP Hacker, who's already busy boosting away, so they're not even going to be taking that tank out of the equation as External tries to hold the front, hold the door. Hodor against Maryland December, who stopped over pushing because now all of a sudden Ethan is going to be hitting them from behind.
Yeah, really nice move by OP Hacker going to that safe position that forces Burbology to go and try and deal with it, and the RHM has to go back. And you see OP is still giving shots to December. Ethan from behind, OP from the right, Sebastian from the front. It's just not happening right now. They might get this STRV out, but they won't get that much more after this.
I mean, the i7 now coming in as well, so maybe December will get the last shot off. Never mind, it's OP Hacker to shut him down. Merrill needs to turn around, but this is going to enable External to stay alive. He is the Inspire medium. He's the more important tank in this situation. Puts one more into Merrill. Ethan coming in with the i7, but Eternal Tilted picks up Merrill here, and all of a sudden stacked with almost 10k HP still, and 6 tanks remaining against the 3 of Burbology.
I feel like I'm watching W Lotus at the moment. There's just one team that are just so much ahead, and you need to bear in mind, guys, in Onslaught there's a lot of factors, a lot of skills. One of those is obviously the way you play, but there's the skill of placing the strike, there's the skill of playing the light. I watched the light tank, who's the final one alive, Draps. He placed, when the BZs were pushing across, he placed his plane on the base of Stacked, and he completely missed. He didn't even see the 140 or the STRV. And it's like, if you can't even get your planes right, there needs to be more in this game.
Yeah, once again, it felt like Burbology had an aggressive opening planned with those BZ-75s coming through the middle of the map, right? They were boosting up right at the start, but Stacked, they didn't even have to work for their damage. They were just, you know, sitting in initial positions with the E50M, with the 140, with the STRV, and then it was just happy farming times. And that was kind of the game.
Yeah, we call this one Jakefa's Dream. I mean, just sitting in the base with STRV while the enemy drives at you. Look, it didn't work from the right-hand side of the map, so let's do it again from the left. Most maps in World of Tanks are mirrored. If it didn't work from one side, it's not going to work from the other. And you got to mix it up, make it a bit interesting. Maybe they think in a slow game they'll just get outplayed, so they're trying to go for this aggression, but it's just not working at all. And you can see the damage of the BZs just wasn't there. Obviously, OP in the top. I think OP was probably... He did the least damage, but I believe he was the MVP in that game. He ran back on time, then when the Batchat pushed him, he went into that Cubby on time, he got 2 kills. So even if he's bottom on damage, you can still be productive by being a thorn in their side. Of course, the STRV damage is very low, actually. I would expect a lot more from Sebastian in that position with enemies driving at you, but external 5.5, eternal 4k in that M5Y from the middle, so yeah, solid performance by Stacked.
Absolutely. And once again, it felt like Burbology were coming into this match with a plan. They had an aggressive execute planned, but after all of it is said and done, yeah, it's just that Stacked, cool, calm, collected, and they were just waiting there. Once again, they didn't have to do much.
Yeah, I mean, a plan. We can say there was a plan, sure. I'd argue it wasn't a very good one, but you know, if it doesn't work from one side of the map, why would you try it again from the second? And I'd hope Burbology have trained these tactics, but I mean, at the end of the day, now we go into Ghost Town. Let's forget about Sand River. Full reset. It's a best of 9, which means that a 2-0 loss in the beginning, it's not that bad. Right. Especially
considering it was Stacked picking the map, so maybe Burbology didn't want to play it in, like...
if you don't want to play it, you ban it. This is like, there's not a valid... What? I don't want to play this map, let's just drive and die and then go to the next one.
Yeah.
If you don't want to play Sand River, you ban Sand River.
And again, maybe you think you're even worse on the other map, so you think that you can maybe go for 1-1 there, because honestly, those BZ mid pushes look kind of a little bit desperate. We have seen them succeed before from the east, actually, on EU, but it was always very long and drawn out and bloody, and I feel like Stacked had all the right contingency plans in place to just shut it down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a desperation play, I mean, we're at the start of the match. I'd hate to see what it looks like at the end, but yeah. But I also don't believe that's a valid excuse saying, okay, there's 8 maps in Onslaught. We refuse to play 2 of them. Ban 1, the enemy picks another, so we just suicide and die. Like, that's just not the way. You try, you give your all. I don't like all the maps in World of Tanks, but I still try and play the game. But we'll need to see. Ghost Town is a different map. It's a lot slower, less easy to do those big pushes. And Burbology coming in with 1 IS-7, double 50M, double E4, a Hurricane, and an RHM.
And for stacked, we have, well, still changing, but a singular BZ-75, an IS-4, a T-57, a Type 5, an E-50M, a 140, and an RHM as well. Now, there is one thing on the lineup of stacked that I do not like. The T-57 can be very powerful, but I feel like it needs to be played kind of in pairs. Otherwise, the burst potential with the buffed HP in Onslaught just isn't enough to have a big enough impact.
Yeah, but Ghost Town's not really a T-57 map. I think having 2 on this map is pretty detrimental. I think 1 is fine just to hold a crossfire angle, but I don't really like the T-57 on this map anyway. This Ghost Town is a map of angles, right? The middle of the map is not that important. You want to... It's more important to see the sides of the map, right? What surrounds the city. And the T-57 doesn't do good when being shot at all. I think something like an IS-4, a Type, you can bounce stuff from long range, but the T-57 really struggles with that. So I'm not a fan of the tank on this map either way, but opening-wise, not bad by Burbology. They take that Southern Strike. Sure, Kenway is getting a lot of info, but I think this is a pretty decent opener.
I mean, the thing is, Kenway is taking his second info tower of the game, and it's like 70 seconds in, so...
yeah, but...
If stacked wanted any kind of info, and the fact that it's the second also means that he can hold on to the first one, the second one for a bit. I mean, he's using it now, but theoretically he could have held on to it for quite a while longer just to make the Burbology players have to stay like in cover until that one gets popped. Like this, though, Octobear gets found, and Kenway now starting to use his plane. That was a level 3 plane as well, so the tanks are going to be spotted quite a bit from this one. However, Merrill will be able to take an artillery strike, so Burbology finally complete the first neutral objective of the game.
Well, the one-line strike was taken, but I think Burbology in a pretty good position. The 50M of OP Hacker is stuck, the 140 is stuck covering him, and the only thing that's covering the wide angles is that RHM. So if they make a repush on the A-line with the RHM and CS, obviously we have a lot more info than the players do. But there's definitely some potential here for Burbology. Much better than the previous 2 games. Calm and collected.
I mean, almost perfect timing going on here for December, but he fluffs the shot actually on towards Ethan. And currently both of those teams trying to play around with very little info, but obviously the info game is going to favor the team that actually has the RHM, but he did end up getting reset by a blind shot, so quite a bit unfortunate for Kenway. He should still be able to steal it away. Never mind, Draps actually with a beautiful plane himself, so Kenway ends up taking a lot of punishment and is going to make his way away. Realizes that he won't be able to take the northern one. Octo, though, taking a big one by Deft in return, and maybe Kenway will be trying to go for the southern info tower, but of course Draps has a level 3 plane available to him now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Burbology now retaking that A-line, forcing the RHM of Kenway away. Really nice play there, resetting with the strike so tanks could get in position to shoot him, then planing him out. Not as much punishment as you'd want to see, but it's still pretty good. A lot of map control taken for Burbology, and Stacked have a lot of these heavy tanks stuck in position. And this cap is not going to be successful. There's absolutely no way. There's too many strikes on the Burbology side. They're building up that arsenal. 3 strikes already. That's a small amount of damage.
I think still at this point in time, it might be the case, though, that Burbology is still playing with incomplete information because they never got an info tower. So they are probably still not sure how to properly play here. Deft taking one more by Octo, 500 plus, though. Good high roll on the IS-7 coming in. Probably going for the Cupola as well, because remember, the IS-7 lacks a bit of penetration, albeit it was buffed recently, but now OP Hacker has actually pushed up in the E50M. So yeah, there comes the plane in towards the E4s. That is just going to be continuous damage that December and Merrill probably can have nothing to do against. Sebastian also peeking in towards the IS4. And remember, the replanes will keep coming in. Merrill going down towards one shot, even going to the grave. And just like that, the E50M relocation over like possibly 50 meters or less, completely detrimental to Babology's efforts. Octobear unable to spot the E50M is gonna die. 1337 HP or not towards the DPM of that German medium tank. It's gonna be external to pick it up, and Stacked end up just, you know, once again, very simple move and making Babology look silly.
It's like chess, you know, you move OP Hacker from K1 to J1 and Stack's entire strat just collapses. He moves there, a move that he probably could have even made earlier, to be honest, but just completely undoes these E4s, and once the E4s go down, Stacked have so many options to play with. And you said before about incomplete information. I kind of disagree with that by Babology. I think only external wasn't spotted at that time. So they kind of had the info here. They knew about OP Hacker in that corner, and they should know that these E4s can be undone. Even OP Hacker could have shot some shots out of render, I think, from that corner to try and hit them. And from what looked like a pretty decent shot by Babology, they were in a pretty good position this game to potentially win it. Eventually turned into a 6-0 drumming.
Well, Drap's still alive and they're kicking in that RHM, but as it looks like, not for much longer. And once again, I mean, Stacked, did they do anything like really crazy? No, I don't think so. They just played a very, very solid game, playing with the information as well, not getting ahead of themselves, most importantly. And when they essentially had Babology right where they wanted them, they struck decisively, cleanly, clinically even, and they end up getting the 3-0 here, over half of the way where they want to be.
Yeah, and I don't see Babology's fight in this. This was a much better round. They were building up the arsenal. They retook the A line and pushed away that RHM, but yeah, just OP Hacker just moving one square forward, just able to then farm onto the back of those E4s, and Babology's strat just collapses like a deck of cards. I think this was a good shot at winning the round, though. I think we're seeing something. It's much better than San River, but
well,
and he's yeah,
that's not too hard either.
Yeah, it's not a big ceiling. I understand that, but looking at the damage, Eternal, that T57, I'm quite surprised he got out that much damage. But I'd have expected OP to be on the top of the leaderboards. But 2 for 2 rounds, OP being the MVP in this game, Sebastian 3K, and until the rest of the team of Stacked not getting that much, but they weren't really the linchpins of the strategy. And for Babology's side, it was okay, but these E4s, you see, they did nothing. I don't understand why they have 2 E4s in that position anyway. 1 E4 would have been easily enough, maybe one closer towards the base.
I mean, you can do it, but if you do it, then you need to make sure that the J1 position doesn't get taken by the enemy team.
The
right?
50M should have been staring at that corner. Like the E50Ms on the one line, at least one of them should have been there, like looking in case OP Hacker drives down.
Yeah.
And they weren't, so OP got into that position unspotted and just started to farm, and you can see the damage on these E4s. I mean, it's 2k combined. That's 3 shots between 2 tanks. It's not enough.
And I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right? The E4s were spotted only because of the plane of Kenway, and maybe, and I think that's exactly what happened. Stacked were just waiting until one misplane comes out from the RHM on Babology's side. And after that, so basically as soon as Draps misses a plane, or there is a plane, it spots people, but he doesn't get any assistance out of it. As soon as that happens, they actually try and get those E4s out of the game. Because if the E50M just moves down and then tries to 1v2 double E4s and all of them are spotted because, you know, both sides are playing realistically, then it doesn't work out. So maybe that is what what the team of Stack was waiting for. You know, sometimes to make a move, you need to wait for a mistake to happen on the opposing side as well. But yeah, realistically, once again, I think Stacked were just sitting in comfortable position, waiting for the mistake to happen by Bobology, and as soon as that happened, they realistically didn't need to do a lot to once again get a comfortable win.
Yeah, very true. I don't like the fact that Bobology sent so many tanks to the one line as well. I feel like you can't give up that full A line control, because if you have, because that just allowed the light tank of Kenway, I think it was Kenway, just able to lord over Bobology by taking that whole side of the map and having permanent info with the info towers. But lineups either way, Quad BZ, T57, 140, RHM on Bobology's side.
And Stacked singular BZ together with an i7 double T57 actually, 140, E4 and RHM as well. So once again, light tanks being brought by both sides, but I think the importance of this round for Bobology cannot be understated. Like right now, it's already in a critical state. But if you win this round, you're down 1-3. Whereas if you lose this round, you have basically 5 match points coming up against you. So
yeah, and it is Cliff after this one. And Cliff is a map where I think it can go either way, depending on a bit of luck. Bold play there by Draps, trying to take the info tower. Doesn't take any damage. Quite surprising. Now takes a lot. Gets tracked and then gets absolutely shredded
Draps.
there.
Oh god.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse though. I think Draps should have definitely died for that. But in the middle of the map, the double BC is pushing through, trying to catch Kenway to give him a bit of damage, but Kenway makes it out, so good play there. OP Hacker takes the strike, tries to run. We'll see if Chase can spot him, but there's not that many tanks that can punish. Maybe Chase will give one shot, RHM might give another, but... Ooh, December Bear. They're appearing. They might want to jump on Ethan, but changing their mind.
He contemplates it, but he doesn't do it. And now Octobear trying to peek, but what does he find? It is a T57, so the trade not really working out in his favor. December also taking another shot of damage by the T57, and Ethan is probably looking in 3 different directions at once right now, as there is a lot of tanks around him, and even the RHM, that is Draps, has flanked, and he will be able to overtime pepper down the IS-7 as Chase currently has priority. Over the recharging strike, not that it really matters. 30 seconds until it comes back up again. Draps does get spotted though in that RHM on the outside right now, but he seems to be able to kind of get safe. He takes another shot. He's very low. OP gets spotted as well in the RHM. Is he able to make a getaway? Yes, but not before Chase puts in one more shot.
Yeah, Draps is playing with fire at the moment. Now that the dust has settled from that initial engagement, Stacked in a bit of a better position, but OP took a lot of damage, so both the light tanks down to a 2-shot. There's some potential here for Bobology. It's not great. It's not that terrible either. December Bear needs to leave that position. They maybe need to try and rotate the light tank of Draps out and potentially do the 1v1 against OP on the one line. Or potentially apply some cap pressure, but it looks like Stacked grouping up, and they might want to make a play here in this town area.
I mean, the HP is favoring them right now. Then again, the tanks that have lost HP are the light tanks on either side. So those heavy tanks that the T57s might engage upon, still extremely healthy. Meryl can get boosted, bursted out as Gator takes a big shot, I believe, by Sebastian in that E4, so he's also in 2-clip range for the T57s, and obviously they do have 2 for them. OP trying to slowly take back map control on the one line as well. And now I think Stack just shuffling around their forces a little bit here on the field. Chase and December have a good idea of where the 140 of external is around right now, but they're not hitting those shots. Draps once again coming close, trying to make a run for it. No Piaker on the one line in the meanwhile is going to be taking the strike. This should be prompting Bobology possibly in towards a reaction, and it does. Meryl driving in, and the reaction, it's not good here. Eternal is going to peek once more, put the last shot in towards Meryl, and he even is going to get away. Yes, Gator is boosting it, but Ethan gets muscles on the offside as the 140 is driving around him. Draps is going to pick up the IS-7, but in turn Meryl falls, and that is just so much HP on the side of Bobology that gets lost in this engagement. I don't see how they come back from this.
Yeah, it's a really tough game. One tank down, half the HP. That BZ there, didn't see who the player was. Gator is trying to run and get safe into the cap, but he gets taken out by Death. Sebastian pressuring, but he's not got that many friends. Kenway jumps onto Chase. I think he's riding his face right now.
Well,
probably a better way of wording that, but
there is certainly some things going on there which should not be broadcast on Twitch right now, but December now chasing after OP is not going to be getting him, as Octo is facing it off against Sebastian that has a high-level ability active, and in comes the T-57. Octo gets one more kill before the match ends, but now Eternal coming in, the second one to market here against December, and only drops the light tank left. It's going to be stacked once again, this time around 5 tanks alive, but the score is 4-0.
Yeah, and you can't say it's not been a deserved 4-0, and now on the match point, 5-0 in a lower bracket final. That's quite embarrassing, to be honest. This is the point where you need to step up, fellas, and start to play the game a little. It is Cliff, which is good. Cliff is a map that is less about player skill, I think. It's about some small micro decisions. It's less about shooting, more about how you peek and how you drive and 30 seconds. So I think it's a map where weaker teams can come back against the stronger ones. But it's now or never, fellas. Get it done.
Yeah, and here we can see the result. I mean, this time around, Babology managing to kill 2 tanks on the lineup of Stack. That is one more than they've been able so far in every single round, but it's not
slow
and good, Brev.
If we do it as a best of 21, they'll get 7 in the end.
Yeah, but I guess, as you would say in the UK, right? It's not looking good, Brev.
No, my brother, it is in fact not looking good. On a tactical level, Babology are just not there. We've seen it feels like every game I've seen 3 BZs boosting at Stacked, and then those BZs kind of scatter because Stacked are shooting them. That really is how these last 4 games have felt. Babology,
I mean, also a shout out to OP. Like, he's leading, but also he's making very, very crucial plays every single game, it feels like.
Well, I mean,
the past one
in that last one, I think he made a mistake. He made it out only taking a 140 shot. I didn't see what happened, but the next time we saw him, he was on 600 HP. That's
there he was a little bit aggressive, but before that, with his planes, he had already gotten Draps down to a 2-shot.
Yeah, but Draps tried to take the info point in the middle of the open, while Stacked had like half their team aiming. I mean, that's a Draps issue. That's not an OP hacker. You know, I do praise when it's warranted, but OP just had to place the plane on where he knew Draps was. I mean, that's not a. In my opinion, this is one of the weaker rounds that OP's played. He was crucial on the Sand River in this first Ghost Town, but this one, he made the game unnecessarily difficult. If OP is full HP, this is a much simpler game for Stacked, and it would have been over like a minute. I mean, it was a pretty easy game, but it would have been over a minute earlier, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, keep in mind he's leading throughout all of this as well. So while he's playing, he also needs a call.
Well, yeah, leading and playing a light tank is never I mean, we saw Little does it sometimes, but no, actually Liberty does it. But yeah, leading and playing a light, I don't think is what you should do. The light tank is probably the most important tank because it gets you info. It makes it's a way of opening the game and making plays. So I think playing the light and leading is a mistake. But then again, Stacked can make a few mistakes and make these matches a bit close.
Yeah, well, let's see. It is now a match point, actually. And if it is what it has been so far, then I don't think there can really be another result than a Stacked winning. Because so far, every single round has been just vastly in their favor. And it has been kind of a blowout. Like, if this had been, for example, phase 2 of OLS, like best of 7s, then the match would be over at this point. But we are in the OLF playoffs, so Babology, one shot, one opportunity for them, and they're going to take that with Quad BZ 75, Batchat, CS, and 140.
Yeah, on the Stack side, triple BZ 140. Wonder if that 268 is going to remain. It does.
Yep.
140 and a Tessak. Bold one by Stacked. We haven't seen a 268 on this map. Same with Tessak, at least on the EU region. Maybe Stacked's playing with a bit of confidence, but that 268 ability is nothing to sniff at.
No, absolutely. As soon as you get like up close and personal, you do the damage, or even better, you do the kills, you can absolutely escalate. As Octo gets a lot of initial information, a shot connecting in towards Kenway as well. The 268 makes its presence known onto the CS, but luckily... Was it not the CS?
No, it was Ethan.
Was it Ethan?
It was Ethan.
All right, it doesn't matter anyway, because the 268, like, he couldn't do a follow-up shot here. Maybe he can now on towards Gator and immediately connects 1800 damage. So the disconnected push onto the hill by Burbology actually costing them a lot of HP. And to be honest, they knew about the 268, I think. So weird decision to cross him up right there. And Deft now playing that Tissac that we didn't even see him find a lot of success earlier. He's going to reset Muscles in that bat chat. But Muscles has brought some support in the form of the 140. It is a wild chase that is now trampling around the hill.
Yeah, some decisions being made on the Burbology side. Sending that other BZ up the hill was quite a strange one. But now OP Hacker up high, loading above with Eternal. Gator needs to try and get in the game and try and support his team there. They've pushed the Tessak away from around the hill. He's now in the middle. Double strike coming down. But that's on 2 BZs. It's not really where you want it. External from behind. He's going to be farming into Merrill in December. Some decisions need to be made on this Burbology side because they will lose these BZs in the cap circle. And after that, we don't know what to do, but Sebastian pushing forward. He's not in a great position. He needs to keep pushing. OP Hacker jumping on Draps the second time. Absolutely flexing his behind on Draps' face, but yeah, it's just not going great for Burbology right now. He
does not get another shot, so Draps is actually able to shut him down clean, but still Burbology trailing in the HP department. They have the guns going for them, but another shot by Sebastian going out external with the crossfire of the 140, able to pick up one more gun as December gets shut down by Kenway. All of a sudden it has turned around as Sebastian gets shut down, so it is going to be a 4 versus 4, but Muscles down towards 89 HP with that Batchat. Needs to be very careful. Still, it is doable for Burbology in this last round, but for how long, that is the question, as Muscles gets spotted out once again in the Batchat 25T. Ethan just pre-aiming, and he does get the shot down. 4 versus 3 at this point. Only 3 players for Burbology, not only remaining in the round, but in the tournament, and Stacked on a victory march, boosting up the hill on Cliff. Octobear taken out, Gator the next one on the chopping block, and after that, Chase probably the last one to the grave for Burbology that do not manage to hold up a single candle to what Stacked have been doing to them in this lower bracket finals.
Yeah. The end of a not so competitive match. I'm quite surprised that Gator went up the hill actually after the CS went up. I don't think it's necessary. You know, if you have the hill, why do you need to reinforce it? They made a good play around the hill, catching the Tessak, and they got the 140 out, but with 2 tanks around the hill and 2 tanks on top of the hill, they can't contest anywhere else. So Stacked taking that donut area, just able to farm those double BZs in the cap. Really showing some dominance here by Stacked. Even I don't think they played this game wholly serious. But
I mean, you would expect them to. External also actually failing the shot here, but there actually was a strike available, so External the old guard, but it seems like he's still able to punch well above his years to pick it up. And I mean, 5-0, not a single one of those rounds really looking close at the end. Like, I feel like this last one was maybe the closest one out of the whole bunch, but yeah, Burbology kind of left in the dust here, if we're honest. So
I mean, maybe I think this game was brought intentionally close. I feel like OP and Eternal, they were lording above Draps. Like, OP doesn't need to boost into him and, you know, sit on top of him, because then they both lose HP. Like, Draps will die in that position by OP and Eternal if they just play it slowly and just peek, because they're above him, so they have better positions. But it's the most competitive match, but I think it's close more than Stacked. Not.
Yeah, well, 3 kills for Burbology, so indeed, maybe if we go to a best of 21 today, Burbology would win a round, but like this, it's going to get cut short because Stacked actually finish it up absolutely cleanly and maybe pick up some well-needed momentum for their grand final of the OLF, which is going to happen tomorrow, of course, against Dopamine. Because if we're realistic, there was a lot of room for improvement that Stacked had against those, but against Babology, to be honest, pretty clean.
Yeah, Dopamine were much better than Stacked in the first game today, but Stacked pulling out a nice performance against Babology, wiping the slate clean, and they need to come back in it for the OLF finals tomorrow and come in with a new mentality on and try and beat Dopamine. But yeah, solid performance by Stacked. What else can you say? It was boys to men, and looking at the brackets here, 5-2 against Dopamine into 5-0, and they need to have a good night's sleep and some.
Stack's basically just repeating the result they had against Babology in the upper bracket semis, right? So now they're at a clean 10-0 rounds against Babology, but the bad news for them is that they're not going to get any more rounds against them. Instead, tomorrow, the grand finals, as it is sometimes, are going to be a repeat of the upper bracket finals. Dopamine and Stacked are gonna be battling it out tomorrow as well, which also leads me to say that, those two teams in between them are going to be fighting for, $4,000 is secure for either, but you obviously want to double that.
Yeah, $8,000 dues, no small amount, plus gold bonds and bragging rights. But
those are the most important ones. But as you can see, Twitch drops today. We had 10 OLS tokens in total, 2 times 5, plus a plethora of other goodies available in the mystery drop. And tomorrow, it's going to be the same thing, albeit I would say I probably prefer the tanks, actually, that are a possible drop there, E75 TS or the Turtle. And of course, as well, here you have the calendar once more. Today is the 21st of February. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of the Surfshark Onslaught Legends Series Season 5, and of course the last day of the Onslaught Legends Finals as well. So we hope that you're going to be tuning in then as well to be able to see who is going to get the lion's share of the Onslaught Legends Series prize pool, which is almost 57,000 euros at this point. If you want to boost that a little further, then of course there are still 2 bundles available until until Monday morning, 9 UTC, that's 10 Central European time. Those are the Onslaught Legends Series Supporter Base and Advanced. And little hint for you guys as well, if you bought one of the prediction bundles and it's looking good for your team, then maybe consider picking up another base bundle, because if you hit the right prediction, you'll be able to upgrade all of your 2D styles.
Buy every bundle.
Always.
But
and remember, of course, 100% of the proceedings are going to the players.
Yeah, definitely. That's the important one, you know. To keep World of Tanks competitive, we need to have these rewards that keep these top level players coming back. But seen some solid games today. Cashback kind of tumbling out a little bit from such a strong performance in stage 2 of season 5. You know, 4 out of 4 wins, 16 straight matches, straight games in a row winning, losing that last one to hit and run, and then tumbling out like this. This is quite a surprise, actually. But congratulations to W, congratulations to Mafia. They moved their way through, and the NA games as well. Stacked versus Dopamine, round 2 Electric Boogaloo. We'll need to see how that one goes tomorrow.
Exactly, and after all of this is said and done, it has been quite a long stream, so it's time for us to grab some much-needed rest. But of course, as always, we're going to be raiding Dakilzo after the stream, where if you maybe joined late or you haven't been able to yet, you will be able to keep claiming the OLS token, and I'm gonna say the word drops. And other than that, thank you very much for watching. We are going to be here tomorrow, same day, same place, same time. See you all then. Peace out.
See ya.